dust is floating on the edge of storm. Whisper linger low in the hollow night. Stars will softly guide us through the endless night. In dark, dead of night, they move unseen, silent speaks, where blade will fall tonight. Darkened echoes veil the past, fate twist masked, and doubt truth veil bust. The shadows are falling, no return, no grace. Night fades, hush drift away, no escape, doomed fate. One breath lost, shadows fall, the blaze is drawn. Fate twists back. My friend, I recall you once asked, why does the sky shine with such boundless brilliance, while the human heart remains closed off, vile and deceitful? Back then, I failed to understand the moon's cost to hang so high, or what it means to fall into the abyss. Be it love or sacred vows, they are but dreams of a distant past. Everything I possess, all is ensnared by the merciless hands of fate, dragged into the void of death's oblivion. My friend, the starry sky will never again be my home. Only endless despair, suffering, and resentment flow through this crumbling shell. I shall weave a prison of death to bury the stars, and this world with them.
好，欢迎大家来到深渊吧的特别节目《深渊驿站》，我是你们的主持人潇潇。那么这一期呢，我们还是继续要带我们的选手们一起去在广州体验一下带有传统韵味的手工技艺之旅。那接下来也是照例，先请我们的选手们来做一个自我介绍吧。
大家好，我是阿迪战队的咩咩。
大家好，我是 T-Shadow。
大家好，我是 WBC 汤丸。
皆さんこんにちは、リジェクトそばです。お願いします。
Hello, my name is Ian. I'm from RVR.
안녕하십니까, 제작팀의 앨런입니다. 잘 부탁드립니다.
欢迎大家，欢迎大家，欢迎大家。那上一期呢，我们是体验了一下做陶艺，这一次我们的节目组更有巧思了啊！我们在这个制作开始之前，想先让选手们猜一下，今天我们要做什么有趣的东西。今天我先给大家几个关键词：传统的点心，Chinese traditional food。
わかんない。
像银铃和恩恩对于我刚才给到的关键词有没有什么自己的 idea？
I think he's making some dumpling for it.
饺子，
뭔가 만드는 거 말고는 잘 모르겠습니다.
果然讲到传统的美食，大家第一反应还是饺子。有没有什么不一样的想法呢？
包子。
包子，包子也算是一种传统的点心哎，就是大个的饺子嘛。但感觉好像海外的选手可能会对饺子确实更熟悉一些。那淘淘呢？作为东道主，有没有什么自己的想法？
菜是甜的，
甜的。因为广州这边属于是南方嘛，可能很多点心就是甜口味会比较多，这个是又锁定了一个范围。那咩咩，
汤圆。
汤圆，大家刚才给到的答案好像都是，就我个人感觉，我第一反应可能也是因为平常都会吃嘛，饺子呀、包子呀、汤圆呀什么的。但是今天我们的节目组确实是给我们出其不意的，要给我们上一课。这个我也没听说过，叫水晶饼。水晶饼，水晶饼都没听说过吗？都没有听说过。那接下来就让我们跟随镜头一起来看一下我们节目组安排的这个水晶饼到底是什么样子的点心呢？好的，在我们正式开始录制之前，先来给大家变个魔术。Everybody, shout magic time. Please close your eyes. 当当，好，大家现在看到的就是我们一会儿要做这个水晶饼的模具啊！你们也不给我一点掌声，魔术白变了。好，这个模具呢，就是我们一会儿要用到的，都是手工雕刻的这个传统的木质模具。
百年传承，味在细节。今天我们要体验的正是一道承载着悠久历史与匠人精神的传统美食。水晶饼的独特之处在于它结合了传统工艺，用精雕细琢的木质模具压印花纹，让每一块水晶饼都带有匠人手作的温度与美感。经过层层工序，咬一口，仿佛能尝到岁月沉淀的风味。
好的，我们的选手们呢已经选好了自己最喜欢的模具，接下来是听听我们选手为什么要选择他们最喜欢的这个模具来当做今天的这个主要目标呢？银铃
It's a land. I think it's after you eat it, you can become more energetic.
Like power. OK, cute. 那接下来呢？
일단 물고기고요. 지금 물고기가 먹고 싶어서 고르도록 하겠습니다.
该放饭了，我们选手有点饿。那接下来淘淘呢？
因为我觉得这个蝴蝶模具很漂亮。
就是以美观为主。
是的。
请问一下，Soba是为什么会选择这个模具嘞？
はい、可愛いからで。はい、可愛いから。
可爱のpanda。
panda。
没有人可以拒绝 panda 的诱惑。那咩咩是不是也是被这个 panda 征服了？
是。
很可爱，对不对？好简洁的回答，那你再多说两句啊！喂，好吧，i 人我们就不玩弄他了。那接下来问一下 Shadow， 你选择圆形的这个原因，难道是因为跟我一样觉得它很简单？
因为它比较顺眼。
就是万众丛中看到了这样一朵很美丽的花，就想试一下，对不对？那接下来就来看一下我们选手们用到他喜欢的模具，能不能制作出既好吃又美观的水晶饼呢？接下来也是进入到我们的制作环节，有请我们的老师登场来教一下我们选手该如何制作美味的水晶饼呢？真正来是这样的，来大家认领一下自己的，好成功的。
谢谢。
You're welcome.
OK， 我们现在已经把大家制作的这个水晶饼全部都物归原主了。那接下来就先来点评一下自己的这个作品，然后当然吃的东西一定要亲自的尝一下，把口感和整体的一个感受来给我们屏幕前的观众细细的分享一下。
So, いただきます。
还挺有仪式感。 This one is your favorite, so you pick
Because
it.
this one is
Ugly.
a heart.
Oh, sorry.
Special.
So it's a
Special.
heart. Oh, special one.
すごい。
すごい。日本語は上手ね。接下来呢？
はい。
有好多鱼做的特别漂亮。
쫀득하고 달콤해서 맛있습니다.
맛있어。
네.
感觉我有点饿了，我想先吃一口。感觉大家做的都还是蛮好吃的。然后最满意 ，Which one is your favorite fish? Which one you think is the perfect?
Yeah, I think
Yes,
so.
Yes,
Yes.
definitely this one. 这个整个的形状做的特别的好，特别棒，特别棒。那接下来陶陶呢？陶陶在制作的这个过程当中还是非常的一波三折的，但是最后有没有出来一个产品，你还是挺满意的？
是的，我的最后一个做的还是很好。我是高手。
给我们展示一下，然后要不要吃最后一个？还是吃最漂亮的那个，还是吃
折中那个吧。
对，这个不舍得吃，然后吃一个，感觉味道应该都很好吃。
很 Q 弹，很甜，好吃。
就是那种口感是软软糯糯的，然后又带一点弹性的那种感觉。
对的。
咽口水。但是怎么做到这么多的？你刚才是不是就背着我们在那里流水线生产？是怎么做到这么高效的就刻出来这么多？你最满意哪一个？这个这个真的圆圆满满的，就感觉特别棒。那你要把这个留到最后吃，还是打算吃一个这个？我不舍得吃的，都不舍得吃，但都是选一个最丑的吃掉。对，我认真的在品尝。Chef， 5星吗？
他什么都没说，但他好像都说了。
就是一切尽在不言中。
5星好评。
5星好评，好的，谢谢大厨，谢谢大厨。
这个最满意。
咩咩是最满意这个。我怎么感觉那边那个很圆满的那个是最好，但是你喜欢这个扁扁的，是因为这个纹路比较清晰吗？那你要把这个保留下来，然后尝一下那个。会不会就是薄厚的不一样，口感也会不一样？你觉得这个是那种软软的口感，还是硬硬的？软软的还是软软的。也是留下了自己最爱的 panda。接下来soba。
Panda is too difficult.
そうですね。
No head.
No head. Small bite.
But tastes good.
Good English teacher.
Yes.
你们俩 switch 了是不是？体验完了我们的这个水晶饼之后呢，也是特别开心，在这里再次跟大家感受到我们传统文化的美妙之处。接下来我们的旅程还在继续，我们就吃饼之后下一站再见吧，拜拜，
拜拜，
拜拜。
觉得他搞成这样子。
应该后面应该还有。
第一次参加试音还是挺紧张的，因为毕竟第一次参加这种全球这种赛事，比较害怕自己拿不到一个比较好的成绩吧。
我觉得定个小 flag， 达成10次无伤就。第一次参与小组赛的拍摄还是比较有意思的嘛，然后场景还有那个灯光都很不错。
感觉过了这么久吧，然后又重新再来，感觉这一年过得很快啊，就是上一年感觉还在昨天。我觉得就是好好发挥吧，争取拿到跟上一年的成绩差不多，大差不差。
我是第一次来参加《深渊的呼唤》小组赛，也是第一次来代表中国大陆拍出征片，我是比较兴奋，但是也有点紧张的。
非常开心，非常开心。来说，因为我给他做了披萨吃，我给他做了蛋挞吃。
受けて与え選手はやっぱり GG のシアンマン選手とピピシャ選手で、去年負けた時にかけてくれて、でその時に絶対に来年リベンジするっていう話をしたので、そのリベンジを果たすべく2人にやって、勝ちたいと思います。
ですね、今回グループ戦向けてはどのチームもやっぱり強いんですけど、今まで練習してきたことを生かして1位通過を目指して頑張ります。
撮影の違いはちょっと分かんないですけど、緑が多くていいなって思います。会いたい選手は、アレックスさんです。
因为这是我第一次打深渊，开始比较紧张嘛，然后这个队伍感到还是非常开心的，然后队员们也很努力，每天晚上找我单练什么的。
When I know people like my reaction, it makes me feel really happy that it was really funny to the fans to see, and I'm really happy to face these teams, and I hope there's more reactions I can have like that to make everyone happy.
Hello, 我是 RBR Green.
你好，我是 Malik.
This is my second time to participate in the COA called the Abyss tournaments, and I've also took part in the 2023 IBS Invitational.
这次我来参加，我最想要遇到的选手就是微博的陶晚安。其实我长久就是他的粉丝了，这次我很期待跟他一起合照。
今天来参加深渊的比赛，最大的区别就是从屠夫阵营转变为主的阵营啦。这对我来说是个很大的挑战，请多多期待我们 FT 战队的表现吧。
촬영할 때 저희끼리 이제 누가 먼저 촬영에 들어갈지 그 현장에서 가위바위보를 한 것도 제 기억에 많이 남고요. 제 촬영을 할 때 제가 포즈를 못 정해가지고 되게 방황을 많이 했었는데 그것도 좀 많이 기억에 남는 것 같아요. 모든 팀 분들 촬영하느라 고생 많으셨습니다.
오케이.
The Prospector does not have magnets though. Forward can stun though, but he blinks around the forward. He doesn't get it. Forward to get the save since he does have Tide Turner, but oh yeah, he's just gonna get a free save. He didn't know that the other survivor was coming in here. Right here, there is flywheel available. He flywheels it. Wow, perfectly timed flywheel. Oh my god, in time? No, we're gonna see him try to go for a double strike.
He's gonna get it!
Heal up! Oh my goodness!
If hurricanes could be predicted, perhaps Father would still be with us.
Windmills are born to turn, Wendy. Your storm glass is sure to work.
The heavens are sure to open today. I just know it'll rain any moment now.
Such disasters cannot be avoided. Although, my child, you do possess an uncanny talent for studying the weather. But, Mother, even if I were to pour my very heart and soul into it, before this insurmountable precipice, science turns a deaf ear to my pleas. When evasion avails us not, when destiny ushers towards us a mighty hurricane, I will guide the storm and shatter this ludicrous obstacle. I will scatter the fog and seek the locus where the light converges. The downpour will return, and the truth will be mine to tell.
At dusk, the seagull speaks. We with our red plumage are ill-suited for this age.
For those with noble hearts,
Even in the days when the Volooth name was known from tongue to tongue. All my clan desired was to walk free upon this land, as we were born to do.
Live as the freeborn must, in the wild winds of liberty. Cast thy sovereign soul into the world, and should it not find its place, let defiance be its course.
Resist, as she does, a life ablaze in crimson, never yielding to the mundane. Just as she does, the Vinland charting her way through the storm of idealism. Yet, the seagull's omen proves true. Those who do not belong are dashed upon the waves. In her exile, the snowfields rob her of warmth, the warmth she lost because of me. Lagerta, what is the meaning of struggling against the tides of time?
Lagerta, this fleeting existence will soon fade into nothingness upon the ocean's surge. Let us dare to face it with courage.
Aye.
Look, this is Sergei, Natalie, and Violetta. And this is Muro and his companion. This is Joker. And you, Mike, the superstar of Hullabaloo. Come on, friends, join the Hullabaloo. We've got laughter, candy, and a carousel, too. With Laughing Mike, the show never ends.
Come on, friends, join the Hullabaloo. We've got laughter, candy, and a carousel, too. The show never stops, and the joy ascends.
If a star were to shatter, would it still glow?
嗨，又见面了。我想这次奇迹能不能延续呢？过往的荣耀由我来继承。
今は去年の悔いを忘れて新しい物語を紡ごう。
さらなる高みへトロフィーに近い場所に立ちたい。
Dream chasers are ready to rise and shine.
来了就要尽兴，打他们个措手不及。
아직 부족하지만
충분한 데 의미가 있지 않을까요?
我们未曾缺席，梦想也还未实现。
这么多年了，也许就在今年呢。
This is what the competition is truly about.
No matter the result, every step is part of my journey.
Chapman.
欢迎来到第5人格深渊的呼唤吧总决赛小组赛，我是主持人小小。下面有请2支战队登台喊话亮相。首先有请 ACT 战队登台喊话。
MRC 坐下。
有请 ACT 易森、新燕、11、狗狗、蛋蛋、博弈、9。下面有请 MRC 战队登台喊话。
你怎么知道我抢到了2盒璀璨的孤狼？
有请 MRC 小迪、奈奈、花慈、怡晴、小程、阿乐。这一场对战的2支队伍是 ACT 和 MRC， 紧张刺激的比赛即将拉开序幕，让我们一起期待精彩纷呈的对决。下面让我们把画面交给解说席。
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our 5th day of COABYSS group stage. I'm Elio, joined here with Kuroshiro. This is the first time you've been here, Kuro, right? So welcome to Call of Abyss. Welcome to our 5th day, and we're starting things off with a great matchup. Actually, this is going to be one that's going to be very close. We've seen some one-sided matchups. We've seen some, more even matchups. ACT versus MRC. Very excited. Tell us about it.
Well, after that exciting early brutal, well, honestly, we had a little bit of a bigger talk at the start there with our survivors from ACT side to tell MRC to sit down as they're going to take the throne today for themselves. However, we still cannot forget though, with yesterday's games between MRC versus RD, it does seem like our hunter from MRC side is still a little bit, you know, just a little bit soft on his hands. His hands really hasn't warmed up yet with that Hoodoo Blue gameplay. So we really have to see how MRC will be able to maneuver this one across with ACT. However, cannot forget, ACT's Hunter is very strong. Their new recruit, Dun Dun, is a Hulu Blue and Goatman main, but we can't forget his Dream Witch skill level can also compete with the Hunter from MRC. So now I do think for both teams, we're on a very even playing ground.
Yeah, especially because, you know, obviously when we get into that round 3 situation, it really comes down to which team has characters that can consistently win in you know, through the first 2 rounds, but in that round 3 in particular, having Dream, which is very important to continue playing with the aggressive play spell, especially if you need to make a comeback at any point. We're going to look into our prize pool here, as well as our calendar. As you can see, the 10 days of group stage, the 11th through the 20th. That'll be the group stage to see who will qualify for the playoffs in the global finals, which will be May 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Make sure you guys stay tuned for that. We have our groups here as well. We're looking at Group A, Axewave and TE currently in the lead here, followed by AWG. Group B, GG and Wolves holding strong in 1st and 2nd. Group C, Zeta Division with 2 very convincing victories already ahead of RD here. And in Group D, FT, I think the shocker for a lot of people, the non-professional team currently in 1st place in one of the most difficult groups in the entire tournament. So, wow, I mean, I'm really very excited to see what they're able to do as this group stage progresses.
Yes, definitely, but still, moving on aside from that, of course, for the COA support event as well, let's not forget that you can provide some support for your teams on TikTok alongside being on Twitter as well. So let's make sure to actually give our shout outs to the team that we do support too, as we'll now progress on towards ACT versus MRC. With their group rankings for themselves as well, ACT did win their previous game, not ACT, sorry, MRC did win their previous game up against RD. However, for ACT right now, it's really up to them to try at least knock up 2 wins for themselves to at least come out here for top 3. But for today's matches, it will be ACT versus MRC here for match 1, Wolves versus Sky here for match 2, Dole versus ITZY for match 3, and GR versus WG here for our final matchup of day 5.
Absolutely. So Wolves versus Sky is the second match that we'll be commentating. That'll be an interesting one for sure. Sky trying to work their way out of a deficit. I'm actually very excited to see what they're able to do against Wolves. But of course, we got to get into our first match here, which is ACT and MRC, the 2 Chinese mainland teams going at it. MRC currently 1-0 in their group, trying to add to that lead here, and ACT trying to work out a win here against this team. I think going into this matchup, it's definitely going to be pretty close. I think MRC on paper probably has the slight edge, but definitely could go either way. And here we go. We're going to get into our players. Looks like it's going to be the ACT survivors first against the MRC Hunter side. So we progress into our first round.
From our home screen view as well, it does seem like ACT now will be the home team, so we're gonna have to see what maps MRC decides to ban. But for now though, moving on straight towards the player introduction, we're gonna be able to see Sen here, which preferred survivors as Novelist and Puppeteer. Our deduction points are 10,284.5, average containment point is 76.84, average rescues 1.5, average decoding 201%, average shield 0, and average escape rate 0. Overall, from the side of ACT, we did see that their survivors has significantly improved. However, for today's matchup, it'll be quite a challenge here, especially up against MRC survivors who are known for their knack as well, and they're very interesting strategies, as we've seen a Perfumer coming out yesterday too. So like from our side note here as well, I would just say maybe from the side of ACT survivor, we're a little bit more on the edge.
All right, we have ACT 11 here. The average reduction only around 7,000 with the containment time of 65 seconds. Which is kind of the standard we've seen throughout the event thus far. As the rescuer here, 1.5 average rescues per game. Yet to escape thus far in Call of Abyss, but hopefully we'll see that turn around here with that escape rate, average decoding of 103. So pretty standard for a rescue player. Typically see them decoding around 100, between 100 and 130, 120% on average, with 1+ rescues per game here. So 11, obviously, with that first officer, the character that we see make its way as the #1 rescuer in the game for the most part. Used to be mercenary, and as the meta has progressed and shifted, officer has become quite a threat for a lot of hunters to deal with.
Definitely. I do feel like Gravekeeper as well on that side note, especially from yesterday's game up against Hula Blue, did perform really well too. However, our next survivor here will be Psy with an average reduction point of 6,294.5, average containment time of 69.4, average rescues of 0, average decoding progress of 151%, 0 escape rate, and 0 healed. For our preferred survivors here, it will be Antiquarian and the Aeroplanist. For Psy, he's a slight support / harassing, but from his side note too, being able to use that Aeroplanist round 1 or round 2 up against the Hula Blue is kind of the strong point here of ACT as well, because we do need to extend that containment time as long as possible, so then we can kind of, prevent an abnormal kick from a Hula, because usually in days like this, where, even with Goldman's and Hula Blue's recent nerfs coming into our co-op patches, it just doesn't seem like it's enough at all for them.
All right, and we have Gogo here as well. Average reduction of only 7,400, 66 seconds. Average containment time, 0.5 rescues per game. Still, again, yet to escape 0% escape rate here, but average cutting of 140%. Obviously here with Fire Investigator and Seer support style characters, which we will see in today's match. Yeah, I mean, for ACT as well, we did see, I want to talk a little bit about how MRC in the first round, we saw XC, typically, one of the stronger hunters, had a hard time winning games, right? In the first match, especially against RD, a non-professional team. Now, RD did come out and have a very impressive performance. It kind of shocked a lot of people, but XC did tie through the first rounds and only barely managed to get a 3 kill in the last round here. So really going to want to turn that around here. Average elimination is only 2.33, which in the current Hunter meta is slightly on the lower end, I would say. Yeah, so definitely going to want to turn that around. Yet to get a 4 kill as well. So that's really going to be important here as we progress, especially in these first rounds, these early rounds, round 1, round 2, when you have these S tier hunters, you have Opera, you have Ivy, you have Hullabaloo and Goatman, all hunters that you want to be winning with. As a hunter side, your goal is to win with these hunters. It's not like old meta where it's like, okay, we're trying to get a tie at least. No, you want to win games, especially in these first and second rounds here.
And also from that side as well, we have seen, the top teams that have already entered before the group stages, regionally speaking, were MRC, GR, and then it was Abyss:Y because they won and Zeta. And with these 4 top teams winning their own, regional finals, it does seem a little bit weird, especially with the fact that from MRC side, it's Xiaocheng's, it's the hunter that can't really get a grasp of Hula Blue or Goldman just yet, because from the side of Zeta, from the side of Abyss:Y, and from the side of GR, their Hula Blue and Goldman are really strong. But I guess that's also just one of the downsides too, for you not to be able to play those 2 hunters during your regional qualifiers. It might kick you in the back during these group stages as well. However, it does seem like ACT decided to choose Ever Sleeping Town for our round 1 map ban pick. This is probably preferred for their hunter side, and of course for their survivors too. Maybe we can try to aim for a tie game here, but depending on how our MRC's hunter will do, it really is quite a challenge for Xiaocheng right now.
Indeed. Let's see what's going to happen here. Ever Sleeping, a very common round 1. Probably the most common map we've seen thus far in this event, alongside that Chinatown. And we're going to get into our into our ban pick here. Here on Ever Sleeping, looks like to be the officer and the puppeteer first. Pretty standard, limiting that rescue character right away here, and getting the puppeteer off the table. Puppeteer we've seen be a very effective kiter against a lot of these early round hunters, especially that Goatman, which obviously is a character a single hit hunter. Puppeteer also effective against the Hullabaloo, just for delaying the down. It's a character that really just delays being knocked down, and that's super crucial in this meta, and it's one of the very few ways that you can actually get to the end game. Getting to the end game against these hunters is so important. Delaying downs, making it so they're able to pop ciphers before abnormal comes into effect. He's going to go ahead and remove that option here. We will see Gravekeeper as the main rescuer here for ACT into that Antiquarian and Seer as well. And so we're going to see the Aeroplanist as the next ban here for XC. Final survivor for ACT. Psychologist still on the table. We see that being very common in early rounds. We'll see if they go into something like that or if they go a different route here.
But what is surprising that it does seem like from the side of MRC, they know that ACT does not have a mechanic here to play to guarantee the tie up against the Hula Blue or Goldman, so we decide not to ban dash, as Knight here will be the next ban. However, from the side of ACT, that will be a Fire Investigator here, recycle for round 2 and round 3. Most likely prefer to use up against the Opera and Ivy when you can ban a Hunter in round 2. But with this type of team comp, it is still a nice and tanky team comp up against a Hula Blue and Goldman too. With Andy Curran, you know, being able to disarm even in red zone during that 0.3 second window, it's not too bad. We have seen quite successful disarms as well. And of course, with that Seer on the side of survivors, this type of team comp can at least guarantee a 2.5 3 cipher machine, Kaish.
Indeed. We're going to see what Hunter XC will go with here. Looking at this team composition, we have the Seer obviously is there for early support, pretty good against a GOAT main character, for delaying the down, just for extending potential kites in the cage as well. Antiquarian, very effective kiter against the GOAT man. We see some of the Antiquarian players kind of hit or miss so far against Hullabaloo in this event thus far. Obviously, the red zone from the Hullabaloo is able to shut down the stick. And if you're able to keep the Antiquarian in that area long enough, you can get enough balls to get a hit onto the Anti before they can even stun you. So it's very difficult to actually play Antiquarian against Hullabaloo for that reason. But obviously, it is manageable, and we have seen that. Again, it kind of goes back and forth here throughout the majority of this event, but we're going to look into a Hullabaloo pick here for XC. I'm going to lead with this character over the Goatman. Most likely we're going to see a left-right abnormal, and XC looking to pick up his first 4 kill of the event so far.
It still is going to be a question here on mine though, because from yesterday's Gravekeeper performance, we have seen him be able to contain 3 Cypher Machine with, you know, his recent adjustments being able to dash towards, you know, dash towards pallets, dash towards ciphers, and this being able to create distance as well. Like, not even a Gravekeeper here is an easy chase for a Hula Blue. But on straight towards the map selection, here we go. It does seem like it'll be the Gravekeeper in the middle here with Anti-Current spawning by Geisha. As you know, we decided to change here just a little bit. It seems like Anti-Current will be Trumps on Seer being a balcony and a Fire Investigator at the start of Graveyard. For now, on the side of Shelton, probably the best case scenario here is if we can spawn near Geishas instead, because in such a spawn location like this, preferably speaking, you would want to chase after an Anti-Current. Everyone here is pretty much easy access. However, Anti being able to get straight towards narrow areas here to guarantee the disarm. But it seems like we're going to go for Graveyard here instead. Okay, might want to try lock for Graveyard to look for the Fire Investigator. But if that's the case, will we chase after Seer here instead is another question at mind.
Yeah, interesting. Graveyard not the most common spawn for Hunter here, but does give him 2 relatively close targets. So he's going to choose between that Fire Investigator and the Seer. Of course, Seer being the most optimal. Let's see if he does rotate towards middle. But unfortunately, the downside with this Graveyard spawn is when you spawn Graveyard, you typically spawn relatively far away from the 2 stories. So Seer will have more than enough time to rotate all the way to that fake gate area and make a lot of distance. Although he is actually bringing Warp, so no abnormal here. This is a slightly less common from Hullabaloo for sure. So interested to see how this works out for him. This is the first half of the first round of the ACT Survivor side versus the MRC Hunter side. For COAAⅧ Group Stage Day 5. I'm Yeleo, joining with Kuroshiro, bringing the live commentary for this matchup.
Right, Xiaochen, who are we going to go for first? As we're kind of eyeing here towards Seer. Seer first chase isn't bad, but our main question here being, will Seer be able to regain his second owl soon enough? Especially when it comes to a tight kite like up against the Hula Blue. However, persona-wise, it'll be traumatic contention alongside with Max Prada breaking and Berserker here. And Seer, that's going to be an instant fall down as we go straight in towards Graveyard.
We're going to see the first bomb onto the Seer there. Can he get a follow-up? 2 bombs right away with the 2 clones here. That is exactly what you want to see on the Hunter side. So already a good start here for XC. He's actually going to double back and go back to the window here. And no, Seer does rotate all the way up to the tram here. He's going to go ahead and take that. Warp not available just yet, so XC is forced to walk, or rather, I guess, float over to the fake gate is probably the more accurate term there. But is he able to beat the Survivor there? He is. That's how fast Hullabaloo is, just moving all the way across the map this quickly. He's going to be there waiting for the Seer as he gets off the tram here. And
Flywheel came a little bit too early.
He's gonna hit into the owl here.
But I would say it's okay for the side of Seer because at least we did dodge one of those double surprises. But for now, that'll be the second hit registered pretty early on as well. As double pallet here will be dropped down instantly, but it's okay. We still do have warp here, of course. I'm going to play around it because we can drop the warp down and make it as a pallet mind game for Seer. Rotating out instantly. We do have one more trapeze left to use, but no. 3 seconds until our next double surprise. Seer definitely will go down here pretty early on. But now the next question is, can we land this? Yes, we did. And that will be Seer going down in 100 seconds.
Yeah, but that's a pretty good start for the survivors. We see 2 cipher machines already done. We see 2.8 ciphers being completed here. In fact, a little bit more by the time he's shared. And with no abnormal in play, XC does not have access to that cipher control that we typically see from a lot of Hullabaloo players. Now, imagine if he had abnormal here, he could have abnormal that middle cipher machine where the Gravekeeper is decoding. Now that's no longer going to be the case, as we know he's already expended that warp. And the survivors are aware of this as well. So we're going to see Gravekeeper come in for this first rescue. It looks like going to go ahead and shovel straight into the chair here. There's the hit.
Ooh.
There's the rescue. He's not able to get the double hit on the Gravekeeper as well. So this is a clean save from 11. And ACT continues along at a pretty strong rate here for going against this Hullabaloo.
But being able to deny that Seer rebound kite is good, especially with the fact that we're a little bit worried with, the owl consumption from the side of Seer. For now, though, the 5th cipher machine will be initiated as now. We still do have 2 Titaners outside for ourselves to use. Potentially speaking, Anti-Current can come in to rescue and harass, but right now, 11 will be forced out of his cipher machine as we now need to rotate straight towards S-Pallet. In an area like this where the pallet has been broken, it is good, yes, but we will be able to struggle free here because that's just way too far away from initial shrine, so this might be really bad for Shelton, as a rebound kite containment here from the side of Seer is not good for a Hullabaloo.
And he has Owl and Flywheel online in a second here. This is excellent for ACT. That's struggle-free. Could be the difference in the match here. We're going to see him dash after the Seer, still holding onto the Flywheel, able to get the vault off and avoids every single hit here. And this rebound's going to continue along. The last cipher's already winding down at this point. ACT potentially on track to have 4 survivors at the end. We're even going to see some support here from the Antiquarian, but gets the down onto the Seer. Antiquarian able to Flywheel here, trying to stun. Just does not want to give a free hit in this position since she does have Tide Turn. Would prefer to be able to save here.
But that's also okay, though. Look at where Gravekeeper is right now. Currently at balcony, we're going to try force the rescue here from the side of Anti-Current. But if Anti-Current gets a nice... we need to be careful of the warp. We need to be careful of the warp, because if we get it, it'll be pretty bad. But that's a very nice hit on the side of Anti. But can Anti this time? No, she can't right now. We're just missing one more red zone here remaining. But Anti, that's a very nice flip. As we now, that's a double surprise then. But at least Gravekeeper's on the way in. Yep. That's going to be back to rescue here as we're able to dash ourselves straight towards it. But okay, does Seer have any items on our hands to you? We have a third owl from the side of Seer. As long as Seer pull a little bit more distance, that's all what it matters. One Flywheel. Owl's currently ready. And that's such a beautiful rebound kite, but the owl did not body block the hit. As now, we're standing in straight between the pallets, but the question is how fast can we get the cipher machine done? As the pallet has been dropped down right now, can we get the double surprise landed on this Seer? No, we didn't, Shelton. The cipher machine's almost done, and Seer, such beautiful corner containment.
Yeah, he can't get him here, and Seer doesn't have BT, so they're just going to go for the pop. And there's no trait. He is going to get... he's going to get down. That's a pretty big down, but there's no trait here. Gravekeeper already on the exit gate. The problem is Gogo, the Fire Investigator, is not there. Where does XC go? Does he go to the gate? If he goes to the gate, it gives Fire Investigator a chance to potentially escape their dungeon here. This gate will be open. These 2 survivors are going to get out. Does Fire Investigator have dungeon to work with here? He does have dungeon at middle. This is a 3-survivor escape against a round 1 Hullabaloo, and ACT with a monumental advantage after this first half.
Honestly, from the side of Shelton, he did bring warp, try to counter that tight containment there up against, a Seer. However, it does seem like it's not enough, especially with the fact that, a Seer, even with a tight containment in mind, you need to land those double surprises. You need to be able to actually get your hits with your triple zones, and that's what Seer is good at. Tight containment, and of course, very fast regeneration on that owl too. So with that in mind, we now do see, okay, Seer is currently in permaban, but a 3-man escape game 1 is absolutely baffling, especially up against the Hullabaloo 2. It's a brilliant game 1 for ACT, and now dun round 2 up against MRC survivors. Yes, their survivor team comp is good, but you do have Hullabaloo and Goatman round 1 hunters.
Yeah, and XC unfortunately just continuing to really struggle in this event thus far. We see him yet to get a 4 kill. He's gotten 1-3 elimination. It wasn't even with one of the S-tier hunters. It was with an AN. So it's really not a great start for him at all here. But ACT, again, we don't see 3 escapes of Hullabaloos very often. In fact, it's essentially like if you look into old meta, and let's say a survivor team gets a 4 escape in round 1. That's essentially what it is. Like back in the Dream Witch meta, I was like, okay, we managed to 4-escape the Dream Witch, we managed to 4-escape the Breaking Wheel, or whatever it may be. Getting a 3-escape here against a Hullabaloo is it's a pretty similar comparison to getting a 4-escape in old meta. That's how hard it is to do against these round 1 hunters here. And you know, you saw the warp in the first chase just essentially having no effect at all. It did force the Seer to transition away, but I don't think he'd mind that at all. It actually put him in a slightly better position. Now the warp did allow him to down the Antiquarian, but it doesn't matter. The ciphers were too far along at that point. Let's take the theoretically, let's say he has Abnormal, he downs the Survivor chairs there. You have Abnormal's middle cipher. They don't have enough ciphers to win the game at that point. It's most likely going to be a tie. And that's why you bring Abnormal here. So the warp trait, again, we talked about how it's not a common trait for a Hullabaloo, especially with a left-right build here in round 1. It didn't work out here, unfortunately, for XC.
Yeah, and like, theoretically speaking, yes, it does make sense if you want to bring Warp to try counter that slow vault here, especially when you want to prevent him from, you know, utilizing and regaining his owl. But like, with that Seer, we saw how important it is to actually land as many of your double surprises as possible, and we saw how important it is as well that, you know, when going up against the Seer, it's just the more time you give him to Taikite, the worse it kind of does get. 2 owls though in this just a short span of time. We also can't forget, Seer did not actually look at Hullabaloo until he got off that train. So being able to get such a second owl that fast as well does show us how strong such a character would be as well. And from the side of ACT, yes, they did gamble on the Seer initial first chase, but they did get the result they wanted now. And moving on to our second half, it's just, I think it's way too hard. I genuinely do think it's way too hard for MRC survivors here to actually try aim for a 3-man escape.
Yeah, it's very difficult. At this point, you just, this is one of those situations where it's about minimizing the damage. So at least aim for a tie, right? And you can get a 5-3 for this first round. Totally no problem to come back from. You don't want to fall too far behind, right? So let's say you get in a situation where it's like, okay, the hunter gets a 3 kill. Then you're down 6-2. Let's say the round 2 is tied. Then you're down 6-2 going into the last round. That's really hard to come back from, because then your survivors essentially need a 3 escape. Your hunter needs to get a 3 kill in round 3, which getting a 3 kill in round 3, as we know, it's definitely not easy, considering that you don't have as many high win potential high kill hunters for that round. So you want to minimize the damage if you're MRC. You got to aim for a tie. You want to make it a 5-3 game. 5-3 is very easy to come back from. 6-2 is a lot more challenging of a deficit, and 8-1 is, as we know, extremely difficult and very, very rare. A lot of teams can make that comeback.
Definitely. But we're going to move on straight towards the stats here though. Nanacle with Prospector and Antiquarian here as preferred characters. From the side of MRC, their survivors are definitely way stronger than ACT, as we do see here with the statistics too. 100% escape rate on the side of Nanacle, mainly known as that Painter, and Antiquarian main here on the side of MRC. Preferably speaking here, I'd say for round 1, the Antiquarian has to come out here no matter what, as this will be Love Left, our main rescuer on the side of MRC as well, who just recently joined too. He was in IVL finals, but still quite a relatively new player here, as a preferred character will be a Gravekeeper and Mercenary with average deduction points of 7,362, average containment time of 89.68 seconds, average rescues of 0.67, average decoding of 50%.
They also saw Love Left, I believe, was the MVP for the last round as well that MRC played in, having some pretty effective kites. So yeah, we'll see if they're actually going to chase. Obviously, the Rescuer is not often chased, but it does happen, and it is possible in this meta. We are going to see COAⅧ here, average time 60 seconds, slightly on the lower end there. Average rescue 0, 67% escape rate though, so able to escape majority of the time, and 130% decoding. So definitely going to be decoding quite a bit. We see Patient and Aeroplane as kiting characters here from this player.
Yeah, Watts is more or less known as the dark horse of this team as well, especially with his own solo containments, with Patient, with, you know, Dash Aeroplanus as well. He's someone that's actually known to contain the Hunter for a very long time. He's more known as a 120-second containment type character and survivor too, with all his survivor pool and his reaction time with those flywheels as well. However, on the side of ACT, our newest Hunter here, Dun Dun, will be 10,325 average deduction points here, with average knockdowns of 5.5, average eliminations of 1.5, terror shock of 0.5, average time to knockdown 72.98 seconds, and formal elimination is 0%. Preferred Hunter here will be the Hullabaloo and Ivy, and on the side of Dun Dun as well, his preferred character more or less is going to be map control type hunters, as we do see that Dream Witch on his pool as well during the regional qualifiers. However, right now for round 1, you don't typically speaking need to play Hula Blue or Goatman first. That is the trump card here Zhen has on his hands. And not only that, we could potentially speaking bring out a Dream Witch. You could potentially speaking do what Axwave has done, bring out a pocket pick character like Joker, depending on what team comp we do decide to choose here from the side of MRC.
Yeah, you can actually just play for a tie. Play some hunter that you're comfortable with getting a tie here. And what that does is it creates a situation where it actually allows you to play either Hullabaloo or Goatman again. Not again, but it allows you to actually play them in round 2, because then the hunter that's globally banned in round 1 is not one of those 2 characters. So it does open up some windows of different opportunities here, but we're going to see Priestess and the Gravekeeper here first for MRC. Mechanic and Seer banned right away. Antiquarian as the next ban here. So interesting going straight into the Gravekeeper, prioritizing Gravekeeper over the Officer. I guess the upside of this is Gravekeeper will not be global banned, and you can actually save Officer for later rounds. So that could be beneficial later on here. Let's see what MRC opts to go with for their next Survivor pick. Ever Sleeping Town, again, Priestess, very strong here. Let's see Puppeteer. It's gonna be the next pick for MRC. Yeah, again, it's tough for survivors here when you go through your band pick, because it's like you want to counter pick one of these round 1 hunters like Goatman or Hullabaloo, but since the hunter has so much of an advantage with the 3 survivor escape, you also have to consider other options. You know, this ACT hunter could easily just go a different route and try to pick something that actually counters the comp in return.
Yeah, and especially with this item as well, though, the Night being banned, it might kind of be a great indicator of it will be Hula Blue or Goatman, but from the side of MRC, Nanako will be choosing out that Novelist. Novelist buff did come true, though. We can't forget that range increase is absolutely insane on the side of the Novelist as well, especially when it comes with, you know, pulling distance up against the Hula Blue and the Goatman as well when it comes to tie containment. However, still can't forget, once again, you don't necessarily have to play the 2 meta characters right now. You could potentially opt out for an Ivy, could potentially opt out, well, maybe if not for Opera Singer, but Ivy here wouldn't be such a bad choice if you want the first chase a Novelist ASAP. But you know what, very respectable bans here on the side of Zun, because that Mechanic and that Antiquarian is basically S-Badge the first Mechanic, S-Badge Antiquarian from the side of Nanako as well. So with this side, we try to get as much of the comfortable picks out from the side of MRC as possible. And for Zun right now, what hunter do we really want to play? Would it be the big 2, or do we want to opt out for? No, we'll be opting in for Goatman here instead.
Yeah, just trying to add on to the lead here. You know, as we talked about, this is perfectly fine. We kind of talked about how as a hunter here, if you're able to get a 3 elimination or a 4 elimination, you essentially put MRC in a position where they really just want to, they're kind of going to have to win 2 rounds in a row, because a 6-2 deficit, obviously that's difficult to come back from. A 8-1 deficit is incredibly hard to come back from. So let's say it's a 4 kill here. They're up 8-1. Then MRC basically has to win 2 rounds in a row. They cannot afford to tie around. They have to win 2 rounds in a row, essentially. And even if for a 6-2, it's likely that they would have to try to win 2 rounds in a row as well. It's just so hard to make that comeback. So add as many points here. Obviously it does go by rounds, but if we do have a tiebreaker round, which is very common, those extra points are so crucial in the long run. So just tack on as many points here as possible for the hunter side, and just give ACT more of a lead.
Yeah, we're going to be able to see Goatman here spawning by the entrance of Graveyard, as Novelist spawning by Geisha, the Priestess spawning by Tramslan, alongside with the Puppeteer at Balcony, and of course Gravekeeper in middle. It seems like Novelist here definitely will be a potential first chase. However, we cannot forget that this Goatman does not have to drop down a cage until he's close enough towards the Novelist, or we're at a better position. For now though, it'll be Excitement with Tremor Detention on the side of our Goatman, alongside from Survivor side, Knee-Jerk Reflex on Puppeteer, Tie-Turner Knee-Jerk Reflex on Priestess, Tie-Turner on the Gravekeeper, and of course Flywheel Knee-Jerk Reflex on the side of Novelist. This will be MRC versus ACD here for game 1, match 1, second half, excuse me, in Ever Sleeping Town. I'm a commentator Kuroshiru, and with me is Eli-O.
Alright, so we're going to see Goatman rotating towards the middle area here in the location of the Gravekeeper. Not going to commit there, most likely. Let's see if he actually goes for this Survivor here. We're going to see the pallet get dropped here. Just going to use this time to take down this middle pallet. And nope, just going to go ahead and get a shovel out, get some energy out of that item. Going to take down both of these pallets, so these survivors will not have this to work with later on, and we'll change targets towards, looks like that's gonna be the Priestess Shouty over here at corner. No, I'm still trying to find a target. Finally catching sight of the Novelist, which appears to be his optimal chase target.
For now though, 100 stacks of resentment on the side of our Goatman. Novelist does have quite a nice containment area here, as we do see quite a big cage as well, but Duncan is going to get a little bit confused here himself as well. We cannot forget that we have a book here to use. I was going to use it, but that's going to be excitement pop out here instantly, as we're going to be able to at least cancel one of the cages, but that's a first hit registered pretty early on. Around 75% storybook here will be regenerated, as not the best cage here to use, but we do have a flywheel here to at least negate it once again and to get our book out on time. But that will be a flywheel out as now. Cage. Ooh, got the hit there on time. Got the hit there on time.
You know,
a little bit unfortunate though.
Yeah. I'm wondering if he even needed to use the book in the first cage. The cage was going to expire within the next second or two. I feel like he could have actually conserved that. But I'm not really sure. It would have been very close. I guess played better safe than sorry. Did get the excitement out. So definitely an optimal start here for the Hunter side. And we're going to see who actually comes for the rescue of Untitled Chapter, Gravekeeper and Priestess. So we could see that being either. Looks like Priest is going for the backdoor save here, able to get all the way up to the chair without getting caught up, but gets the portal canceled. And we're going to go ahead and see the rescue. Again, Cypher's not quite as far along as Survivors would like. We're going to see the switch there with the Novelist, but I don't know if that's going to do much. Oh, he's able to tie out the
missed at the cage. There's no cage. There's no cage. I think
Priestess broke it. I believe Priestess broke that, so he was able to kite that out. He's got one more cage to work with here. Is he able to get this down? He's got him caught in the open. He should be able to get this one.
But it's still a nice rebound kite though. We're almost 3 Cypher Machine done here from the side of Survivors and Gravekeeper. Yes, we still have a shovel left, but at least the good news here is we've wasted so much resentment on this side of Goatman. I think it at least can be a tie guarantee game on this side of MRC. A little bit unfortunate though for our Goatman, but now I think the main question will be, we are currently not max presence. Resentment will stack a little bit slower compared to the usual. Puppeteer and Priestess decoding the last 2 Cypher Machines. No, Priestess finishing up her own, and that will be a Gravekeeper on his way in.
Gravekeeper coming in for the rescue here. There's the cage. He's going to go for the basic hit to get the Gravekeeper to half health here. Novelist going to try to farm as much book as possible. There's the switch. Swing and a miss. Switch back, trying to get to find the Novelist here. He should be able to, he swings too early. Can he get the hit here on? And he does get it right around the corner to down the Novelist here. The last Cypher Machine now at only 18%. Trait back online. It's not a tie game just yet. Definitely still a possibility for a win here on the Hunter side, with Trait still available, 2 injuries on the board, and the last Cypher Machine with very minimal progress. It's definitely a possibility for Goatman to turn this into a victory here.
Yes, however, we cannot forget that currently Priestess and Gravekeeper is healing on the side too. Unwanted Order is not on the side of Hunter, as we're going to be able to get that heal on the Priestess, but who's going to be chased? That's going to be Priestess body block. We still do have a trump card to use here for either teleport or blink, but from the side of Priestess, 2 portals still left on our hands to use. Can still contain the Goatman here for a pretty long time, but now the question is, will we change? No, we won't.
Yeah, that's a pretty fast find from where the Survivors were healing as well. Being able to immediately get on top of them and start committing to chase here. Shouty forced to work around this pallet here. Walks through the pallet and he gets the down here onto the Priestess. That's relatively quick. Grave at half health still. Puppeteer, of course, can rescue, but that Cypher is just now being started, and Trait is still available, so it's going to be very difficult for MRC to get to the end game here.
I feel like as long as Puppeteer doesn't really give out his location from his breeding, everything should be fine. But for now, Dundon's trying to look for where that Puppeteer is. We're going to be able to break the cage for a no damage rescue. However, this is still quite an early rescue here, as Priestess is going to be able to get out Wish Dash Portal. Now then, the question here will be, do you want to go in with a double cage scenario where we can destroy the cage, or will Puppeteer here just become the main chase, as Priestess is going to be able to sneakily, slowly fade away from the sight of Goatman?
Yep, we're going to see continuing to the Puppeteer. Oh, Puppeteer doesn't use the ability. He doesn't use the ability. He's going to take a half health hit. Now we're going to see the teleport away here onto this Gravekeeper. There's the switch. Okay, he is able to get the Gravekeeper into the cage there. Will he be able to knock him out of the shovel here? Still missing that hit. Finally knocking him out of shovel. Gravekeeper able to cut out this cage. He's got one more follow-up to work with, though. There's the switch. Gravekeeper gets knocked down at the window, and they are stopping the heal yet again here. So Cyphers are not far enough along for MRC, and Gravekeeper getting shared towards middle. This allows the Goatman to pressure these Cypher Machines a lot easier. Could be detrimental for this match. Let's see, although the last Cypher Machine is pretty far away. It's all the way over at Fake 8.
And I know a lot of people say that Puppeteer's healing is kind of a debuff. However, up against a single hit hunter, being able to heal 2 survivors at the same time is absolutely crucial. Priestess, however, does have a portal here left to use on her hands to get straight towards the sheriff. For now, we're going to be able to hear that tonight is, but it's a Priestess you're going up against. Do you really want to try this? Dun as Priestess here, instant portal straight towards the sheriff right now. We're going to be able to take that portal as well, and it will be a before half rescue for the side of Gravekeeper. That's really nice as well. We want to try get for the body block, and we did manage to do so too. Cypher Machine currently 87%. Dun 94 seconds remaining.
He down him. He downs him before it's fine, though.
Goes down instantly.
He can pick him up. He needs to pick him up. Does he pick him up in time? He picks him up in time before the Cypher pop here. Gravekeeper did have BT, so that is a big miss for MRC. That's a crucial timing. 1 second later, MRC would have had a 3 survivor endgame. Now Priestess is in the vicinity. Will he be able to cut off the Priestess here? She does not even have a portal though, so she's just gonna get knocked down. And he could even teleport to the gate. I guess you don't want to risk Priestess healing up. He's gonna chair. If he teleports right away, he might have enough time here to get to this Puppeteer. Although Puppeteer does still have a puppet, he could take a hit and then get the gate open, so I think he still makes this no matter what. He will make this out the gate here. It looks like he's gonna put up a cage though.
Hold on, cage.
Double cage. He comes back. There's the break. He's gonna put up another one. Is this gonna be enough?
We need to use our puppet first. No, we got the hit instead, and we're out.
Yeah, 3 survivor elimination though, still perfectly fine. We talked about how a 3 kill here is going to give even more of an advantage. A 3 kill is so much more important than a tie here. 4 point difference is a lot larger than 2 here, and that's going to be very crucial as this match progresses. So perfectly fine here for ACT. 6-2 round 1 victory. They're looking very good to start this match.
Definitely. And like moving on towards round 2 and round 3 as well, we generally speaking can't forget now it's kind of a high pressure on the side of MRC. From the side of ACT though, we could probably play a little bit more safe for round 2 and round 3. Hullabaloo will definitely be banned from the side of MRC to the ACT Hunter. But look, realistically speaking, Opera and Ivy still in our hands to use. There's also Dream Witch as well, which you can use, to gain more points as well. But like with those pattern picks in those games, Novelist did go down a tiny bit early, but we do have to give the props towards that Goatman into, roaming around the map. They're getting the Gravekeeper to use the shovel first and then changing targets instantly, where 3 survivors were kind of disrupted at the start within the first 60 seconds. So with that in mind, Cypher Machines were pretty slow because of that as well.
Indeed. And from there on, we saw the first down ended up being pretty quick. We see the containment time here, 65 seconds. Definitely not, and that's with a rescue being in play. So it's just the power of this Goatman. It's such a hard character to kite against. Novelist, I think out of all the characters here, probably the most optimal chase target. He was able to find him relatively early. There wasn't didn't take him too much time to locate that survivor, was able to get him down. The excitement ended up being the correct trait to have. Sometimes we kind of ask like, oh, is this the right trade? Should he have brought this? Whatever. But excitement ended up being perfectly fine. Allowed him to get his early hit and get the Novelist down quick enough and to play for a win there. Also, I think the big one of the crucial moments at the end was the Gravekeeper not getting up with borrowed time. Being able to get that pickup was super crucial. He would have been able to waste a little bit extra time, maybe enough time for Priestess to get to the gate or to locate towards dungeon or something. It would have given more of an opportunity for the survivors of MRC to get a tie there. But that 3 kill, very crucial for ACT. And that gives them a 6-2 lead, 4 points. So let's give a hypothetical scenario. We tie the second round here, go into round 3. Then MRC has to win the last round, 6-2 or better, 4 points or better. So what that kind of creates a situation where it's like, okay, then the XC has to essentially 3 kills, survivors need 3 escape just to tie. And 3 killing as a hunter, we did see him do it before, but 3 killing as a hunter in round 3, getting a win as a hunter in round 3 is very challenging because the 4 hunters that are built for getting high kills are no longer available. Okay, so then you're sort of left with playing some hunter that's not as consistent. Obviously, we know he has Dream Witch, but Dream Witch is easily counterable, and that's why Dream Witch has sort of fallen off as one of the main meta hunters. So you kind of create a situation that's like, okay, now our hunter essentially has to win, or our survivors have to like 4 escape or something like that in our hunter can tie, but that's a lot more challenging to do. So you create a situation where your hunter really has to go for a win. That extra kill is going to really be a factor, especially if we see a tie for the second round.
Yes, definitely. And it's not only that as well. From the side of MRC survivors and hunters, their hunters Hullabaloo and Goatman just isn't on par just yet. So we really are now wondering, will ACT be willing to ban that Goatman round 2, or maybe we want to try get rid of the Ivy first? Because we do know that from the side of MRC's hunter, they do play map control type hunters a little bit more than we play, fast chase hunters. Because we saw his opera singer as well it's really just not on par just yet with current top level hunters. But aside from that though, we'll move on straight towards the highlights first, and we'll see you all for game 2.
把这家花车加了是吧？
是的，是的。
花车加了修1号，
我修1号。4秒。 拍你，他预判你，贴到了，小迪。拆了，哎，拆了，他拆了，我已经在点了，我已经在点了。
So welcome back, guys, to our second round here of ACT versus MRC. And we saw a very exciting round one in which ACT coming out victorious for the first round by sort of 6-2, giving them a pretty large lead here. We saw a 3 survivor escape on the side of the ACT survivors against a hullabaloo, which obviously, as we know, is probably one of the most challenging things to do in this game as of right now, getting wins against those round 1 hunters. And ACT looking very, very strong in this matchup thus far.
Yes, and especially on the side of MRC though, huge criticism to them as well, but they really do need to get their feet back up when it comes to round 2 and round 3. Overall, their survivors are good, as we saw with their containment 2 up against an Excitement Goatman. Well, you know what, it's not bad, but it's just a little bit too hard to play Novelist up against the Goatmans we saw there with Excitement. Potentially speaking, if it was Peepers or up normal, definitely would have been better, but on the side of Zunzun though, realistically speaking, Excitement probably would be the best choice to make, especially when we look back between Rivals versus GR2 with Sprinter chasing up against AK's Novelist as well. That Excitement probably is just a better option, and especially with the fact that we're able to contain the survivor inside just one enclosed area to get that down. However, for game 2 though, we're going to be able to see that Sacred Hearts ban, as MRC will be choosing Factory for their round 2 first half. Xiaoceng will be the hunter that comes out from the side of MRC, and ACT decided that their survivors will come out for first half instead.
Yep, it's like ACT continuing to give with that survivor momentum. Potentially, we saw them get a 3 escape earlier on, and let's see what they're able to do here in round number 2. Keep in mind, MRC is searching for a victory here in the second round. Obviously, we talked about going into round 3. With this round being tied, would be a very difficult uphill battle for MRC to work out, and they'd have to have a 6-2 final round. We're going to look into a quick interview
2位
here,
大人的版本太强势了，我们一般都只会想着去跑1个跑2个的这方面，所以尽量就是去稳住自己这边的压力，然后去好好的给屠夫减少一点压力就好了。
Well, I mean, aiming for one or two escapes, definitely did better than that. That's for sure.
Definitely, and like from their survivor side as well, they're currently in top condition up against MSC as well. They're currently in top condition too. Like the first match of today, they need this win to at least guarantee a next win to become top 3. MSC has already received their first win already, so for them, I would say not necessarily you need to become first in your own groups, but becoming first in your own groups just means that you can at least nullify one of the games early on. You don't have to play, you get to play one less game. You're potentially speaking already in quarterfinals by that point. So, there is pros and cons for with all and all, but I would say from the side of MRC, the more games played for them, the better it is, honestly. They need to get their warm-ups done correctly there for both hunters and survivors to be at top condition.
Right, so yeah, XC looking to try to turn things around, and with this Arms Factory map selection, it does beg the question, are we even going to see a common round 2 hunter? Obviously, we know Ivy and Opera Singer are the most common round hunters. XC with the Opera Singer, though, doesn't seem to be something that he's entirely proficient in, and maybe not a character he'll want to lead into here. The Arms Factory does indicate a possibility of something like Anne or Dreamwitch here. Obviously, it's not a hunter we see in round 2 very often, but it is a hunter that XC could, it is 2 hunters that XC could potentially bring out. These are, this is probably the best map for both of those 2 hunters. So this would be a good situation to go into that if that's something that he is considering. Again, it's not common, but it is definitely possible here. As we know, his Anne seemed to be in very good condition, getting a 3 elimination in the first match that MRC did play in. And the Dream Witch is one of his specialty characters in which he's very effective with. So if there's any situation to bring it out, it would be in an Arms Factory spot, as this is the best map for Dream Witch.
Yes, definitely. But not only that too, I do feel like for MSC choosing Arms Factory, it might just be a double-edged sword for their Hunter. Because like, from the side of ACT now, we don't necessarily have to ban Goatman. Goatman is not such a great character in a map like this where there's so many palettes, so many windows to play mind games up against too. And it does seem like for the coach, MRC's coach Hun Hun has come back from his mini break to become the main coach instead of the survivor players here. But like, if we just think about it, this might not be good. If ACT decides to ban out Ivy, in which it is MRC specialty as well, I don't think Opera Sing and Goman is good enough in a map like this. However, moving straight on towards the ban picks, we're going to get rid of the coordinator and first officer. And Goman here will be perma-banned, it seems, from the side of survivors. If that's the case, Xiao Ceng could bring out his Ivy since it's a relatively small map, and we could maybe aim for a 4-man elimination here.
I think we're going to have Knight and the Fire Investigator here, so Knight is not a character we see being utilized as much as some of these other main meta characters, but he's going to be the choice here for ACT Fire Investigator, pretty standard support/kiting character. So going into the Barmaid next. So this is indication that they are worried about a potential Dream Witch. As we know, Barmaid is not only good against Dream Witch, it's also good against Ivy as well. So it opens up quite a few hunters that ACT is looking to play against here. The last ban from the Hunter side here is going to be very interesting. I wonder if he's going to go with some sort of Dream Witch ban. Psychologist still on the table could be an option to ban here. CR obviously is already gone because of the global bans, but maybe something like Acrobat. I feel like Psych would be a great ban here, though, especially if he's considering Ivy or Dream Witch, even Anne for that matter. Actually, no. Well, it depends if they want to have Knight as the main rescuer. But it looks like we're going to see Puppeteer actually getting banned. And so now the question is, does ACT use Knight as the main rescuer, or do they go for a second rescuer here?
Probably Mercenary will be the best choice here, especially when we can recycle him here too. The decoding progress might be a little bit slow here, but from the side of ACT, we might want to aim for that endgame accelerated decoding, especially with a side that you probably want to contain up against an Ivy as soon as possible. But seems like we're going to aim for that Acrobat instead. We're going to go for a max containment type team with barely any decoding debuff, aside from the fact that it's only a 15% decoding debuff with that Knight. And if this is the pick here, will Xiao Ceng be willing to choose Dash Ivy? Or are we going to go for something else? Because Ivy here might just be too hard, with Acrobat being able to pull away from your Ostracon, with Barmaid being able to heal, the same with Flooring as well, or Fire Investigator being able to use that airbag to kind of nullify the leech, and then Knight just being Knight, being able to at least play rock, paper, and scissors with you. That gamble though on the Knight might be a little bit of a tough call here for ACT, but at least early game, you can double attack predict to force one of the revelations off, and maybe, let's say, we can try force a Wonder Stack of Fear to cancel a normal hit. But for now, from the Xiao Ceng, it's a lot of thought that you have to put in here.
I don't think you can play Dream Witch into this. With Acrobat, Fire Investigator, Barmaid, all extremely powerful against you. You just don't really have good. I mean, your best target would be like Knight, and even that's hard. Knight will just swing cancel the Dream Witch, and you don't really have. Dream Witch just doesn't really work here. I think in this composition, it's too hard. Too many counters. Ivy is playable, but even that's challenging. You know, as you mentioned, the Barmaid is very difficult to kill quickly. As an Ivy, you have Acrobat for leaving the Tombstone range quickly, a Fire Investigator. There's just so many characters here that Ivy. This composition for ACT is excellent. They got a very good ban pick here.
Yes, definitely.
We kind of talk about how it's going to be Ivy. He's going to take the risk with Ivy. I guess you kind of have to, since you are in a situation where your team needs to make a comeback. But it's definitely not easy. We kind of talk about how, you know, which side wins the ban pick. Did the Hunter have a more ideal ban pick to the Survivors? But I'd definitely say the ACT Survivors got an extremely strong team composition here, and definitely have the advantage after this ban pick.
Yeah, and not only that too, this team comp counters Dream Witch and Ivy. It's basically the top 3 hunters that MRC Xiao Ceng can play right now. So we're going to have to go with Ivy here no matter what happens, because she is still considered one of the high priority format elimination type hunters. But for now, area selection mode, here we go. Instantly on the side of Survivors here, Barmaid, Factory, Acrobat, Ash, Moongage, with our Fire Investigator spawning by the big rock corner alongside with Knight. at the entrance to Shack, but it seems like Acro decided to transition straight towards Junkyard Ruins. With this type of spawn location, IB spawning in middle simply just means that we don't really have that much map pressure here to apply, or we can't apply that map pressure as we change ourselves straight towards Moon Gauge. And with this in mind though, if we did actually bring Constraint, at least either Knight or Barming Cypher Machine will be locked. But if we didn't bring Constraint, it's not enough map control on the side of our Ivy.
Indeed. So here we go. We're getting into our match here. We're going to see the coaches shake hands again. MRC looking to make a comeback here after dropping round number 1 to ACT by a score of 6-2. Bit of a deficit to work out of. We see a pretty standard build for Ivy. We're going to see 1, 2, 3 borrowed times with the Acrobat having broken windows and tide turner. This is the first half of the second round. ACT Survivors versus the MRC Hunter side. I'm Emilio, joining with Kershaw, bringing the live commentary for this matchup.
Second game, first half, it'll be Xiaoteng going straight towards Sen here as Ivy seems like we want to lock that Acrobat Cypher Machine first with Instant Tension alongside with Max Hunt and Berserker. We did bring Constraint here as well, however the Cypher Machine just isn't locked at Factory. So right now, our Fire Investigator here will be first chase. We want to try get one Revelation on towards him before a Leech. But for now though, 11 being at middle as well might just be a better Survivor here for us to chase after, as we do have abilities here to play Mind Games. But seems like that's a very nice Fear stack. 40% Revelation instantly, as now we're just going to walk towards the Knight and see what else we can get. Right,
going to continue after the Survivor here. Ghost still sitting on the Knight, 1% off of the Ghost, scaring him up to 100 here. We're going to see a swing cancel, a second swing cancel, and it looks like he's going to chase onto the Acrobat here. Going to go to use a slow bomb to get to this pallet, and not even going to commit to Acro, maybe? Oh, no, looks like actually, yeah, now going to go after this Acrobat here in this area. Already a good start for the Survivors though. 2 Survivors with a lot of progress. Can Acrobat, he needs to avoid giving any sort of basic hit here. We're going to see him holding down bomb. It's going to be a red bomb. Will he be able to use it through this window here? He's going to use it through the window, but the XC is still right behind him here. He does have enough time to make it to this window though, I think, without the blink. Getting a terror shot. Gonna blink. This is the blink.
He dodged the blink.
Can he bomb away? It's gonna be really close. He bombs across the window and he's able to avoid the blink here. What a great start for this Acrobat.
And now that's going to be instant 100 stacked, and we know that there's no blink on the side of Ivy anymore, as we did get that Revelation. However, it doesn't really matter for the Acro here, as for Dream Witch, we want to try to get a little bit more stacks on towards this Acrobat. 60 is preferable, but right now, 60 we did manage to get on it as the hit does come out too. Now, one more Revelation until this Acro goes down. However, look at the Cypher Machine, 2.5. Wait, Cypher Machine are a little bit slow, so we got the Revelation. That'll be that down on the Acro, and we cancelled animation as well on that side. 11 in middle. We did decode a little bit slow because of the initial map control from the side of Ivy, but right now, that might just be a full chain notification as Sen could potentially struggle free here.
Yeah, they do force him out of middle here with the airbag, and he can't go to the pallet because the pallet would get thrown down. I wonder if the Survivor has any sort of struggle speed or anything like that. He does struggle free. That is a massive play here. There's no blink for XC, and there's no stacks, of course, on the Acrobat since he struggled. This Acrobat could easily rebound into Factory. It looks like he may even have to change targets. Acrobat, of course, he doesn't have any bombs because he did use that last red bomb and got hit through it, but he's going to have to change targets completely onto a double airbag Fire Investigator, and who's at full health. And we're going to see the heal start to get activated onto the Acrobat here. The crazy thing about this situation is we might even just see the Survivors get another win here. This position is just so strong for them. They have triple borrowed time, which means if they get towards the endgame position and they go for a Cypher Pop, they will most likely have 4 Survivor endgame. XC, way far behind here.
Survivors are putting way too much distance for an Ivy to actually catch up here comfortably. Right now, last 3 Cypher Machines are 50% on average. Not only that too, that failed chair absolutely took the Ivy to the grave. As right now we got that one just stack Revelation, but it doesn't matter if the pallet there has been dropped down instantly too. We can leech on towards the Fire Investigator, but even if you do decide to do that, it's really just one airbag and one distance pull out. And now the question is, how much can we actually play off this game now, as our third Cypher machine is about to pop, last two Cypher machines, just 30% left.
And he's not even full presence, so even if he teleports onto a survivor here, he's not getting an easy hit. We're going to see trying to pressure off middle, but we're going to be at one Cypher machine remaining. Even if he pressures down middle Cypher at 66, it's so easy for him to start a new Cypher. Nobody's injured. We're going to finally see the hit here onto the Fire Investigator. We will see the full presence get activated, but it's just too late in the game at this point. We're going to see him teleport towards Barmaid. Barmaid at 59%. That's not even a good number for XC. He's a little bit short there of getting the 100%. Even if he does do that, Barmaid has a heal drink. She's got so much to work with here. He's really trying to get...
we did get the hit there, though. We did get the hit there, though.
He could have not put her up to 100, right? I think he could have just left her. He could have just hit at like 60% and then go scared immediately after. But I think he, I don't know. Anyways, we're gonna see the knight. He's gonna double swing cancel so we can take the vault, avoid getting that hit. You kind of see what I'm like. I'm kind of curious why he went for the main body scare, right? She was already at 60, so he could have just hit basic hit, and then he could have immediately scared right after. To down her, but either way, doesn't matter. We're going to continue on the chase here. Barmaid, see, just like that, able to get the heal as well. Two Cypher machines being worked on here, and Survivor's doing very good in this position.
I would say from the side of XC, we probably just want to get Survivors to use their items as much as possible here. But even if you do decide to do that, there's still so many chests around the map to use. Our last two Cypher, well, we're basically decoding an extra Cypher machine, but it will be primed here for size. We pop open here instantly. 4-man endgame here up against an Ivy. Preferably speaking here, we would like to force out that blink, but probably from the side of Survivors, we just want to get this game going ASAP. Now, that's what we're going to talk about when it comes to the Fire Investigator. He cannot leech on towards the fire, and right now that gate will be open just about on time too. Even if we do decide to walk over there, look, the distance just isn't enough. You don't have Hunt as well, and all other Survivors are at Moon Gate. Go, the Fire Investigator being able to open that exit gate as we do get rid of our airbag too, just so we can get out. And right around now, seeing Sandy Middle, can we at least get this Acrobat down? No, we didn't. 98
Oh, he
stacks.
does have blink though. He's gonna blink for the down here, but that's perfectly fine for ACT. We're gonna see 3 Survivors out the X8 here in round 2, getting a 3 escape against the Ivy. XC yet to tie a match here in this series against ACT. ACT taking even more of a lead here, and at this point in time, ACT most likely will be putting themselves in a position to easily win from this spot.
Yeah, I feel like for Xiaoteng right now, he's way too rusty. Like, his Hula Blue isn't the best. His Goldman isn't. We haven't really seen his Goldman, but he isn't willing to choose him out. And of course, with that Ivy too, who is his specialty hunter, getting a 3-man escaped by a Survivor team comp like this, yes, it does fully counter you as well, but it's a huge props to that Florian too, who came into middle just on time to lock your entrance towards that chair at middle, and of course with the knight standing right behind that pallet just to prevent your second entrance, forcing Xiaoteng to actually go quite a roundabout way towards another chair near factory. But now that we think about it, maybe it would have been better just take a loop around that airbag to go from the third entrance, which comes from the factory gate, and then towards the chair might just be a little bit better in that scenario too. So I feel like from the side of our hunter, not the best decision makings moving on towards the first match of the day, as we do see the match stats here too. That Acrobat 101 second containment time, and that Fire Investigator 115 second containment time.
Yeah, that struggle free was so important. If he's able to get that chair there on the Acrobat, I think he can probably tie that position. The Cyphers were pretty far along, but not far enough for a win. But that struggle free forcing him to change targets, and he never even shared. I don't think he shared anybody since then. I mean, his only chair was at the end, right? So that was, I mean, when you're unable to share a Survivor up until detention period, you're gonna have a very difficult time on the Survivor side, on the Hunter side. And so, yeah, ACT the Survivor's playing very well today. We don't see Survivor teams playing this consistently well against these round 1, round 2 Hunters, but getting a 3 escape on Hullabaloo, 3 escape on Ivy. ACT now takes a lead of its now 9-3 in their favor. So even if MRC manages to get a 3 Survivor escape here, which is very challenging to do here in the second round, even if they do manage to do that, they're still down by a 4-point deficit going into the third round, which, as we talked about, is already really difficult to come back from. So that's what I mean when I say that ACT pretty much has got this one locked up, unless we see some sort of miracle for MRC.
Yeah, and it's not only that too, like, ACT Hunter does have Opera, ACT Hunter does have Ivy as well. We could potentially mimic the same team comp that ACT Survivor has done for our first half of the ban picks, but I do feel like for MRC, if they really want to try to replicate that, we need a really good early game decoding progress. Because like when we saw from the initial first half there, Xiaotun did get the Acrobat down a little bit late, but even with the Acrobat going down later, it was only 2.5 Cypher Machine. We missed a blink, yes. We didn't really get as much control, as much map control as we want, yes, but that it's still 2.5 Cypher Machine at the end of the day. We could have went straight towards him to lock the Cypher Machine, but no, it was fully denied by that Fire Investigator. And with that, Survivors were able to pull a huge comeback there with a 4-man endgame 3-man escape. And now up to MRC Survivors, we do need to strategize here as much as we can. But even with the strategies here, up against an Opera and Ivy, if we do decide to ban out the Goatman, is really hard. Potentially speaking, we could leave out the Goatman and ban Ivy, just so maybe we can try to play that Professor team comp with, you know, the Seer, with the Mercenary and Psychologist. But now, the question being, is MRC willing to take on that risk?
I don't know. That seems unlikely. I feel like, if anything, Ivy is easier to win against than Goatman. We see when Ivy first came out, it was sort of between Ivy and Opera, which character hunters would prefer to play. And the way we kind of classified it is Opera is more consistent in not losing, but has lower win potential than Ivy. And so Ivy is technically, while Ivy is very good, I do feel like Ivy is easier to 3-escape than Goatman. Well, what you're saying, well, I do understand what you're saying. I don't think they can. That just seems too much of a risk. It is possible. Maybe they'll just, you know, try to extremely hard counter comp the Goatman and remove the Ivy from play. And, you know, something we have seen, we've talked about this yesterday actually, is that the characters that counter Goatman are also very effective against things like Opera. So you can technically ban Ivy and just play comps that counter both Ivy and Opera.
Yes.
Opera and Goatman.
Yeah, but I guess it's really hard though, because like realistically speaking, right now, if we want to actually aim for a little bit more, actually no, sorry, my bad. Gogo played Goatman last game, so this game is meant to be Hulu Blue. My bad. So we actually have to ban Hulu Blue here, no matter what, from the side of MRC, if that's the case. Goatman's definitely not coming out, as we're gonna move him straight towards the perma bans. But if that's the case, then okay, fair enough. Yeah, we have Dream Witch then, if that's the case for round 2. With Dream Witch, with Ivy, with Opera Singer. What are we gonna do now? We could potentially even just choose an Ann for ACT's Hunter. Right, we could go for the Ann for that guaranteed tie game. We could go with an Warp Ann as well, max pallet breaking alongside with instant attention, just so you get those double jumps and prevent rebound containment as much as possible, to prevent the harass as much as possible. But now what I would also say is, look, MRC Survivor have to stand up for their Hunter, but even if we do stand up for this Hunter moving on towards round 3, what else can we really choose once Goatman and Opera Singer has been banned from the side of MRC's Hunter? Could we potentially go Dream Witch? Could we potentially go Ann? That's going to be another issue at hand later on towards the game, but we will have to move on straight towards the second half of MRC versus ACT here, as we do move on straight towards the ban picks.
Alright, let's see what's going to happen. We see Seer and Antiquarian getting banned, pretty standard for the first 2 bans. What do the Survivors opt to go with? Will they just ban Hullabaloo? Probably would make the most sense. Obviously, as we know, Hullabaloo is very difficult to ever get a win against. Of course, we will see the Hullabaloo getting banned here. And for the Survivors, what Hunter they are really trying to counter here? Because they have a lot of things they got to consider. This is not just like, oh, we're trying to fight for a 1 escape or fight for a tie. They're fighting for a win here. So they really need to have some sort of composition that's going to be open to any possibility of Hunter here. And for MRC Survivors, it looks like we're going to see them choosing what they're going to lock in.
I say, potentially speaking here, we can't get a Seer out instantly if we want to try contain up against an Ivy or an Opera Singer. Those two are probably one of the better choices
Seer is
on
banned.
our hands to use right now.
Seer is banned.
Oh, Seer is banned, sorry.
So...
Sorry, Seer is banned.
So I mean, obviously, we might see something like Psychologist. Obviously, we know that's a very... Or Officer, obviously, you got to go with something strong here. We see the Officer and the Fire Investigator. So as we know, Fire Investigator effective against Ivy. It can be useful against Ann. It can be useful, very good against Dream Witch. So definitely opens up a lot of possibilities for countering the Hunter. So I definitely like the Fire Investigator pick. Officer pick as well. Makes a lot of sense. For the next spin, it's going to be the Novelist here, actually. from ZZ9.
Potentially speaking, Opera Singer might actually be our Hunter's main pick here. Like, realistically speaking, if you do decide to ban a Novelist, I don't think Ivy is the character that you actually want to play, because that storybook is not going to come out for Novelist. Our third pick here will be Acrobat, as from the side of MRC right now, we do realize that it's probably going to be either a very high speed type Hunter and not Ivy here at all. It could potentially speaking be An2, because if Dublin really wants to play, a Novelist has to go instantly alongside with that COAⅧ ban. And last but not least, that will be an Explorer for the side of COAⅧ. COAⅧ's Explorer, though, looking for the hide early, well, trying to hide early game, trying to maybe waste time, seeing whether ACT's Hunter is willing to take the bait here or not. But we cannot forget that Explorer on a map like this, especially for MRC as well, has never really worked well. The last time this character has been picked up from MRC was up against a Naiad, and that up against a Naiad pick, it was a 4-man elimination with the Explorer on the team, and the Explorer was first chased too.
The thing is, Explorer also allows Dreamwitch to be played here, just because Explorer is an easy target for Dreamwitch to locate. So also we know Officer's not particularly strong rescuer against Dreamwitch as well, because he can patrol it out of that pocket watch. So Dreamwitch is actually a definite possibility here. Obviously, Acrobat, Fire Investigator are not optimal targets, but the rescuer being Officer is not great for going against Dreamwitch. The Explorer is definitely not good for going against Dreamwitch, as Dreamwitch has an easier time finding Explorer than a lot of the Hunters in this game. So definitely that does open up that opportunity. But we may just see a safer pick as well, like the AN, like you talked about. We may just see Dreamwitch. Yeah, there you go. And I think it definitely does make sense. You know, Officer, even Officer is chaseable. You can double Patroller and Officer. You can chase the Officer, get rid of the Rescuer first. You could look for the Explorer. You have many options here. It is not easy to beat a Dreamwitch here with this sort of team composition. You only have Acrobat's a decent counter, and Fire Investigator's a good counter, but the other two are not particularly strong here against Dreamwitch.
Yeah, another question in mind is, did MRC survivors go all knee-jerk reflex with no flywheel? Because if that's the case, there is like the Dreamwitch Patroller bites, it might just be able to land a little bit easier as long as I would not be able to cancel those bites as well. However, area selection mode we go, it'll be Acrobat spawning by Shack, first Officer in middle, Fire Investigator at the entrance to Junkyard. Meanwhile, Explorer here will be the one spawning at a factory. Dreamwitch will be spawning inside Junkyard rooms herself, with most likely the top right corner cipher machine there being locked on the near factory gauge. But if this is the case, as Eli has said too, just way too many options here to chase. We can go after First Officer, we can go after Explorer. Those two will most likely be high priority picks here from the side of Dreamwitch.
All right, we see the coaches shaking hands here. We are going to have MRC searching for at least a 3 survivor escape here against the ACT Dreamwitch to try to force a third round here. This is the second half of the second round of the MRC survivor side versus the ACT Hunter. This is day 5 for Call of Abyss group stage. I'm Yelio, joined here with Kershiro, giving you the live commentary for this match.
Dreamwitch will go straight to middle here, it seems, as Fire Investigator will be making his move out. Trauma Potential alongside with Max Hunt wanted order on Berserker here though, as it does seem like we're not willing to chase after that Explorer just yet, or maybe we're just passing by to see whether Explorer is here or not. Yes, it seems like we're going to do that right now, but the question now being, COAⅧ has rotated so far away already. No Tinnitus here remaining on our hands to use. Potentially speaking, Nanako's sitting nearby just to give Tinnitus as a main bait potential, and Zanzan might not be the best early game, so we have to chase after Nanako here. No, we're going to change straight towards love left. A Patroller is ready for this First Officer.
As we talked about, Officer is a viable chase target for a Dreamwitch. We're going to see immediate Patroller here right onto this Officer, unable to use any sort of item or pocket watch here. Going to go for the Leech as well. And we are going to see the first hit with the Spawn Follower there onto the Officer. Already a strong start here. And actually, he's not able to rotate that far away, so we could immediately see a Spawn Follower Patroller to follow up. Interested to see if he's going to go for that right away. He's waiting it out and finally going to go for that Patroller, waiting for that Leech to get a little bit closer. So now he can just switch to the Leech and down the Officer using that Leech.
Not only that, Dreamwitch has already pulled out Love Left's main leech here, as the leech will come back instantly to look for the sandwich scenario. We're going to get rid of the leech first, as the chair, we need to get someone on chair ASAP, right? Especially with the fact that first officer sits on chair for 72 seconds. There is still a Cypher Rush potential. So for our hunter right now, we do want to at least guarantee a 1-man elimination here ASAP, and maybe change to blink here whenever we see the chance. But Explorer here will be found instantly, as right now his Cypher machine will be the one that's
free
locked.
hit here as well. Oh wow, free hit onto the Explorer. That wanted order being very crucial here. Any free injury against a Dreamwitch is crucial. And he might even give another one here. This could be very bad. Turn track gets the down onto the office to the Explorer as well here. He's gonna be able to leech him, place him on the rocket chair. Explorer Shouty getting a little too comfortable, getting a free double down. That could be game changing here, absolutely, as the Explorer will get placed on the chair with his leech.
That's a brilliant pallet stun though, but we do have Patroller ready in 2 seconds on the side of this first officer's leech. So with that in mind, we're going to have to try Explorer here first to at least guarantee someone to come in to rescue. So that's one less survivor decoding with Acrobat here still roaming around. First officer also still having to be careful himself too, because Dreamwitch's main body patrol is now being dropped down, and we will be able to get that bite on 2. Fire Investigator coming in for the backdoor rescue for that Explorer, but it doesn't really matter. There's already someone else on chair here instantly, and we're barely 2.5 Cypher machine done with 2 survivors on chair here too.
He already switched to blink, so we could see a blink to down this Explorer as well if he keeps that leech following him here. He's gonna pressure down this this big rock Cypher as well, and let's see if he's able to. He's trailing. He's got sandbags covered. He's got big rock covered. He's got officer on chair for the second time. 4 Cyphers remaining. I really don't see how MRC can get a 3 escape out of this.
Yeah, and wanted orders on Explorer here too, because if we want, we can actually try that blink, but no, that's going to be a blink miss here, as we're going to be able to at least make our way straight towards that beautiful flywheel, but we still need to body block here no matter what happens. That's going to be normal hit, normal rescue. First officer, we do have pocket watches here to use. We hear the change, we did, and that will be finally the pocket watch here opened instantly, but blink will be ready pretty soon once that pocket watch has ended. We're barely even 3 Cypher machines done. The Cypher machine decoding progress is way too slow, and Explorer just started deleeching.
Now there is a page in play here. The Fire Investigator is holding a page, and Explorer is holding a page. So the Cyphers are actually a little bit farther along than they appear to be. So it is still a difficult challenge for MRC, but they do have 100% extra progress available. Let's see how they're going to use it. We'll see if he's gonna go for the blink. Not yet. Conserving that, trying to trap in the officer here. Officer will have watch back, but not yet. 5 seconds to go, and he gets blinked with the leech. He's gonna be placed on rocket chair and eliminated here. And now this hunter just needs to get 1 more survivor eliminated, and that means ACT will be winning here.
Not only that, Dreamwitch here can actually wait a very long time for endgame. Our Explorer here will be found instantly, as he was on chair once. And of course, it's Explorer we're talking about at the end of the day. You don't really have anything to contain except for your knee-jerk reflex to use. Right now, there are double 50% treasure here on the side of our Explorer and for the Fire Investigator. But even with that in mind, Explorer cannot really pop open the Cypher machine by himself. We're going to look for a sandwich scenario here, as Shouty will finally take his second hit. That's going to be a leech hit there though. But even with that in mind, look, we're near Nanako right now, who's currently decoding. Yes, he may have 50% treasure, but it seems like Explorer decided to rush that Cypher machine too, alongside with the Fire Investigator. But if everyone gets injured here, it will be really bad, because that means no one can rescue anymore for second rescue.
Now we're going to see Shouty will get knocked down here, most likely, at the window, and he's going to be placed on the rocket chair yet again. We have 50% on the Fire Investigators, for the Fire Investigator with that page there. So they actually have all the Cyphers. But again, we just need to see 1 more survivor get eliminated here. So he's gonna try to take him all the way to basement with these followers. You have to be careful of the Fire Investigator using the airbag, but you can just switch between followers and break the airbag if that does come into play.
And this is what Dreamwitch realizes this too, because last game it was the Fire Investigator nullifying the chair in middle. This game it will be the Fire Investigator trying to nullify that chair at basement. However, because we did bring our leech into, Fire Investigator is forced to retreat, and right around now we could potentially aim for a hit during the time that Explorer is on the balloon, but a double hit potential here is still possible. We're trying to go in for a basement rescue. 1 hit here and immediate change straight towards the next leech down in basement is just going to be a failed rescue there, forcing the pot to be open, and the leech being upstairs to, you know, guarantee an instant hit down. Right now, Donako on his way down. Xiaodi's leech is currently downstairs here. We didn't get a hit out.
Flywheel,
Beautiful flywheel. Beautiful no damage rescue. That's going to be an immediate explorer hit. But there's currently a follower here currently upstairs. Can we get an air back here on time? Maybe look for a crash out. But no, we're still playing around here. That's going to hit instantly on the explorer as now.
Oh no, he blocks
the
himself in.
Investigator will stay in basement with his friend.
He blocks himself into basement here. Fire Investigator is going to be placed on the rocket chair. Explorer is going to be eliminated. Acrobat will make it out the gate, but that is a 3-survivor elimination here. And that means ACT will be winning this match 2-0. 2 victories of 6-2. 2 rounds in a row. That's a 12-4 final here. What an incredible display of gameplay just from ACT.
I mean, Dream Witcher is also laughing at that airback too, but it seems like right now for our Acrobat, we're kind of playing around at the gate as well. But a 3-man elimination here for the side of our Dream Witch. That's a double 3-man elimination, one from Goldman, one from Dream Witch. But you know, let's congratulate here once again for ACT winning up against MRC. But I would say, you know what, they have done what they have promised. They told MRC to sit down, and they are now down. Double 3-man escape, double 3-man elimination. ACT's performance today was absolutely huge. But not only that as well, I do feel like with our current games now going on forward, we're currently 2 net wins for ACT, so this just means that their rankings, they have a high possibility to make it to the top 3 no matter what happens now.
Yeah, definitely. They're looking very good right now. And MRC, while they did win their first match, this one a very unfortunate match for them altogether, falling to 1-1 at this point in the group stage. So ACT, yeah, with a 2-0 victory. This is a match that we definitely predicted to be relatively close, right? We were saying, okay, well, looking at this match today, this is going to be a very good one. This should be a very close match between these 2 Chinese mainland teams. And ACT just absolute domination today. Never gave MRC a chance. The Hunter side never able to get a tie. The Survivor side never able to get a tie. It was essentially 4 wins in a row for ACT. 2 wins from the Hunters, 2 wins from the Survivors. So that is, and on the Hunter side, we expect them because this game has become Hunter meta in the early rounds. You know, we've seen that these Hunters are able to win, and we definitely expect that. But the Survivors winning 2 rounds in a row, beating, and it's not even like it's like, okay, you know, maybe we beat like a Naiad or something. No, they just beat a Hullabaloo and a Ivy. 2 rounds, round 1, round 2 here. The ACT Survivors are really trying to show us something here as they're looking very, very effective today.
Yeah, they were like one of the more dominant teams as well during the regional qualifiers too. But like, I guess with the matchup, the previous matchup up against it, that did hit them quite hard. But they do know themselves now. They're currently 2 wins up, at least. With the stats here, we go 69 seconds on Xiaodi's Explorer, 69 seconds on that Love Let's First Officer, 34-second containment from the Acrobat, and of course 63-second containment from Nanako. We barely even reached that 80-second mark. We barely reached a 3 Cypher Machine containment mark on the side of MRC. But right now, it's 12-4. With the total points tallied up 6-2 round 1, 6-2 round 2. It's looking pretty darn strong here for ACT.
Absolutely. So if we had any predictions here, Crow, who do you think would be the MVP? Because we saw the Hunter obviously very well, 2 eliminations, but the Survivors just playing so well. So if we had a guess for MVP, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I do think at the end of the day, it's still going to be the Hunter with a 3-man elimination back-to-back. But from the Survivor side as well, it is, you know, it is a team comp from the side of Survivors too. They did all play very well as well. Everyone had their own little highlights too, with the support from Barmy, with the support from Florian, with the solo containment from Acrobat, and with the mini harass there from the Knight as well. But probably what I would say is during that match from the Survivor side too, it was the Hunter that made the biggest crucial mistake. Right, because you know, biggest highlight on the side of Dream Witch is the very fast down on the First Officer game 2, and the very fast down on the Novelist game 1, and of course with that Priestess, you know, cage lock in the end game 2 from game 1 in Ever Sleeping Town. So I would say this MVP probably will be given towards our ACT's Hunter.
Yeah, we're gonna look at our highlights here for this round.
他贴到了，小迪，拆了，他拆了，我已经在点了，沙包小一铲，晚点最后3台是沙包跟木2台 ，OK， 机会是在手。255R58，
其实是有
我也在中了，他淋在他头上，这中了头传过了是吧？我直接修了。对。好了，这个是我的。
可以R6，这不一定R6，有
2
秒吗？
两块表。
来不及了。关了。
Okay, there we go. We have our highlights for our round of ACT versus MRC here. We will be having our MVP and interview shortly. But with that being said, ACT is our first victors of the day here. While we wait, we can talk a little about our next match, which we're getting into is Wolves versus Sky. That's going to be the Southeast Asia region team Sky, who had a 3-round match against, it was RC their first time around, in which we actually expected RC to have a very easy victory, and Sky made it interesting. They were able to get to the third round against them. They put up a good performance, but nonetheless, RC was able to come out victorious. Now, Wolves here, definitely a team, again, expected to have the edge in that matchup, but Sky has showed us that they're not here to mess around. They are here to compete at the global level, and that's what we've seen from both of the Southeast Asia teams in this event with both FT and Sky.
Yes, definitely. And not only that as well, I do feel like from the side of Sky too, their performance currently from the Survivor side is up to the max as well, with all the support from the Seer, and of course they have their Prospector main there as well, with many other team counts that they could potentially bring out. Their Hunter is a strong Hunter as well, with both Hula Blue and Goatman being very up to par as well currently in the Hunter meta standard. But even with that though, we can't forget from the side of Wolves, their Survivor team comp is still really strong too. So like with that matchup between Wolves versus Sky, I do think it's more or less dependent on how the Survivors play now. It is more Hunter side of meta, which means more or less from the Hunter side, there's a little bit less pressure on them when it comes to aiming for more man eliminations, like more than a tie. So like from Survivor side, we do generally need to think now, okay, who do we want to save for a second game, or do we want to maybe aim for a more potential, let's say, tie game instead of, or even a one-man escape there, because even one-man escape is good against the Hula Blue and Goatman, to be honest with you. So like with that, before we move on towards the second half, it really is based on how well the Survivors now will play, as it has shown us in, you know, our first matchup here between MRC and ACT.
Yeah, we'll see how they're able to do against that Wolves Hunter side. But for our first match of the day, we'll get back to that. ACT winning over MRC. That's going to move them to, I think it's 1-1 now, right, in their group. MRC also now falling to 1-1, and RD also 1-1. So we're gonna have a very close battle between those teams fighting for the playoff spot in that group. And it is the last team is ZZZ and Zeta division. So the last two teams in that group. So Zeta currently in first right now. We got 3 teams tied for second between those 3, ACT, MRC, and RD, and then we have ZZZ unfortunately falling behind at 0-2. We'll see if they're able to make a comeback at any point throughout this group stage. But that's gonna be that's a very exciting group. We're gonna look into our MVP here, and we got a Survivor. There we go.
That's going to be given to Sen here with average detention points of 7,464.5, average decoding progress of 47.5, average rescues of 0, average containment point of 114 seconds, 0.32. That's the first game. Seer containment, by the way. Best deductions of 1 here. Sen's first best deduction in COA group stages here for COAⅧ. His Seer was definitely one of the biggest highlights here, especially from the side of Game 1-2. And, you know, with that in mind, we'll be moving on straight towards the interview phase.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人小小。首先要恭喜 ACT 获得了本场比赛的胜利。我们今天请到了真真九还有伊森来到采访，先请他们和我们大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 ACT 真真九。大家好，我是 ACT 的医生。
欢迎欢迎，2比0拿下，太帅了！两位今天觉得自己表现的怎么样？先来夸一夸自己吧。伊森，今天是我们的 MVP 哎。
再接再厉。
再接再厉，已经这么谦虚吗？今天特别的秀。那真真九呢？今天感觉怎么样？
队友带我躺的感觉太棒了。
感觉第一局打下来的时候，你的笑容已经很灿烂了。到了第2局，这个嘴角根本压不住啊！感觉今天确实是两边求生跟监管者双向奔赴的一天。那先来问一下我们今天的 MVP 伊森好了，第1局求生者上来先3跑一个喧嚣嘛，牵制的非常帅。 最关键的感觉是那一波在椅子前面摇下来了。当时你是其实在赛前就已经想过说今天要带到3摇去打一个这种。
主要是常规天赋，因为带着双男飞轮嘛，肯定就会想着
点一下3摇。
对，奇迹天赋。
那当时其实那波摇下来之后的话，大家队内对于当时的一个局势啊走向有没有做一些及时的调整和改变呢？
因为我当时的鸟已经吸很多了，所以就保持不干扰电击就好了。
就感觉今天后面依靠这个鸟还有双男飞轮的天赋的牵制非常不错。那当时有没有说想过这个喧嚣会是手艺性，又是想要怎么样去化解掉它这个技能的呢？
一开始以为是带失常之类的去追嘛，后面看到移形我也反弹交出来了，所以就放心的去躲一些球之类的。
就给到了更多你去牵制去操作的一个空间。那问一下真九，当时他们3跑之后，你在备战间有没有跳起来？
站起来了。
站起来了，你嘴里有没有高声大喊着什么？有。
队友太棒了。
太棒了，太厉害了。然后你就上来了，非常开心的上来了。那问到你吧，因为当时你那一局在挂飞到小说家之后，就跛脚羊很准确的找到了在中场调整状态的2个人嘛。对于那个时候场面上的局势，你有一些什么样子的判断呢？
跛脚羊第一个人3个笼子打死的话，就要先考虑保3个人，就是3抓。就找到人之后打死，然后开幕战之前2个人在脸上去保一个3抓。
就对于节奏的比赛局势的一个走向，全部都被你把握在那里了。那到了第2局的时候，在有优势的情况下，想问一下伊森，今天的话第2局有带3摇吗？
没有。
那一波就是摇下来的话，是你们比赛前就想好的配合，还是说场上及时的那种沟通呢？
因为牵制时间拖到了那火灾开了嘛，然后刚好来中场看到屠夫墙挂过来，就尝试赌一下嘛。
没
想到能摇下来。
你心里可能也不是那么的有把握。那今天其实在前面牵制的时候就已经化解到那一波闪现嘛，而且注意到你是带的双弹加花显位移，在没有飞轮的情况之下，你当时会想要怎么样去规避掉那个闪现呢？
先利用地形交互点去和自己的技能去让它没有闪现交互的时候，然后去拉一个窗弹。尝试的躲一下他那个闪现，他肯定会忍不住的。
肯定会忍不住的。今天就是敌不动我不动，结果是监管者先耐不住了。那打到后面的话，感觉打到可能3、4分钟都没有人有上挂嘛。那个时候大家队内会怎么样去沟通，去争一个3跑，甚至说是4跑？
首先就是火灾克制它的一个点，就是点门的时候不会被寄生，所以就先让火灾去点门嘛，然后自己没有大心脏就想着先卡在中场之类的。注意那个零和本体的方向，然后去先考虑3，然后再争4之类的。
感觉就是环环相扣，然后每一个环节都做到完美无缺的那种感觉。那再问一下真九，最后这一手女巫，因为只要保平就可以了嘛，给到你的角色选择还是很多的。今天这个女巫的话，也是可能在看到他们3跑之后，心里就埋下了种子，还是说上台之后才有的这个想法？
本来是想在对面防我艾维的情况下去玩歌剧的。但是他们突然最后一手选了冒险家，就锁女巫了。
就感觉看到那个冒险家还有一个大副，就蠢蠢欲动。那在开局的时候有说到冒险家吗？你当时的话会想要怎么样去起到自己的第一波节奏？
有2个选择，一个是杀大副，一个找冒险家嘛。那开局在技能真空期的时间找一找冒险家，没找到再转头去抓大副就可以了。
感觉对于这样局面的处理，你也是非常非常有经验了。那想要问一下2位，我们今天也是非常帅气的拿下比赛嘛。刚才一开始是想让你们自己夸夸自己，我们相互来夸一下吧。
我先，
你先。好。
男神队长太猛了，男神队长。
这个茶颜太厉害了，今天。那伊森呢？
真也是真神了。
真也是真神啊！今天就是2边相互的3跑，然后3抓，拿下了非常非常漂亮的一战。那想要问一下2位，对于我们后面的比赛有没有信心能够继续赢下去？
那是必然的。
那是怎么气势一下子弱下来了？那是必然的，给点劲，再来一次。
那是必然的，
那是必然的，一定要拿下！真九，
加油！
加油！好，那我们下一场比赛再见了，也是再一次恭喜 ACT 获得了本场比赛的胜利。感谢2位来到赛后采访，接下来马上要进行的是今天的第2场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Where am I?
He's awake!
He looks so complete.
Hey, it's about time.
Anyway, welcome to the gang.
I've been wandering this wasteland with the team for a while. Most are out scouting while I document the mutated entities. It is relatively easy work. Seeing her fills me with both joy and fear. I must find a new path for her, because I know this wasteland is no paradise. As we delve deeper, the relentless force of erosion is like a slow, steady hammer driving life down like a nail, reshaping it into something else. Guided by my companion, we reach a new area with far more strange entities than the outskirts. Our ailing frames can barely endure, yet none of us are willing to stop. I can't leave yet. The key to finding the way out might lie deeper within.
Watch out!
Huh?
Welcome home.
第5人格神人的呼唤8总决赛小组赛，我是主持人小小。下面有请两支战队上台喊话亮相。首先有请成都狼队登台喊话。
我重生了，重生在被笼子框住的前一天，这一次我一定要 OB 下来队友。
有请成都狼队487小果冻、小明、小蝶、夜雨、宠爱。下面有请 Sky 战队登台喊话。
第一天在热身，今天我们给你们认识真正的 Sky。
有请 Sky、Fate、PP、Yuki、Panda、柯倩、Nelu。这一场对战的2支队伍是成都狼队和 Sky， 紧张刺激的比赛即将拉开序幕，让我们一起期待精彩纷呈的对决。下面让我们把画面交给解说席。
Welcome home, ladies and gentlemen. Well. There we go. Well, I kind of just wanted to jump in here ASAP as well, because with those, initial, like with these new segments on the initial game, maybe it's trash talk, maybe it's a little bit bigger, but from the side of XMX though on Wolves, he stated that he's finally resurrected. Man is now out of the cage and ready to help his teammates rebound Kaish. And of course, from what we heard from Sky as well, day 1 was just a warm-up. Today we'll show you who the real Sky is. So between these two teams right now, we're either going to be able to see XMX play a harass type character to allow his survivors to rebound Kaish, or we're going to be able to see Sky here fully dominate Wolves. With that question in mind, let's just see what both teams have in store for us.
Let's see indeed. This is going to be a very fun one to watch. I'm really excited to see if the Southeast Asia region can come out and show everybody what they're made of, essentially, right? We see a lot of these the professional teams always having the best performances, mainland China and Japan, and of course they are very, very good. But every year, the non-professional regions they get better and better, and they get closer and closer. Mm-hmm. It's really interesting how that's impacted the game over time. Let's look back at the first 3 COA:თვის tournaments. It was GR, right? There's always Chinese mainland doing the best, and then we had the first time where a Japanese team beat a Chinese mainland team, and that was, I think it was AL, Japanese team beating GR. That was one of the biggest upset. I was talking about this yesterday, if you guys were here. Probably the biggest upset in all COA:თვის history back at that time, right? And so that was a big surprise for everybody. And then from there on, the Japanese team started to get better, and they started to beat these Chinese teams in these global events. And then over time, the Southeast Asia has gotten better, and we've seen FT beating some of these teams. We saw FT, and it was ZT as well, I think, right? Yes. Where they beat I think it was ITZY, if I'm not mistaken. So we've seen a lot of these teams from Southeast Asia really start to take over and dominate in this competition. And then right behind them as well is NAU. We've seen NAU, we've seen RVL come very close. I think it's 3 or 4 times now, just falling short over some of these Chinese mainland teams, and they still have some matches yet to go here, and we'll see what they're able to do as this tournament progresses. So it's nice to see these, and then RD as well, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, almost beating MRC yesterday. So a lot of these teams have really just they're getting closer and closer in skill level, and they're getting so much better as this time progresses, and we're very excited to see how Sky can come out and play today against a very strong Chinese mainland team in Wolves.
Definitely, but we'll see PP statistics here first, with the Mercenary and Acrobat here as our preferred character. Overall, we are a main rescuer main who can move towards a more of a containment type character. But with that as well, like from Sky's performances up against RC2, we do have, hopefully we'll have quite a lot of story in for us for today's matchup too, because up against Wolves as well, like there is the, there's the Hula Blue and Goldman that you have to go up against, and then of course, the Joker may come out from Hawaii today as well. But before that though, we'll have to look at Yuki. Yuki's performance during the Southeast Asia qualifiers was absolutely tremendously well. She is able to solo contain up against a Hula Blue with her Seer as well. She's like one of those survivors now from the Southeast Asia teams that that we do have high hope and high regards for too, with her own solo containment, not even needing any survivors with the support to allow a 3-side fruition decoding progress, or just being able to stand alone by herself too. So from the side of Yuki today, we're probably going to have to see how well she can do, especially with the fact that we did see her contain really well up against Akat Hullablue too.
I got my boy Panda, 82 seconds of average containment time, average rescues of 0.67. Yet to escape, but Panda actually one of the best kiting players actually from the Southeast Asia region. Very excited to see what he's able to do today. And he's actually one of the first Southeast Asia players I ever met. Might have actually been the first one that I ever met, besides Chocho, but you know, that's she's just, that's a whole other thing. But anyways, yeah, Panda, very strong player, can vouch for how strong his kiting potential is, and we're very excited to see what he's able to do today. We have Narakun as well, the last player for Sky. Narakun, formerly on GH from the region of Thailand, coming out here and joining this Singaporean team for the Sky for Sky, and has so far been very good. 136 seconds of average containment time. Narakun next to Panda, one of the best kiters again from the Southeast Asia region. This was an excellent pickup for Sky, and Narakun has definitely propelled the Sky team to another level.
And we do see here as well Narakun trying to give his shout out to, we don't really know who, but Narakun's definitely very joyful here on the side of Sky as well. It is really nice, you know, it's really nice when it comes to mood lifting as well, and from the side of our caster screen too, and of course for our audience as well. A very vibrant type of guy, and of course with very strong containment times too. But from the side of Wolves, seems like it will be TOAI coming out here as the hunter. From the home and away team, it was Wolves becoming the home team and Sky being the away team. This just simply means that we decided to get Sky Survivors out first, and Sky Survivors decided to ban a map too. But from our statistics point of view, TOAI's average deduction point being 12,000 is absolutely insane. The question now being, can Sky at least knock this down? Average format elimination rate is 100% too. Average time to knockdown is 53.33 seconds. That is very fast. Terror Shocks is 0.5. Eliminations is 4. A straight up 4, and average knockdowns is 9.5. So with this, it's going to be a huge challenge for Sky. Yes, even though Wolves has only played one matchup, our second matchup here being up against Sky, could Sky, potentially speaking here, be a big competition for Wolves, or will TOAI be able to dominate with his, let's say, Joker, especially after we've seen, you know, on the very first day with that Joker coming out from ITZY? Can we see it again today up against Sky?
And that's something they have to watch out for too. When players have those characters such as Clown, those specialty characters that can really come out and put up excellent performances, that's something you have to watch out for. You have to consider as the rounds progress. And actually, first of all, I just want to, speaking on Clown, I actually think Clown is a very underrated hunter. I've been playing Clown a lot recently for fun, and I actually have found out that Clown is actually really good. The ability to, Clown has so many utilities, so many options. You know, you have the ability to have good map mobility with your infinite dash. You have the ability to slug survivors with the slow drill. You have the ability to, you know, you cut off the rescuer from a distance. You have faster attack recovery with the Wild Wings equipment. Fast attack recovery, dash back, you can stuff a rescue that way. Or even if you don't stuff the rescue, if you also have the slow drill equipment, you slow drill them, double down them, and they're on the ground for a long time. Clown slows down Cypher Rush so much. Clown is such a great hunter. The only downside, of course, is there are some pretty strong counters to him, as well as Flywheel. That's the only thing you have to consider. So he is counterable, but when you can play him into a comp that is not, he's also not good on certain maps, but when you can play him into a comp that is weak against him and doesn't counter him, that's when Clown will shine, and that's when Clowns can come out and get 4 kills.
Well, not only that, our Smiley Face next season will be getting a patch as well. He'll be getting huge buffs. So on that side, no, not even some characters can actually counter the Clown anymore. So potentially speaking, we'll be able to see him in IVL and in IGL, and most likely for next COAⅧ if the devs decide not to nerf him. However, ban pick phase, here we go. This is going to be the most tense side of it all, because it will be the Seer and Dash mechanic first 2 bans. So why respecting that Seer pick on the side of Yuki. For now though, Sky does have quite a lot of other options.
Antiquarian and the not the Embalmer, sorry, the Puppeteer here for Sky. I imagine that Anti probably will go to Panda here. Puppeteer will have to see. This is 2 characters that we would see in preparation of, obviously, probably aiming to counter Goatman here, I would imagine, based off of these 2 picks. But we'll see what they ultimately go into here. What's the next man going to be? It's going to be First Officer, so getting rid of that main rescuer character. As we know, Officer is appearing to be one of the strongest, if not the strongest rescuer currently in the game. Removing that from the table here, so Sky will have to go a different route for their rescuer.
But Gravekeeper is still a great choice here, though, for the side of Sky Survivor, unless we really want to go for a Mercenary. But no, we're going to aim out for that Aeroplanist here instead.
So now you can just ban Gravekeeper.
Yeah.
Yep, and they're going to be left without what we would consider to be the two best rescuers. But, I mean, obviously, there's still the route of Mercenary. There's still the route of Wildling. There's also the route of just not bringing a rescuer and having a character like Arrow be your main rescuer with Tide Turner, maybe going something like Coordinator. You do that as well. We've seen some teams do that where they skip out on a like a main rescuer and they have some of these other characters bring Tide Turner instead.
But what I do want to... A slight slimmer of hope.
There we go.
Clown works really well up against this team. A slight slimmer...
Well... The problem is...
maybe not.
The problem is Puppeteer...
Anti.
Yeah, Anti can cancel dash. Puppeteer also could absorb a hit. I mean, you could bait it out, but if Puppeteer's in a good area, then you can use that time to relocate to a good pallet or window. But also, well, even the Aeroplanist can actually cancel the dash. If he's close enough and he jumps up, it'll just knock him out of his dash. If he does the jump. So it seems a little bit difficult. I think if we do see a clown, it probably would be in a later round at this point.
Yeah. But for this game, though, it does seem like it's not a bad possibility as well. But now the question being, most likely everyone is going to try to bring Tide Turners with knee-jerk reflex or with Flywheel. There's probably going to be less Flywheel than there is knee-jerk reflex, especially up against a Hullabaloo 2, in which it is Tawai's main pick. But the question now being, do you want to play mind games here, or maybe do we trust our survivors enough to actually escape up against Sky's Hunter here too? For our Persona sidewise on the side of Sky, potentially speaking, if everyone at least two survivors here had Flywheel, it would be nice, because still, it's Ever Sleeping Town. It's good for both Hullabaloo and for Goatman, so right now it's kind of like, it's not only one that you have to counter both Hunters here as much as possible, but it seems like Tawai will be opting out for the Goatman here instantly.
I think they got a pretty good comp, though, for Goatman. As we know, Aeroplanist is an effective kiter against Goatman. We've seen the Aeroplanist use their jetpacks. One jetpack could kite out one cage, and we've seen that be pretty consistent. Survivors doing that quite well throughout the majority of this event. We have the Puppeteer, which can be used to kite out a cage. We have Antiquarian that can stun, push the Goatman back, kite out cage. So there's a lot of good characters for kiting Goatman here. A lot of this is going to come down to individual kiting skill and how well they utilize their abilities, obviously, against this Goatman. But I do think Sky actually got quite a strong team comp here.
Yes, definitely. And it's not only that too, their decoding speed is very fast as well. And we have seen how well an Aeroplanist can actually contain up against a Goatman too within that cage. So with that in mind, right, moving on straight towards the area selection mode, here we go. Seems like it's going to be a little bit more interesting here, as we're going to delegate the anti-current straight towards middle, Mercenary at balcony, Puppeteer at the entrance to Graveyard, alongside with our Aeroplanist here near the school gate. If this is the case, then potentially speaking, Goatman spawning by Transpawn wouldn't be the bad option, especially with the fact that we can lock either the Graveyard Cypher Machine or maybe just where Puppeteer initially spawned, that Cypher Machine could possibly be locked too. But for now, it seems like, yes, we will be spawning at the Transpawn with Antiquarian here, a very high potential first chase character. But even if she is a high potential first chase character, will we bring excitement, or maybe this could potentially still just be a blink or at a normal?
And we're going to find out here in a moment, as we have the Wolves Hunter side going up against the Sky Survivors in our second match of the day. We do not have a coach for Sky, so just going to go ahead and walk out there. But yeah, here we go. It is going to be an abnormal trump card build here for this Goatman. This is the first half of the first round of the Sky Survivor side versus the Wolves Hunter for the Call of Abyss 8. Group stage day 5. Emilio joined here with Kuroshiro, bringing you the live commentary for this match.
Now, it's going to be Goldman straight moving on into middle as Panda here, as the anti-current will rotate out, but we're in such tight containment areas here. That's the first hit instantly locked on towards the anti-quarian. That's a little bit too early though, but it seems like we're not spinning here just yet, as we're going to be able to make straight towards the double Panda here, double 11 near the graveyard gate. It's a little bit easier here for Toy to actually play around in, but Anti also has easier time here to also disarm, but that's such a fast hit on the side of our Goldman.
Yeah, we're going to see Panda going to take that vault there. There's the cage switch, but does get the stun, and we'll have the pallet to work with here. Does Panda. He's going to finally drop that pallet. Perfectly timed there. He's going to switch back. He's going to need to use a flip, maybe. He does not use the flip. He takes a vault instead, and that causes him to get the down there. I wonder if, as soon as he threw the pallet, I think it would have been better just to literally stand at the pallet and wait, right? Because if the Goatman breaks it, then you run away. And if he goes through the cage, then you just revolt. So
yeah, you know what? I think what happened there was probably that the cage's debuff with the vaulting speed was not over just yet. So anti-current there kind of suffered with a slow vault over. It was kind of not expected because she could have definitely disarmed. But that's gonna be a normal hit, normal rescue here as we try to look for anti-current once again. That's gonna be second elbow pad there. No, first elbow pad used by the mercenary. But even with that in mind, where's anti-current? Anti-current did get rid of the cage there on time.
Yeah, cage disappears. So that does give an opportunity to rebound. If Panda can actually kite this next cage, the resentment will be on cooldown for a while. So this could actually waste a lot of time. There's one stun, gets the stun. Okay, still has flywheel to work with. Will we see another stun here? He needs to flywheel. Oh, can he flywheel this? No, he's not able to flywheel there and gets knocked down to the chip. So not too optimal here for Sky, as that rescue from the mercenary was also pretty early. We see Goatman get to use Abnormal, but I wonder if he's going to try to use it now or if he just commits to the camp here. Looks like he's trying to find where the rescuer is coming from.
Okay, that's going to be Nedokun here, instantly found as the aeroplanes, but we can't use our jetpacks here just yet. We're going to use it here instantly just to try cancel him, but there's two cages nearby right now. We can't get in towards the chair. We're too far away to break that cage, and then we've a 40 resentment on our hands to use. That's an angry goat. We fly straight towards the other side. No, we didn't. We got the hit right over the pallet. That Abnormal still hasn't been used, but it seems like there's someone coming in rescue right now. That's going to be a mercenary instant rescue there, but can Panda rebound catch? Yes, he can, but the question now being, he's only one more flute stack left to use. We're going to be able to go over instantly. Panda, that's going to be us going over. That's Panda once again trying to play mind games here up against Anti-Quarian. We have one more disarm to use. We need to be able to. We missed a disarm, and that will be Anti-Quarian going down. It's barely 3.5 Cypher Machine, and it's one cage to middle to Abnormalish, and that could potentially be a 4 elimination for Sky if that's the case.
All right, we're gonna see Panda being eliminated here, and with the trait still in play and not a lot of Cypher progress here. Sky looking like they're on the back foot, and we're gonna see Wolfstrong going towards middle here, looking for the Cypher Machine. WWE is going to Abnormal this Cypher Machine, knocking up a lot of progress. He will commit to Puppeteer here. Missing that cage, it looks like. So that's going to give Puppeteer a little bit of chance to kite here. We'll see if the survivors stop to heal. Looks like they are going to stop to heal. Does he find out where they're healing, though?
I think, no, you can actually see the survivors from this range. You can actually see the survivors from this range. In high quality, that shadow is very visible as we know where our mercenary is right now. But it seems like for Tonglai here, a little bit, we tried to predict, but a little bit in towards wrong direction, it seems.
All right, still trying to find a target here. It finally sees the trail of the mercenary who has one elbow pad to work with. There's the Switch King mercenary elbow pad away here. He cannot. He's going to take a basic hit there and will get knocked down. We'll see the mercenary most likely get placed on the rocket chair here, and the Cyphers for Sky just too far behind here, unfortunately. And I think that this might be too hard for them to work out of this position. It looks like we'll see Yuki's gonna have to come in for the rescue, but it's a very far rescue. We'll see if the Goatman can cut her off from a distance. He thinks she's coming from corner area, but it looks like nope, actually rotating the opposite direction, so she might still be able to make the save. We'll have to find out, but he has so much resentment to work with here.
Oh, that cage to guarantee at least some time wasted there. But for Yuki right now, it's very dangerous because, you know, we're gonna force Yuki to use at least 2 of her little Lewis's, and once that borrowed time actually pops out, oh, we got straight towards the other side. We can instant hit for a double down scenario on our Puppeteer. Right now though, it will be after half for that mercenary, and if that's the case, why can't force the rescue here instantly if he wants to, or he could potentially just look for an instant double down.
We're going to see the rescue does take place here, but it is going to be a hit onto the mercenary here. And Mercenary will be falling down, and yeah, still 2 Cyphers remaining. They don't have any Cypher, don't have much progress on the last 2 here. Abnormal still in play, Trait still in play. This should just be a 4 kill at this point. So Sky already going to be on the back foot here, and Wolves with an early advantage in this match. This is exactly what they're looking for from their round 1 Hunter here. We're going to see Yuki go ahead and try to hide away near the Hunter, feeding Tinnitus. Maybe, I'm not really sure, but we see Nerakun going to continue to work on that Graveyard Cypher machine. It's about 70% of the way done. So the Cyphers are winding down, but it just really doesn't matter. We're going to have full 120 resentment for this Goatman. We're going to have trade available. Everybody's injured. He's going to double cage all the way to Graveyard here. And gets the down onto the arrow. No opportunity for a Flywheel or Jetpack there. And an Abnormal to this Cypher machine as well, knocking it down about 32% there. And that's just should wrap things up at this point.
Honestly, with that trail mark being revealed to the Goldman right now, tonight's Goldman is absolutely on par today. This Goldman has improved so much from the side of the Wolves as well. It's such a great asset here too, as Yuki now being the last container here on our hands to use. But that's going to be a good pallet stone, honestly, for the side of a Puppeteer. And of course, the cage here will be broken on time. But realistically speaking, it's a Puppeteer who's 1 chip down, so you don't even need the cage to get a Puppeteer down. More or less right now, he's just trying to play mind games here. We're going to be able to get a hit down because that is a vaulting debuff on the side of Survivors when they're within the cage too. Potentially speaking, maybe what we want to do here from the side of Sky is to play the very long game of slugging and maybe bleeding out to get for that 1-man escape on dungeon. But it seems like it'll be fully nullified here by... No, it won't. We'll just bring Puppeteer straight towards middle and look for Neru.
Looks like we do not see him just yet. What? No, he's gonna be able to find. Yeah, the airplane is crawling out over in this area here. He's gonna be able to most likely just put him on the chair and get back to the Puppeteer before they self-heal. Yeah, that's gonna be a 4 elimination for Wolves, going up 5-0 in this first round, taking an early lead here over Team Sky. We did expect Wolves to be favored in this match, but this is such an excellent start for them. And this is exactly how they want this match to play out here. We're going to see Yuki trying to stay alive as long as possible here, finally getting knocked down to that hit. And that means that Wolves, going up 5-0 in this first round.
Yuki didn't... We couldn't really react on time as well from the side of Puppeteer there to use the little Orphe to get the rescue on towards the Survivor that was unsure. However, even in that case, if we did do it, it doesn't really matter since Cypher Machine definitely was not enough. So with that, let's congratulate a 4-man elimination on the side of the Wolves. But like moving on towards that as well, like with that gameplay too, every team mid to end game was okay. Like the Cypher Machine was good enough. However, the biggest issue there was just the early game. I do feel like our anti-Korean there maybe could have played a little bit more safer, especially with the fact that her flute range is longer than a Goatman's basic kit. So we could potentially just disarm there as we only used 1.
Yeah, I could have, but unfortunately wasn't able to get to that early hit. Obviously was very important. That was a pretty big play. And then additionally, he was able to get the second one near that pallet. We were thinking that Panda was going to be able to kite that out, but unfortunately he did miss out. That would have been a pretty big play too, because I think he didn't have any resentment for a little while after that, so he would have been able to extend that kite quite a bit. So I wonder if it could have just been better if Panda just went ahead and flipped over the pallet instead, right? Instead of vaulting it. But I think he might have misjudged the range of the Goatman's swing or how close he was at that point. We see 76 seconds here, unfortunately, not enough. And yeah, Wolves going up 5-0. What a great start. 2 Cyphers remaining. They didn't even get that close to the end game. That's just how dominant this performance was from this Goatman.
Yeah, and with that as well, like early game, it was just way too fast of a down, and then like between the mid to end game during when the aeroplaners came to rescue, it is what we talked before as well, right? It's just you need to be able to get straight towards the chair as soon as possible. Like you're just a little bit too far away when it comes to you're not really within the range of that chair where you can't break the cages fast enough, and that's what Hawaii had on his hands. That's what Hawaii knew as well. He knew the distance between himself and the cage. So potentially speaking for aeroplanes there, probably hovering in immediately when we got found would have been the better idea, because even if you do, let's say, get kind of trapped, at least you'll be on the other side of the cage where now it's kind of like, okay, there's still around 20% left before it reaches before half. We can still, kind of just walk in while there might not be enough resentment left to use, but at least like it is probably a much better try than just showing yourself first and then wait a few seconds before you use your jetpack.
Yeah, absolutely. you know, obviously doing what they can there. But not only is Wolves taking an early lead here, we know exactly how strong their survivor side is. So this just gets even more challenging for Sky here. Honestly, a lot of teams going against Wolves, we really want to see them try to put up maybe good performance against the Wolves Hunter side in the early rounds, and they're just not able to do that here. And we'll see XMX here on the survivor side as the rescuer, 59 seconds of average containment time, 1.5 average rescues, which is definitely standard for a rescue player. 100% escape rate, so has managed to escape every time thus far. Again, the rescuer, more often than not, is the character that is escaping since it is the most durable.
Definitely. And of course, from XMX side as well, we can't forget, he did say he resurrected today, so he's going to have to prove himself right now, because if he doesn't, that might just be a whole different scenario here for the games moving on forward. We probably will be able to see quite a lot of wildlings here coming out from him, especially when he says that he wants to help his teammates to rebound Kite. But Jelly, the leader of Wolves here, with that Embalmer and Acrobat preferred character choices, 50% escape rate, 8,115 average deduction points, 57.41 average containment time, average rescues of 1, average decoding progress of 229%, and average heals of 0. Now, we can't forget that Jelly is also a mechanic main here, so from the side of Sky, that mechanic has to be banned here instantly, because if you don't, it will always be a guaranteed tie game for when you're going up against a Hullabaloo and a Goatman. So we just have to see what size Hunter decide to do during the ban pick phase, but we cannot forget about Jelly's mechanic. He has been S-Badge, he's been very consistent with the mechanic, and if you do let that out, a 4-man elimination, the chances of you actually 4-man eliminating will be significantly reduced.
Absolutely. And so we're getting into our next player here, COAⅧ, very well known here, not only in China, but also globally, as a very strong kiting player. 90 seconds of average containment time here. A very strong kiting player with an escape rate of 50% here. Yet to rescue anybody, but typically when you're playing the kiter, you're playing support characters, you're not going to be rescuing quite as much. So we will expect him to gets first chase more often than not as well. Again, we saw listed as characters like Seer and Priestess. That's going to be characters that often do get chased here. So I'm kind of interested to see how Wolves prepares to go into this first match. Are they expecting Hullabaloo or Goatman from Hutian here on the Sky Hunter? We saw him play Hullabaloo the first time around, so that's probably what he'll lead with, but that's remains to be seen. We also have D-King as well, 79 seconds of average containment time and 7,600 deduction. No rescues just yet. Decoding of 98. It's still 0% escape rate, so lower on the decoding end there. Also one of the players of Wolves, in addition to COAⅧ, who is kiting first majority of the time.
And D-Kid as well, from HDG last year in the amateur team, finally has been promoted towards Wolves. His containment overall has been improved significantly, especially over the IVL seasons too. We do see that perfumer being used during the round 2 and round 3 phases, and of course with his support as well from the cheerleader side. For now, our Hunter from Sky, it's going to be Heting here with Opera and Geisha as our preferred character here to use. Average deduction points of 9,534, average knockdowns of 4.33, average eliminations of 2, average time to knockdown is 76.01 seconds, and average form elimination is 0%. Overall for Heting here though, for himself, what I would probably say is it's going to be quite a big challenge here, especially against such a strong containment type team, which is Wolves. Wolves is known for their solo containment, as we saw as well from his stats on D-King and on COAⅧ. Jelly is more of a supporter, Jelly is more of a brain on the side of Wolves. And then, from the side of the rescuer, XMX, he did perform really well last year in COA. He does get that COA buff as his whenever he comes in towards the big stages. But for now, he's going to have to prove himself here once again, because his performance during the IVL phases was, generally speaking, not the best. And of course, on our coach's side here, Crazy. Main strategist as well, honestly, from the side of survivors, but when it comes to in-game, performance overall, his ban picks, honestly speaking, isn't too bad. Does get the basics done, but everything else is really on the survivor side when it comes to the containment up against the Hunter.
Absolutely. We're going to see them getting ready for their ban pick momentarily here. Hutian, you saw only with 2 average eliminations per game, unfortunately. A little bit on the lower end. We talk about how a lot of these hunters, they want to be up in like the above 2.5 at least range. That's how, typically in round 1, we want to see hunters at least getting 3 eliminations. In round 2, round 2, 2 eliminations, 3 eliminations, round 3, at least getting a tie. So when you're all the way down at 2, that's unfortunately not enough in the current meta, and you have to get a 4 kill as well. We did see him get against RC. He was able to get a 3 kill. No, he got 3 escape the first round, I believe, and then it was a 3 kill and then a tie, which again, while that's solid, it's just not good enough as of right now, especially where he has to get a 4 kill here against a very strong Wolves team. That is going to be very much of an uphill battle for him. We're going to see Priestess and Mechanic banned first here. Mechanic, very good for getting a ties, getting to the end game. The Cypher Rush helps you get to that end game. It's also a difficult character. We talk about this a lot. It's a difficult character for Goatman and Hullabaloo to deal with. Goatman needs to waste a cage to kill the bot because a regular hit's not going to kill the bot with the chip. And then Hullabaloo needs takes a while to get rid of it as well. So it's a character that not only the bot takes a long time or is inconvenient for these round 1 hunters to eliminate, it also promotes Cypher Rush, and it also helps survivors get to endgame, and getting to endgame against these round 1 hunters is key.
Yes, and not only that as well, with the aeroplane instead being banned, it seems like we're actually not willing to go for that Goman first pick here. He-Tian, a little bit obvious with his intentions. It will be Hullabaloo round 1, it seems, as the Acrobat here will come out. Acro versus Acro here. Usually the Survivor Acro does have quite a lot of advantage, especially when it comes to early game as well, as that Puppeteer they will be banned instantly. We're just missing one more supporter, either or container here. Could potentially bring out that Florian from the side of Wolves. Fire Investigator isn't such a bad pick, but if we want, we can recycle our Anti-Current, but no, it will be the Psychologist here instantly picked, just so we can get that first officer to rescue as much as we want. We're going to maintain that Cypher Rush decoding speed as much as possible, especially up against, a normal Hullabaloo, in which it is definitely what our Hunter decides to choose here. Maybe Warp wouldn't be a bad idea, but even with Warp, as we saw there, you really can't chase after Sierra at all during the first chase.
Indeed. So this team composition quite effective against, obviously very, it can take a lot of hits here. You have Seer, that can waste a lot of time. You have Psychology, you can take 4 hits with the Seer Owl. Acrobatic, good kiter in general. First Officer, a very good rescuer. Very strong team composition for round 1 here for Wolves. I definitely do like this. They're going to lose out on quite a few optimal characters from the global bans as these round progresses, but they're really just wanting to make sure they take this round 1 victory here. Making sure they get those survivors out the exit gate here. This comp works effectively against Goatman and Hullabaloo. It's going to be that Hullabaloo first here from COAⅧ though. Yeah, Psychologist, as we know, very good against Hullabaloo, able to take forcing 9 bombs just to down her, plus the Seer Owl could be even more. We saw this Seer with a very strong kite against XC's Hullabaloo first round of today. So we've seen the Seer be very effective against that as well. Acrobat, an all-round versatile kiter, and the Officer, arguably the top rescuer in this game. Up against COAⅧ's Hullabaloo, expected to see an abnormal left-right here. Has to go for a 4 kill, so it needs to be aggressive, and we are going to get into our spawn selection.
For now though, it seems like Hullabaloo is spawning a Graveyard with the Acrobat at the entrance to Graveyard here, alongside with Psychologist being very close within vicinity near Balcony. We're going to have First Officer spawning at middle, and of course Seer here spawning by Transpawn. Seer is going to have to rotate quite a bit until he finds a Cypher machine to use, but the question now being, who is going to be first chase? Will it be that Psychologist or will it be that Acrobat? As we said before too, Psycho is just way too hard to chase, especially with that CS Owl combined. For now though, it will be Trump Card's Insolence with Abnormal on the side of Sky's Hunter. We're going to be able to see a double Titaner here alongside with triple Knee-Jerk Reflex and 1 Flywheel on this Seer. This will be Wolves versus Sky here for our Day 5 Match 2 Game 1 second half between Sky versus Wolves. And the commentary will be brought to you by COAⅧ Gaming alongside with Eli O.
All right, we're going to see the Hullabaloo immediately rotating towards the Geisha area, where we see the Acrobat heading towards that corner house. Now we see the Acrobat looking into the personas as well. We have two borrowed times here. Acrobat is not one of those characters. We have Titan and Broken Windows for kiting here. Acrobat trying to avoid getting that second clone, only taking 1 clone hit, 1 black bomb there. So pretty good start here for the Acro. Able to avoid the second one, able to make it its pallet as well, and off to the corner house kiting area.
Not only that though, Acrobat here has such great mobility, especially up against a non-present Scooter Blue. We're going to be able to get that slow debuff there instantly. Sadly, it wasn't a double stack with that slow debuff, but at least once again, another dodge on towards that double surprise. We definitely should have been able to get at least, 3 hits with 4 double surprises, but with Jelly's movement there. Happy Feet with those side steps, we're going to be able to knee-jerk reflex out here once again and play a little bit more mind games when it comes to the palette, but the Seer's Owl here fully denying that.
Yeah, we did see the Seer observe and give that owl to the Acrobat, extending this kite even more. We're going to see a white bomb here, trying to buy some distance, but a second red bomb hit. We're going to see the switch into the white, but misses the hit, and that's actually a big miss. He's not going to be able to get this hit just yet because he needs to get the white bomb in the right angle, but he actually connects that one there. We're going to have Acrobat use another bomb here. It's going to be a red bomb, shutting off the interaction speed, trying to make it to the coaster. He's going to take a white bomb hit. And he is going to make it, but Hutien needs to be careful because Jelly didn't actually take the coaster, and he just loses him. No. He loses him altogether. He got baited by the coaster there, and Jelly gets insane distance. They're going for the psychologist heal. Is he able to get off the heal in time here? I think he will just barely get it.
Oh no, that is really bad right now. 3 Cypher Machines are just about to be done. That normal is fully nullified then, but that's the case. Jelly here once again, beautiful sidestep there on the side of that red zone. Now we're holding on towards the red ball here. We're trying to go over. We did not go over. Very nice cancellation on Hutien, but with that in mind, it's 3 Cypher Machines done already. We're already starting the last 2 ciphers, and with that in mind, it's successful, very successful Cypher Rush on the side of survivors here. With this though, let's just say if we really want to aim for a win, we at least, well, not a win, a tie, we at least have to maybe look for a double down here when it comes to the chair rescue. But Jelly will be going straight towards the corner as this is the furthest point away from any chair.
And that is more than a 3 cipher kite. That is 3 ciphers plus about 40% on 2 of the last ciphers here. More than enough for a win at this point. I guess the only downside is that Acrobat, and he's also dying away from ciphers, so there's no way for them to have normal. I guess the only downside is Acro does not have BT, so he will not have that for endgame, but I don't think it's going to matter. Wolves definitely can win this from this position here, giving themselves a potential early lead. We're going to see the rescuer officer come in for the first save. Will it be an after half rescue? Looks like it is going to be an after half rescue. They're actually going to wait until the Cypher Machines are primed here. That way, because there's no borrowed time, that will have the Tide Turner effect being used as the borrowed time instead.
Yeah, not only that as well, survivors will have no time to at least dedicate one survivor towards any one of the exit gates too. First officer as well, his strong point is really just buying as much time as possible when it comes to stalling chairs. Right now, the Cypher Machine is going to be primed, but now the question is does Wolves want someone to get towards the gate first to maybe aim for a 4-man endgame? Now we're just going to pop up in the Cypher Machine instantly right after that hit on first officer, but it seems like no, we're not willing to do it just yet. Never mind, we did. Acrobat will go down here instantly, but look, it's a 20-second Tide Turner time, and the gate only takes 18 seconds. So with that in mind, I think it's a guaranteed 3-man escape.
And you see why they waited on that. So the Tide, because there's no borrowed time to create the keep the Acrobat alive longer endgame, they use Tide Turner instead as the way to keep him alive instead of that BT. So they're going to be able to get one of those gates open. We see D-King rotating towards middle. Going to be able to go to the dungeon. These survivors will be able to pick up the gates. There is no detention here. And we're going to see, D-King grab that middle dungeon. And Wolves with a 3-survivor escape here against Sky's Hutien, an 8-1 lead for Wolves as they're off to an incredible start here in round 1.
The biggest mistake that game, honestly, I think was just Hutien kind of not expecting the Acrobat not to get on the coaster, because we did try to go straight towards the next stop near Geishas, but because of that we pulled so much distance away too, and being able to get that Psycho's whistle heal was just so detrimental for our Hullabaloo in that game.
You have to make sure, as a hunter, you have to make sure that the hunter actually gets on the you got to follow behind them and make sure they actually get on to the tram. If you don't if you're not checking on that, then they can easily just bait that. And we've seen that happen before. It's uncommon, but it did happen again today, and Hutien unfortunately got baited by the fake get on tram play or whatever you want to call it. But it's definitely not it's not something that he's gonna let happen again, I would imagine. You have to make sure, you have to follow the survivor, you have to make sure they get on the tram, and you have to make sure they're actually committing to that before you go to the next stop. And so not only did Jelly already have a very good kite going, to extend it with that extra play was the difference between Hutien maybe tying and actually the survivors winning this game. And not only that, it was a pretty dominant victory. It's not like, okay, the survivors barely managed a 3 escape. They had a very convincing 3 escape there. And that's unfortunately the second time now where Hutian's Hullabaloo has just underperformed for Sky here. And just like that, Wolves taking a very large lead right off the gate of 8-1.
Definitely, and not only that as well, like with Tramp Senpai's health there, we extended the acrobatics claim time up towards 122 seconds, especially after that whistle heal from the psychologist. But like, we really just have to talk about that game because like early game initially, it wasn't really too bad. Happy Feast, really nice side steps there on the side of Acro, but like even with that on mine, Cypher Machine definitely was not enough. And if we got the acrobat down there, definitely could have just, you know, trapezed our way straight towards middle and to abnormal the Cypher Machine, at least maybe to aim for more than just a tie. But because of that tram being able to block our view side here, because of, you know, the Hullabaloo not really looking at whether or not the Seer has sat on the tram just yet before we moved out, that was the most, you know, crucial kind of point that we had to make. Because like, if it wasn't for that distance pulling, we definitely could have been able to abnormal middle. We definitely could have been able to, you know, at least stall the game for a little bit longer to maybe aim for a double down when it comes to chair, or aim for a, you know, high map control on the side of Hullabaloo. But because of, you know, the amount of time wasted, we just finished the last two Cypher Machines. Survivors are already on the last two Cypher Machines, and with a full chair rescue, it's all really what we need there.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested to see if Hutian's going to continue on playing Hullabaloo in the next few rounds that Sky plays in their last two games, because it just seems to not be the most optimal character for him, and Wolves just playing very well. As you talked about the early abilities, Jelly was able to dodge a lot of those early on, but we're going to look at our highlights here for the first round.
OK， 用兵开弓兵来，
不要秀中场。右走，来入正面了。
看到了。我直接把，不要放。
过去吧。
record for him coming.
Yeah, he gonna go.
Coming. Can I wait to get chat and I try to take it out?
甲门没有，中场
撞掉，没问题。我死了，我门口压好了，可以救了。心里那种提交啊，撞提交，那种。他有别。
Just like that, guys, welcome back to our second round here of Wolves versus Sky. We saw Wolves with a strong 8-1 victory over the Southeast Asia region team, but that does not mean they're out of it just yet. We did also see similar situation in the RC matchup from Sky, on which they fell 8-1, but still started to make a comeback as the round progressed. So still Sky not out of this just yet, but definitely an uphill battle here against Wolves. The Wolves Survivors team looking very strong in the first round. Good owl support, good kiting from Jelly, and good mind games as well from Jelly's acrobat, in addition to Changai's Goatman, very strong in that first round there, and was able to get not only a 4-kill, a very convincing 4-kill. Sky didn't really come too close to getting to the end game, and that's an excellent start there for Wolves.
And like moving on straight towards game 2, where Wolves will actually get the priority pick with the map now. No, it's actually, no, never mind, sorry. It's Sky that gets to pick the map now. They might be able to use this to their advantage point, right? Game 1, we had Ever Sleeping Town. Game 2, we could potentially pick a map that's a little bit easier for the Hunter and for the Survivor side of Sky 2. We haven't seen a lot of Leo's Memories come out. We haven't also seen a lot of Lakeside come out. So if we actually did practice any of those maps, potentially speaking, you could catch the CN teams off guard. Because when it comes to like the Chinese mainland teams, there's certain maps that definitely do prefer, but there's also certain maps that they don't really have that much strategy over, such as Lakeside, in which we've seen before. If you've kind of prepared it properly, you could get like a very, very, very nice advantage point over them. But for our map ban picks here, it seems like it'll be Wolves banning off Sacred Hearts Hospital, as Sky decided to choose out that Moonlit River Park.
Yeah, Moonlit's a fun one. We don't get to see Moonlit as much as we used to, but definitely going to be pretty good choice here, and we'll see how the Survivors are prepared to go against Wolves Hunter yet again here. It is a pretty large deficit for them. They're going to have to essentially win 2 rounds in a row. I mean, they can't really afford to tie a round, because if they tie a round, then they have to win another round by a score of 8-1, and it's easier to do. Well, I was gonna say it's easier to do in the first. It's not that easy to do in the first round because it's hard to get a 3-survivor escape, but it's hard to do that in the last round in particular because there's so few hunters that can actually 4-kill survivors. So it's really difficult for them as these rounds progress. Sky really looking for a double round victory here. Winning round 2, winning round 3 is really going to be their clearest path to victory against this Wolves team.
Yeah, and not only that as well, from the side of Sky, their survivors are the ones that are going to come out here first. But actually speaking, we just want Tomai to play first to give him less pressure moving on towards the later rounds as well. But for him, a little bit cheerful on his side, especially with that beautiful format elimination with his gold man. But of course, Hullabaloo will be banned in a map like Moonlit because it's just way too strong for him, especially with his transitioning points on that lake near middle. With the side of Sky right now, the Hullabaloo being main ban just means the Opera Singer here on the side of Tomai definitely will be chosen. Opera Singer on a map like this isn't bad, so I just feel like maybe this isn't really the right map pick for Sky, because that Opera Singer, the Ivy, Tomai does have it up to a very high standard.
Is also very good on on Moonlit. This is an excellent clown map. So yeah, my guess is they're picking this map to favor their hunter. Sky wants to favor their hunter and give their hunter the best chance. The map that they would prefer, which I imagine is Moonlight here. But yeah, in addition to it helping their hunter, it's probably a double-edged sword. It's going to help out Chang'ai quite significantly here. We talked about characters like Opera Singer that's going to be good for him to play here. He's got the clown option. So there's just so many good characters for him to play on this map as well. So definitely going to be, it'll benefit both hunters, but in reality, it's going to benefit Wolves a little bit more, I think, than they would have liked.
Yeah, but like from the side of Sky as well, right now we really want to get in towards the focus tier 2 because they know themselves that they're a really good team as well. Being able to qualify straight towards the group stages is already a huge feat. And of course, going up against Wolves 2, who have players playing from Season 1, is definitely going to be one of the hardest team comps that they have to go up against. They performed really well up against RC, we can't forget about that too. So from the side of Sky right now, locking in is going to be very important, but not only that too, they need to be a little bit more relaxed, because if they are way too tense, it just might kind of hinder them when it comes to their performance as well here. Neruku, trying to think about the strategies that we want to play towards these games, but like realistically speaking, if we can aim for the tie, that's what we need here from Sky.
Right, so yeah, Sky under a lot of pressure. You saw them very amped up, very excited in the first round, but now that the pressure is really on, they're starting to lock in here, and they have to turn things around against Wolves. And what is it that, do you know what that it is that they use, like the stuff that they put on their in that little blue thing? What was that?
A bit of chalk. I'm quite sure for sweaty hands.
Oh, for okay, I see. I've never actually used that before. I mean, obviously I know, like, you know, sometimes when you're playing matches and then it's like, oh yeah, I'm playing a match, and then my hands start sweating, and then the screen starts doing random things, and your screen just starts like, like, you know what I mean? Like starts like, like tweaking out, and it's like, dang, bro, what is happening? Like, I get that. Definitely, sometimes you gotta have something for that. You gotta have your screen cleaner ready. But I've never actually used chalk before. That's interesting.
Because I'm quite sure they used chalk before, but like I think on today's group stages, it looks more like wipes this time, but they do need to make sure it's dry wipes as well, because you can't really put any water on your phone, so that might not be a great idea. But moving straight on towards the ban picks, let's see here. It's Hullabaloo, permaban, Anti-Korean, Puppeteer, Aeroplane is perma-banned as well, as we do see here. People wanted to see Prisoner, but he will be instantly banned alongside with the Embalmer too from the side of Chang'ai.
All right, so Prisoner immediately being eliminated here, and he doesn't want to give them any. He really wants to go all out here. You see the Embalmer ban. Not only Embalmer is a good map for Moonlit, it's also a ban when you want to get a high amount of kills. You want to win the game, you know. So Embalmer is a good character for helping survivors get escapes. Chang'ai's like, nope, I don't want to give that as an option. I want to really go all out here and try to get as many points for Wolves here as I can. And he's going to go ahead and ban that character out. Also getting rid of the Prisoner for Cypher Rush. And not only is Prisoner good against something like Opera, as we talked about, or Ivy, it's also very good against Clown, because you can actually just stop the infinite dash with the shock. So that's something else you have to consider as well. Looks like we are in our ban pick, and now we are not in our ban pick. So
there Might be some
Something
technical
happened,
difficulty
yeah.
issues right now, or potentially speaking, we probably could have just banned the wrong characters initially when we might have mistapped there. You know what? Might have mistapped there. That's why we had the chalk. That's why we have the wipe sword. Might have mistapped there from the side of Talai. As of now, we do wait around to see. But like as we talked about before too, right? In a map like Moonlit, you can have Clown. We've also seen Nightmare being played before too. So there's just way too many viable hunters on a map like this. It's a lot of pressure for the side of survivors too. There could be, we could potentially speaking get out that seer if we maintain the prisoner and embalmer first two bans, but like in a map like this, mercenary has to come out. In a map like this, gravekeeper has to come out, because that you need at least some type of distance moving character where you don't kind of get chair stuff by an Opera or an Ivy if Tawai decides to choose any of those two as well. So like regardless of what happens here, a distance pulling rescuer is going to be needed no matter what.
That's definitely true. Yeah, Moonlit is one of those maps where you can't really afford to get away with playing those faster decoding characters and that just bring tide turner. You have to, it's so, not only is it open and it's easy to cut the rescuer from a distance, there's only a select few areas where the rescuer can actually come from. So let's say you chair near a bridge, it's like, okay, the rescuer has to come across bridge, so I'll just cut them off from the bridge. You know what I mean? You just cut them off from the bridge. There's so many places where you can just see the rescuer coming from a distance. You can cut them off from a distance. There's limited routes to actually get to the chair, get across the map. Looks like we are going to have those being the correct bans, the embalmer and the prisoner here. And they will go ahead and ban that Hullabaloo. So Goatman and Hullabaloo, of course, off the table. And now what does Trey want to ban for? Does he want to ban for Clown? Does he want to ban for Opera? Does he want to ban for Ivy? We're going to see Seer and Patient as the first two characters. We see the Patient being a popular character for that 4-stop spawn. So you can use those hooks to move around the platform. You see Seer here for support. Wildling, a very good ban for Moonlit. And that Wildling is one of the very few characters in the game that literally cannot get cut off because he just has a board and can just ride past the hunter. So we're going to see a Mercenary as the next best option here for Sky.
Let's just say that with this in mind then, I'm surprised that no Acrobat here has been chosen as well, since it is good for first and fourth stop too, but with a Patient there being chosen out, we are just still missing one more container here. Preferably speaking, we would like a somewhat of a soft support, maybe from the side of Sky. We have seen Yuki played out that postmod on a map like this before, but it will be Tawai getting rid of the coordinator here instantly. Decoding progress overall from the side of the survivors isn't too bad, but preferably speaking here on such a big map like this where the hunter can't really map control as much, a decoder wouldn't be too bad even though prisoner here has been banned. The ban on a prisoner could imply that Tawai wants to play Ivy here too. But from the side of Sky, you have Acrobat you can choose. You also have Psycho here, it seems, when it comes to forcing Merc to rescue as much as possible.
Yeah, well, that is true. Psych does seem... It feels like there's better options. Going into a match like this, when you have Ivy, the threat of Ivy, Opera, and Clown on the table, there are two characters in particular that I can think of that are very effective against both those characters, and that's Magician and Acrobat. Magician, as we know, is an effective kiter against Opera. You put the illusions in narrow areas, force the Opera to break it, buy you some time that way. You can illusion off the Ghost against an Ivy, and you can actually illusion block the Clown dash. So Magician has is very effective against those three hunters. Acrobat, similar to that, you can put a red bomb down to stop the Clown dash. You can against Opera, it's just a very good kiter in general. The Opera goes for a flip. You can just bomb back over a window, back over a pallet to avoid getting hit. Just a very good time waster against the Opera Singer, and against Ivy as well. You can bomb out of range of those tombstones, and it's just a hard chase for Ivy in general anyway. So Acrobat very versatile, and on Moonlit, Acrobat very good for 4-stop. But looks like they're going to prioritize the Patient, I guess, in this case. And yeah, they're more worried about, I guess, the Ivy here with that Psychologist pick. Must be the case.
Yeah, but I still do feel like maybe alongside with that as well, not even just Acrobat. Fire Investigator wouldn't be such a bad pick, but it seems like Tawai, we're teasing here a little bit as we do decide to switch back towards the Opera Singer. No Clown for today, it seems. Opera is Tawai's, top tier character here to use for himself as well. He did perform really well during the IVL stages and during the core regionals too. So it seems like Opera here will be fully locked in. We did get a little bit of a tease, but Opera Singer is, generally speaking, one of the better characters, especially when going up against a Seer or a Psychologist.
The funny thing is Clown actually wouldn't even be that bad against this comp. Clown has relatively good chase against Patient, against Seer. I guess the one downside is you have the Psychologist heal on the Mercenary. So let's say the Mercenary gets hit with a slow drill, and then Psychologist can use the whistle to essentially heal through the slow drill, right? Because if you go for a basic heal on them, it takes a very long time, but Psychologist whistle can speed that up. So Psych is, in that sense, good against Clown. There weren't necessarily a lot of good Clown kiters in this comp, but nope, he's just going to play the... I guess Clown is obviously a little bit more risky as well. It's more fun, but not exactly as consistent. So he's going to take the more consistent route with the Opera Singer here. And let's get into our match here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first half of the second round of the Sky Survivor side versus the Wolves Hunter, or the Call of Abyss 8 group stage. I'm Elio, joined here at the first show, giving you the live commentary for this match.
We will head straight towards middle here, it seems, with Nedukun being nearby as the Seer. Seer first chase isn't bad, especially for Toy as well. You know, with the catch-up here being very fast, as long as we're able to at least maybe catch up here instantly, but with a bit of a pause there. Probably technical issues, but back towards what we were seeing as well. Seer being on the outer side of a 2-star area would probably be a way better option here, especially when we want to wait for the owl to come out. You know, so like with that side as well, early game, very nicely done by Nedukun.
Yeah, we're gonna see, make sure everything is good in terms of technology. Make sure everyone's up to par here. But yeah, the Opera Singer, we didn't talk a little too much about the actual comp. We kind of talked about Clown a lot. In terms of how this this comp plays into Opera, it's not bad, I would say. He's going to have that first chase onto the Seer. Most likely, as we talked about, Seer was rotating around the right side. Yeah, the right side of the building. And we're going to see where he's able to go. Maybe prioritizing going towards that first stop, or maybe prioritizing going back towards that God kiting area. Trying to go in the open. That area that he's going through, going around the side of the building there, is more open. It's a little bit harder for the Opera to dash, so maybe he can keep a little distance there. We'll have to see, but we'll see where he goes. Does he go to God kiting? Does he go over to first stop, prioritize the coaster? That's going to be the question here, I think.
Yeah, but like with that in mind though, from Seer's rotation, it seems like he kind of wants to go back straight towards God Kite here in order to prevent some type of... Well, if we do run towards God Kite, it might just be a little bit difficult for a Psychologist as well, because like even if we do get on towards the coaster, what about Psycho? Even if Psycho gets on, then that simply just means that maybe Toy can get a terror shot with someone on coaster. So we do have to be careful if we do decide to go that area. But from the side of Nedukun, seems like he wants to be a little bit more selfless himself. He decided to, you know, run back straight towards 2-store area, let his survivors decode. Overall, there is a Mercenary still out there, so even if you do go down, it's okay. Mercenary one will pass straight in towards the chair for that rescue. Look, Opera is still a character that you definitely can tie up against. We've seen quite a big shift in meta too, right? Changing from a flywheel, knee-jerk reflex flywheel persona web to bring borrowed time more now up against the Opera Singer.
Yeah, definitely true. And we'll see what the people do in his kite here. And the goal for Sky here as well is they need to at least, I mean, it's tough, but they got to at least get Ty in this situation. We're talking about how Opera Singer is very consistent. It's very hard to actually win against Opera. It's very hard to win against all of these early Red Hunters, but and I guess when it comes to Opera and Ivy, Opera is just more... we would say Opera is more of a, I guess, a tie hunter now. Obviously, Opera has a ton of win potential with how fast and how good her chase is. But the goal here for the survivors, try to get that tie. If they can get that tie, Hutien might be able to come out himself, getting 3 kill, put them back in the game. Again, we're not expecting Sky to come back on points. They're down 7 from the first round. We don't expect them to make that comeback. We do expect them to be able to potentially have a round comeback with winning 2 rounds in a row here. So the goal for the survivors, you get 2 at the exit gate here. You get Hutien coming out, getting a 3 elimination on his side. and then you go into the last round having to win the last round. You win the last 2 rounds here. Even if they're close, doesn't matter. You win the last 2, and that's how you become the victors in this match. We're going to see the chase continuing here as Narakun transitioning towards the God Kiting area, able to make it to this first pallet. Going to get that drop here. Chang's not going to ignore the pallet completely here. It's going to be a pallet mind game here. Gets the hit through the pallet right away here. That is an early hit for the Opera Singer, and not optimal for Sky, but he actually just misses the dash here. Interesting.
I think it's okay for now. The owl is out on time, so even with an Opera Singer in an area like this, as long as we just drop down the remnants and Shadow Dance back, that's really all what matters here. See here, we do have an owl left on our hands to use, but we need to use it here instantly. That does come out, but look, Blink isn't ready in 10 seconds. Doesn't really matter here from the side of Why. The decoding progress definitely isn't going to be enough here for a 4-man endgame.
Wants to at least force out the play, but he flyways. Oh no, but he flyways away from the pallet, but the dash is on cooldown. Can he dodge it? No, he's unable to juke the charge attack there, and he's going to get knocked down. Yeah, I was going to say if he was able to at least get the blink out, that could be pretty strong, but unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit short. Chang's going to be able to go cut off the rescuer. This is the Psychologist coming in for the save. Does have Tide Turner here, but gets found so far away here, able to avoid that first hit, able to avoid the next hit. Yuki doing a good job in the area, finally taking the first hit. Let's see if she's able to make it. Probably going to have to take 2 hits to make this rescue, though, unfortunately, which is definitely not optimal, but at least she's able to at least make the save here. Chang going for a Terror Shock here, and not able to get it. Nice rescue from the Psychologist, and Seer will try to rebound. Already 80% to a new owl here, Kuro, so definitely an opportunity to potentially get that for the next kite. He's going to get knocked down, I think, here, but that owl is online. He gets a second one here right before going down.
Yeah, Alicia does have an owl here for a rebound kite containment. However, I would say, preferably speaking here, if you can get maybe a non-Titraner survivor to come into rescue, it probably would be for the best. Because if you get a Titraner survivor to come out and this here uses his owl and he goes down within Titraner time, that just really isn't worth it at the end of the day. You here becoming one of the more dangerous survivors here to stay around this area. Seems like Panda will be on his way in as the patient here, or maybe not. We could potentially speaking just aim for the tie. Aim for the cell, not the tie, and just, you know, forget about the owl, because it's still way too risky here. That's gonna be Mercenary on his way in. We do have 2 elbows here left to use, but that will be at least us guaranteeing that normal dash in.
Yeah, nice elbow pad from the Mercenary. Is able to flip back there, get the rescue uninjured. PP could actually stand in the doorway, but I think he's not going to do that. I think he's going to let him use the owl here. I think not really sure.
Should be enough.
Yeah, I think it would have been more value. There would have been more value in the Merc standing in the door. That would have helped the Seer kite out the Tide Turner and then extend it even longer with the owl to get a little bit extra time. Although it's not, it ends up, yeah, he's gonna get knocked out anyway. Maybe not. I'm not really sure. Mercenary's still able to get away with being full health, so I guess it ends up being fine. They are able to get down to 2 ciphers, but not a lot of progress in the last 2. An injured Psychologist and trait online for this Opera Singer makes it a bit difficult for Sky. They're gonna have to play this really well here.
But Yuki currently hiding here, so I did get tonight, but the question is, can we find that Psychologist that's currently hiding? We want to see whether or not there's going to be a hero that can come out to stand up for the Psychologist, but Psycho here will not be found. Just said, no, we saw Psychologist immediately with that red dot on the map, as Psycho here becoming the instant next chase. We can't really make it straight towards that coaster on time. We do have Blink here as well if we want to get that instant Blink down, but no, seems like Psycho can we play around this pallet mine game. Yes, we did. We did manage to drop the pallet in, but it doesn't matter. We didn't even vault over it as well. Being very careful with that fly, but no, it's a Tide Turner Psycho, as we just remember from the side of Why. The Cypher machines here, 37, 8, well, close to 40%, but we could teleport here instantly if Why really wants to.
We see the Mercenary probably gonna look for making this rescue here all the way at 2-story, though. He's able to cut him off from a distance potentially. Panda continuing to code. He knows where one of the survivors is at, which is at 10, because he sees that Cypher machine moving. But Mercenary is the one who has to make the save. He's actually gonna go ahead and teleport right away here onto the patient. Pallet's already set up, so he's able to transition away and eventually make it to this 4-stop with 2 hooks. He actually did use 1 at some point. We're gonna see a most likely flywheel to this pallet. No, missing the flywheel here, unfortunately. And trying missing the dash, but he does get the hit in the process. Still not too bad for Sky. Cyphers are winding down. Trying missing another dash here, but he flips back to this the patient and is going to be able to get him down here. And Cyphers are not as far along as Sky would like at this point.
But look, the issue is we just rescued Psychologist when Patient went down. Patient did contain for quite a bit of time there, but from Mercenary's point of view, we weren't willing to use that elbow pad at all to go in for the rescue. And because of that, Cypher Machine decoding progress will now be very slow. Mercenary being found here instantly. Psychologist is barely on that Cypher Machine with double panic stack. No, the elbow pad was not the best. We shot down back right towards that double pallet area, and that's what we're gonna do here. Mercenary, no elbow pad left on our hands to use. Mercenary, that's gonna be an instant hit, and 8 seconds just is not enough.
It's not gonna be enough. I don't think he makes this rescue here. Mercenary's gonna get stuff from a distance here, and that's gonna get so Chung is able to win this game potentially. He's gonna drag the Mercenary away from Cheer, so he's not able to self-heal and get the rescue onto the Patient. The Psychologist will continue to decode as much as possible, but only 75% on that Cypher. They still need to finish the last Cypher Machine after that. He may just go for the chair and go straight for that Psychologist. He knows where that Survivor is. As Psychologist continues to decode, Godkite isn't even leaving the Cypher. So the Hunter already knows where she is. Really wants to finish the Cypher, I guess. Is able to do so, but Psychologist is trapped in this back area here. It's just going to be a mind game here to see if he's able to get her down, and there's the down punch of the Psychologist. That's going to be the 4 elimination here for Chang'ai, and just like that, that's going to be another 5-0 victory for this Wolves Hunter, and Wolves advancing even farther in terms of their point advantage up to 13-1.
That game, you know what, honestly speaking, the early game there wasn't bad. The mid game also wasn't bad as well, as we were only missing one Cypher Machine. Yuki being found there at the corner was a little bit unfortunate. However, good news, that area is going to be fully promoted to another brilliant containment area for the next patch. But for this patch, in this scenario here, I just feel like Mercenary rescuing was a little bit slow, because it was only when Patient actually went down after using like 2 hooks. That's when the Psychologist actually got rescued. So like during that time too, our Opera Singer knew where the Mercenary was. Our Opera Singer knew that, okay, you're not decoding all during that time, and because of that, we were able to fully take advantage of that scenario with an initial double hit on that Mercenary and with a failed elbow pad too. It's really just, I think, the side of our Mercy, we kind of panicked when it comes to using that elbow pad.
Yeah, definitely. It was able to make a very good first rescue, even with the Hunter cutting off from a distance, was able to make a good save into that 2-story. That's not an easy place to save from, especially when the Hunter knows where the rescue was coming from, as he knows he was coming from that bridge area. But yeah, the second one, unfortunately, unable to get it. I think the looking into the first kite, we see 89 seconds. Nerkun doing a pretty good job of actually wasting time, but ended up not being enough here, unfortunately. And I think that first hit for Chang'ai super early on at that pallet, if he was able to avoid getting hit there, I think from there, Seer could extend the kite quite a bit, because he's able to get that pallet down. Hunter probably is going to break it. Then you get to that God kiting area. You still have Owl, full health, Flywheel. So many opportunities to kite there. But as soon as he gets that first hit early on, that's when he was able to get the down pretty quick, not even needing to use Blink, able to conserve that trait. Yeah, it worked out really well for this Opera Singer, and Wolves getting even more of an lead here. So now, I don't really know how Sky makes this comeback. Hutian's going to somehow have to 4-kill here on Moonlit against Wolves, and then additionally Sky's going to have to go 8-1 in the last round, so it does not seem too likely as of right now.
Yeah, I would say honestly, with that game, it seems like it was actually the Opera Singer who was a little bit more patient with her normal hits. Because like we saw throughout that game as well, where it's always the Seer flywheeling first and Opera Singer being a little bit more patient with her normal hits. Now, we're not saying, now, honestly speaking, most of the times we're going up against the Opera Singer, she uses instant hit. The faster down, the better it is. But on the side of Why, I just feel like he kind of read the mind of Sky Survivor pretty well there, especially with what they wanted to do. He was a very patient hunter in that game, even when 4 Cypher Machines were done right when Seer was eliminated. He was able to grasp that scenario pretty well for himself too. But like moving on straight towards the second half, as we've just said, you're gonna have to ban out all the tight kind of guaranteed type of characters what Why has done, right? The prisoners have to go, the embalmers have to go. If you leave those two out, there's just going to be so much decoding progress, so much speed on those ciphers. And I don't think with an Opera or Ivy being played up against, you know, prisoner and embalmer, it probably isn't enough if you want that 4-man elimination. Absolutely.
So a lot of pressure on Hunty, and we did see him play his Opera Singer against RC. Did manage to 3-kill RC survivors, which we know how good RC is, so that's definitely not easy to do. It's very impressive that he's able to get there, but now he has to even more of a challenge. He has to 4-kill Wolves. Again, very good Survivor team. I would say RC and Wolves very strong in their own respective ways on the Survivor side. But the fact that he has to go for a 4-kill here, very challenging. Wonder what kind of build he's going to bring. Sometimes we see these opera singers, they go for an abnormal build. Although on a larger map like Moonlit, that's less effective because it's harder to get to those ciphers and abnormal them. Because it's so easy for survivors to just die away from ciphers. It's so spread out. The map is so spread out. It's easier for survivors to die away from ciphers because of that. It's easier for them to spawn away from ciphers. You just create your spawns in different areas of the map. But we're looking to do a quick interview here.
就是去应对他们的一些绝活啊，比较杂的一些角色，然后一些主流的我们都打的，在我们这边的赛区都打得比较熟练了。
Yeah, with that as well, like it's as Jelly has said too, they've done quite an extended and in-depth research on Sky. So like from their side, going up against the Hunter right now from Wolf Survivor side, they probably do have quite a good of a knack knowing what type of Hunter he wants to play and how to counter it too. But like it's just, as we said before too, Persona-wise, moving on towards round 2 onwards, you could potentially just bring borrow time on all survivors, but look, Wolves only need a one-man escape here to guarantee a win, 2 games win, and just to take a home instantly. They could just go all no borrowed time. Even a flywheel on Mercenary here wouldn't be a bad idea. But look, it just depends on what Wolves decides to do here and what our Sky's Hunter wants to play. It's his preferred character, right? There's Geisha there, there's Opera Singer there, but in a map like this, probably Opera would still be the better option.
Maybe they'll go the NAU random Merc route and go no Tide Merc and just go Flywheel Broken Windows Merc with no borrowed time or Tide Turner. And that would be even more fun. What do you guys think about that? Wouldn't that be exciting, guys? Just because I said this, that was, for those of you who didn't understand, that was sarcasm. Okay, that doesn't mean go play it into the rank match. Okay, if I get you in rank and you play Merc with Flywheel and Broken Windows, I will play Mind's Eye. Okay, I'm just letting you know, and we're not going to win the game. So just a heads up.
It's okay.
About that.
It's okay.
That was sarcasm for those of you who didn't know.
If you meet me, I'll hug you. It's okay. We'll do it together. I'll run Flywheel with First Officer. Don't worry, we'll be doing this together. But anyways, aside from all that,
I'm just gonna go get terror shocked at that point.
I know, but you know, Eli. Wolves has chosen out that TME before, and they did do fairly well. They did honestly do very well. But you know, that was in Sacred Hearts Hospital. Maybe in Moonlit, a little bit harder to play a TME here. But potentially speaking, we might be able to see the pocket picks here from the side of Wolves, like Jetty's Mechanic, like the Prospector on 487, and potentially speaking, maybe XMX will play a Harasser main, as we said at the start of the matchup too. But moving on straight towards the band pick phase we go. Purple bands is Hula Blue, and of course the Survivor side will be Seer, First Officer, and Acrobat. That's Wolf Survivor 4 Wolf Survivors to use. Who is Hutian's first 2 bands?
Let's see here. I think he is going to aim to play that Opera Singer as we talked about. Yeah, Coordinator Anti, very opera-sided bands here. So I think Wolves knows what's coming. They're going to do their best to pick a composition that's going to counter Opera as best as possible here. They will ban out the Goatman, getting that off the table here, of course, and the Wildling immediately. As we know, Wildling, a very good rescuer against, not even against Opera, but just on Moonlit in general. Wildling is probably one of the best rescuers for this map. We're going to see Fire Investigator as well. Pretty standard here for supporting kiting. We're see the Embalmer from Hutian. This definitely makes sense as he needs to get a 4-kill. Embalmer is a very good survivor for not getting 4-killed, so he's going to go ahead and get that out of the way here.
I do wonder if Wolves are willing to play patient here as well, because they haven't just chosen him just yet. But actually speaking, a Novelist here being chosen isn't bad. We could do a switcheroo here in between the palettes as well. But not only that too, I feel like when it comes to Novelist, there's like so many counter plays you can play up with him. You can potentially pair him up with the Flooring here, the Fire Investigator here, into, you know, switching in between the palettes. Get the Fire Investigator to actually drop the palette down, or even choose out the Aeroplanist in this map. It's a big map after all. Aeroplanist gets a 20% extra stun time duration on that palette when there's Survivor nearby, but no, there'll be a Barmaid here instead when it comes to a little bit more of a soft support. Maybe we want the Force Voiling here to rescue twice, but with a team comp like this, it's a little bit more of a knack on the support side. It's a little bit more of a, it's less, let's say, solo containment wise. It's more like team fight. We want to aim for as much fights here as possible. So potentially speaking, they are kind of maybe eyeing out on a Geisha. Opera Singer team fighting is definitely doable too, but even if you do pull distance, she's going to be able to catch up to you way too fast.
Yeah, Barmaid is not not good against Opera, to say the least, in most circumstances. But yeah, Novelist here is good. Fire Investor for support. It's going to be Opera Singer, as predicted. He's going to look to chase that Barmaid early on. I mean, I kind of get, it's like, okay, Barmaid, we're trying to cover our grounds a little bit here, but I feel like it was pretty obvious that Hutian was going Opera. We saw him prioritize that against RC. We know that's his most common round 2 hunter, so interesting, but to see the Barmaid. But yeah, anyways, we'll have to see here. Again, they only need to get 1 survivor out the gate, so I think that's really just what they're going to go ahead and aim for. As you mentioned, we'll probably see limited borrowed times where they're just going to prioritize having kiting builds here. And it looks like we're going to see the Novelist 4-stop, Fire Investigator in 2-story here. And the Opera's going to have to choose which one they want to chase. We will see that first stop Cypher getting locked off, so Barmaid will have a little bit slower decoding, and we are going to get into the match here. We do have actually 3 borrowed times, only 1 survivor with no BT. That's going to be the Novelist here with the full kite build. This is the second half of the second round of the Wolves Survivor side versus the Sky Hunter, and I'm Yaliho, joined here with Kuroshiro, bringing you the live commentary for this match.
We're gonna give Try Chasing 487 here a try. A Novelist up against an Opera Singer, though. I don't think this is gonna be the best matchup, especially with the fact that this Novelist recharges his storybook really fast too. We're gonna run Trump Card Attention alongside with Max Power Breaking and Berserker, as we're gonna drop down so many remnants nearby. With that Shadow Dance back, it's not the right remnant, unfortunately. Hutian, that's 1 faulty Shadow Dance, and with that 487, a knee-jerk reflex straight towards the next double pallet window area.
We're going to see him breaking that pallet here, trying to get as much distance as possible. Is this Novelist faulting that for a boost? Going to go ahead and transition back towards these pallets over here. Novelist still waiting to use that ability. Mind Game with the pallet. Walks straight through the pallet, though, and gets the hit, though. Nice aggression there from Hutian to get that early hit onto this Novelist.
From Hutian's point of view, I'm gonna get stunned anyway, so why not just go through? But even with that in mind, look, 487 uses that storybook right now. We don't have Shadow Dance ready, so at least that's somewhat of a good news. But Blink will be ready in the next 3 seconds. We did not have knee-jerk reflex ready on our hands to use from the side of the pallet, but there's at least 1 more window there left for ourselves to use. Do we want to blink here? Hutian, blink, the flywheel didn't really come out just so we're still trying to bait it, and the flywheel did come out. And that's down.
He's able to get that flywheel baited out there. He's going to go ahead and share near this 4-stop area. Will we see the Wildling come for the rescue? Looks like that is going to be the case already on that boar. Just to ensure he doesn't get cut off from a distance here. Taking down that pallet as well. Does he see the Wildling? Does see the Wildling here. Going to try to force the Wildling to save as early as possible. But that's going to be very difficult to do, as this Wildling is just so fast on this boar. And he's kind of staying in an area where he can't really dash that well. Yeah, here comes XMX for the rescue here. Cypher Machine's already starting to wind down a little bit. They're able to pop 2 at this point. Beautiful rescue from the Wildling. Novelist trying to farm as much book as possible, but he's going to not get knocked down through this pallet.
It's okay though, because I do feel like maybe if possible here we could get Wildling to rescue once again, but it seems like right around now Wildling's just going to stay nearby to give Tinnitus instead. But actually speaking, we could just sell out 487 here as he's summoned without our time, so there's really no need to rescue him once again. But that's going to be the doubling immediately on the side of Wildling. Wildling having boarding 2 seconds. We could actually just walk in and get on towards the board to body block for our Novelist and to get him to have another storybook ready, but it seems like nope, we're just going to play more of a safer route, getting on the board, and we're going to waste some time before we actually rescue.
We're going to see the switch back here. Wildling is going to come in for the save. Just trying to waste as much time as possible with the survivors to decode before getting off that board. We're going to see another Cypher Machine being popped here. Finally hitting that Wildling there, and there is the rescue. Onto the Novelist here. Novelist so close to getting a book, about 60% of the way done there. Wildling can be the pallet, try to keep it alive a little bit longer, but he's just going to get knocked down here. Nowhere to go at this point. Hutian not wasting any time, trying to even double down the Wildling here. Is he able to do that? He's really going to commit to a double hit here, and he is going to get it onto this Wildling. So pretty good spot here for him. Gonna go back and get that Novelist. Is Novelist, nope, not able to self-heal here even with that sticker. Gonna get placed on the rocket share. Now Wildly gonna get shared right after that. And Wolves looking to get down to one Cypher Machine here, but still one more to go.
I do think it's okay since, Barmaid's Cypher Machine is done right now, and Barmaid could just, use her speed doubling to come a little bit closer towards the chair. But for now, it does seem like the Barmaid's Cypher Machine, they're being popped open. We do have to rescue here no matter what. If we don't rescue, we have to give Tinnitus, or at least stay near middle to give some sort of pressure for He Tian himself knows that he needs a formal elimination here, so the longer he waits, the worse it actually gets. But if we do decide to change chair here, it's a Wildling we're talking about. The moment he gets rescued with a doubling, you're not going to be able to get him down once again. On the side of Sky right now, it's just too hard. It's too hard for a Hunter here. Wolves Cypher Machine currently at 60%. Barmaid can start running in right about now, since by the time she reaches towards the chair, probably will be already primed.
And we do have borrowed time on all three of these survivors as well, so this is going to be very good for them in the end game. He Tian, he really just wants to cut off his survivor from a distance. There's the hit. Barmaid still has a speed drink too if she wants to utilize it, which she will. Gonna flip back, but not enough to prevent the rescue. Cypher Machine is going to be primed here. Wildling getting knocked down. There's the Cypher pop. 3 survivor endgame. Wildling onto the board here for Wolves. And He Tian, well, he is playing very well here. I don't know how he's able to 4-kill this spot. It doesn't look like it's going to be possible as of now. Wildling's just going to run circles around this area, and I don't think he can get him here. He has to teleport, teleporting onto the Fire Investigator, but yeah, it's pretty simple. Wildling can just do the other exit gate and make sure they get one out the gate.
Yeah, I mean, from the side of Survivors 2, they just have way too many resources here to use nearby. Deacon having 3 pallet access here, we could potentially still... Wow, what a pallet mine game, as we did get that drop down too. The question now being, we probably won't be able to take Dungeon, and it is behind Tent right now. However, Deacon, just so much time bought, we got the hit right over the pallet. A tie game here for He Tian, honestly speaking, is not bad, but it's just not enough here. XMX may not have been able to prove himself to be a really good harasser when it comes to rebound cutting, but at least, you know what, we still managed to tie this one out. And let's congratulate then Wolves for winning up against Sky for our match 2 of day 5.
Indeed, Wolves with a convincing victory here. Nothing to take away from Sky's. He Tian did have an excellent job there on the Hunter side with this Opera Singer, but just falling a little bit short. Very difficult to have to get a 4-kill in this position, and only able to get a tie. Wolves Survivors doing everything right here. Wolves Hunter doing everything right here, and they win by a final score of 15-3 for this match. So Wolves looking very good so far. This is what we're talking about. This group's looking to be very exciting for sure. A lot of very strong teams here, and this match nonetheless still pretty good. But Wolves showing off their strength. Wolves getting the victory here, and they're going to move on with victory.
That we would say as well from the side between Sky versus Wolves right now, both teams did show both teams did show their strength with He Tian being able to get a tie game there, at least from the side of Wolves. But like, honestly speaking, if we just think about it right, it seems like round 1 now is more of the round where you want the Hunter to get a formal elimination. Round 2 is more of a 50-50 side. You could get the Survivors to maybe tie it out, and then the Hunter can tie it as well before we move on towards round 3, which is more Survivor lenient. Because like with these round matches upcoming on, round 1 is more Hunter sided, round 2 is a 50-50, round 3 is more Survivor sided. So if potentially speaking, maybe Sky could have moved on towards round 3, they could potentially maybe pick up a win here up against Wolves. Point wise, maybe not so much. 81 was too much of a deficit here as we move on straight towards the match stats. We see here, right, like 47 didn't really contain that long, it was only 81 seconds. But since it's such a big map and Opera Singer can't really map control, Cypher Machines were done relatively fast, even with a double down.
And there's the final score here, 8-1 for the first round. A very strong round 1 for Wolves on both their Survivor and Hunter side. And then round 2, very strong Hunter side from Wolves here. He Tian looking quite well in that round, but did fall a bit short. And Wolves taking the win here, which means that is our second match of the day completed. Let's look into I just literally had the schedule up and I lost it. There it is. Okay, so so ACT with a very strong victory in round 1. Wolves with their win here today, and we still have 2 more after this. We have Dou versus ITZY and GR versus Weibo as well. So all of these are very good matches, all mainland Chinese teams here with the exception of Sky. So should be a lot of great back and forth matches. But finishing up about this match, if we had to make a choice on which player would be the MVP, I think it's pretty obvious, but Kuro, what would you say is going to be the MVP here?
I think probably the Hunter. Honestly, by this point, double formal elimination on the very first half. It just gives Survivor less pressure as well. But if the survivors if the survivors get one, it'll probably be Jelly with that round 1 acrobat.
Yeah, we're gonna look at our highlights here for this match.
他一个 B 来，他被投。get 到了。投直接把啪算。门口压好了。可以救了。心里那种提要啊，撞提要那种。他有别过。
3, 2, 1, link ready。
过来孙。
有给你救。不会是哪里？
不要死马戏团。随便死。
错了，马戏团随便死。
挡闪没闪出来是不是？有点像掉血人了。没事，闪现了。我点满。你都上了。OK，够了，平局。够了，放心。
Okay, so there's our highlights, yeah.
And with that as well, like best deduction points as well, as we said before, and then moving on after this will be Dole versus ITZY. It's going to be a rematch for them though, let's just say it this way, because they were the ones kind of fighting for that final place, and if I'm not wrong, it was ITZY winning up against Dole being able to take that. No, it was Dole winning up against ITZY to actually take that place. So for them to come back with a rematch, match would be pretty interesting to see as well. I mean, for Dole, yesterday's performances, I would say it wasn't the best. ABWG being able to take the game home within 2 games as well. Because like AWG was the last team to actually qualify for our COAⅧ group stages, and Dole being one of the first 4. It does seem like their conditions right now really isn't the best. So with this in mind, before we move on towards the next matchup, that's at least something that we can look forward to. But with the current Wolves versus Sky, both teams has already done a spectacular job. Brilliant goalman there from the side of match 1 from my side, and just a little bit unfortunate for Sky, but they do still have potential.
Yeah, they do still have potential. I'm gonna take a quick look at their group here. So we have in that group. We have Wolves now advancing to 2-0 in that group alongside GG. So both of them will be tied for first with RC shortly behind them as well. That's a difficult match for both Sky and Omni. GG Wolves, yes. RC in the same group. I mean, that's 3 teams that could easily be victors in this COA. So, but yeah, I'm interested about the Sky Omni matchup too. When that one comes around, we'll see how that goes. But we are, of course, as predicted, showing our MVP here for this match with 12,000 average deduction points and 4 eliminations in both rounds. Best deduction both times, and yeah, you really can't beat that.
Yeah, I do think it's very dominant on the side of COAⅧ too. That round 1 was not something I kind of predicted at any current going down that fast, as we said before too. It is not a bad character to use, but we will directly move on straight towards the interview phase. It seems like we will be interviewing COAⅧ and Jelly.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人小小。首先要恭喜成都狼队获得了本场比赛的胜利。我们今天请到了宠爱还有小果冻来到采访，先请2位和我们大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是成都狼队的小果冻。
Hello， 大家好，我是成都狼队的宠爱。
欢迎，2-0又是帅帅的拿下了，这是2连胜吗？给自己一点掌声鼓励吧，夸一夸自己，特别棒，真的，今天特别的帅。我们宠爱时尚芭莎猛猛的冲，然后求胜者也是稳中求胜，拿下了今天比赛的胜利嘛。今天宠爱的发挥真的是震惊，到底是什么样子的操作能让我们解说在台上大喊这个入室柜，守住了自己100%4抓率的这样的一个荣誉？想问一下宠爱，因为第1局的时候，当时有2波手椅我印象很深刻，第1波就是拦住飞行家那波，跟电车哥哥打了一波很好的配合。当时在场上跟电车哥哥有什么样子的交流？
其实我一开始是没看到电车来的，然后等我打了1刀之后，我看到电车来了，我觉得。那这波确实可以100%守下来了。这
波中立生物帮大忙，特别好。那第2波还有就是卡位，让木偶师不能够卡半把那个人救下来嘛？当时场上会是一个什么样子的情况？
因为我能量多嘛，然后我想让佣兵直接过半，然后这样的话节奏会更好一点。
就是扩大自己的一个优势。那想要问一下洞子哥，第二局的时候你上场也是和电池哥哥打了一波配合，那一波上车和不上车的博弈，你是想要怎么样去操作的？
就是我本来拖不住了，就想着上个车拖点时间的，但是我还没走到车那里他就走了，
结果他比你还急一些，然后后面
我本来想看台刀再上去的，但是他直接走了，我就走到后面去奶血了，因为我看到他离我很远。
他走了，你也走了，然后电池哥哥还卡了一波视野，身尾拉开，直接移情。那我觉得我们第一局 MVP 给到电池哥哥，谁支持谁反对？
没问题。
今天电池哥哥第一局真的帮大忙了。那其实打到后面，想问一下洞子哥，当时因为你上挂之后节奏就比较好，机子够了嘛？那个时候大家怎么样去为开门战做了一些准备呢？
就是我们都没有心脏嘛，就是我没有心脏嘛。然后又在防他的一刀斩，所以就觉得压好了之后，正好可以利用搏命的20秒去开门。
就一切都已经规划好了，这个3跑就是稳稳收入囊中。那到了第2局，想要问一下宠爱，其实在选角的时候就看到是谁啊，一直在笑什么呢？这么开心，不会就是想拿着小丑来虚晃我们一枪吧？怎么回事情？说说看。
因为一开始我想拿小丑嘛，然后教练说就是时候未到，先不拿，
再藏一藏。今天还不是小丑的时候。那洞子哥，你看到他出小丑的那一瞬间，你会觉得他真的要打小丑？你们也会不会跟我们一样很期待说能看到他的小丑？
我们每一局都会说拿小丑。
每一把都想看。
反正上面是教练在说，我们纯下面场下热子人。
下面不管怎么样，如果说没有这个全局，希望他把都玩小丑。结果最后小丑就亮了那么1秒钟，最后选了歌剧，我们变成小丑，我们的鼻子红红的了。那打到那一局的话，想要问一下。在后面其实节奏非常的好嘛，你整个的控场思路、追击思路会是什么样子
的？就是感觉跟以往的一些对决就是比较相像嘛，然后也熟练一点，对，所以说感觉就是跟回家了一样。
有比较多的经验了，会比较好的去应对求生者的那些策略。那刚刚最后一局，感觉我们求生者洞子哥是不是把走一个写在了脸上？就那一波野人直接压满，就卡的位置也很精妙。当时大家队内有一些什么样子的沟通和安排，最后保下了瓶颈呢？
就是调酒师只要一直不死，怎么样都跑一个嘛。然后救野人的话，就是等压好之后再去救嘛。所以然后我又不能被他找到我。就算被找到我也不能直接死，所以我就直接在楼站了不动了，反正找到我也能溜。
就稳就一个字，博弈就一个字，来了我就溜。那今天的话真的是两边特别的稳。对于后面的比赛，我们有没有信心给自己说一点什么吧？加油！
就后面比赛就是尽量发挥出更好的水平嘛。然后也走一步看一步。
加油，继续努力，争取早日把小手抬上来，好吗？好的，好，东子哥。
就是后面比赛继续加油，好好努力吧。
继续稳中求胜。我们希望后面都是满满的安全感，满满的幸福感。8把2比0。那我们也是下一场比赛继续加油。再一次恭喜成都狼队获得了本场比赛的胜利。接下来马上要进行的是今天的第3场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Where am I?
He's awake!
He looks so complete.
Hey, it's about time.
Anyway, welcome to the game.
I've been wandering this wasteland with the team for a while. Most are out scouting while I document the mutated entities. It is relatively easy work. Seeing her fills me with both joy and fear. I must find a new path for her, because I know this wasteland is no paradise. As we delve deeper, The relentless force of erosion is like a slow, steady hammer, driving life down like a nail, reshaping it into something else. Guided by my companion, we reach a new area with far more strange entities than the outskirts. Our ailing frames can barely endure, yet none of us are willing to stop. I can't leave yet. The key to finding the way out might lie deeper within.
Watch out!
Welcome home.
Dust is floating on the edge of storm. Whisper linger low in the hollow night. Stars will softly guide us through the endless night. In dark, dead of night, they move unseen, silent speaks. Where blade will fall tonight. Darkened echoes veil the past, fate twist masked, and doubt truth veil lost. The shadows are falling, no return, no grace. Night fades, hush drift away, no escape, doomed fate. One breath lost, shadows fall, the blaze is drawn. Fate twists back.
来到第5人格生人的呼唤吧总决赛小组赛，我是主持人小小。下面有请2支战队上台喊话亮相。首先有请斗5战队登台喊话。
想喝甘露了。
有请斗5白纸男陈某人、程仔、习同学、启言。下面有请 ITZY 战队登台喊话。
把斗5灯牌关了，我请你们喝。
有请 ITZY 北路、芷言、大海、三叶、狐狸、白鹿、四羽。今天第3场对战的2支队伍是斗5和 ITZY， 紧张刺激的比赛即将拉开序幕，让我们一起期待这一场精彩纷呈的对决。下面让我们把画面交给解说席。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Untitled Chapter called the Abyss 8. Day 5 of our group stages. My name is Chocho and joining me is Posh, and we will be bringing the live commentary for match number 3 and 4 of today. Posh, how are you feeling?
I'm excited. I'm also quite nervous because these two teams are still looking to get on the board in the group stage. It is day number 5, folks, meaning this is the point of no return. We can kind of see how the group stage are kind of shaken out, and some teams are sort of safe, while other teams like the next 2 that we're about to witness are kind of in that jeopardy, hitting that crossroad moment, Chocho. Is it going to be ITZY to get the point today, or is it going to be DOU? The stakes going to be higher.
Yeah, and they've recently lost against both of the Japanese divisions in the Group A. Yeah, Group A bracket. So coming into this, they have to really fight each other all the way till the end.
Oh, yeah.
Whoever wins is going to rank slightly higher because as of now, seems like they are kind of in the either 3rd or 4th or 4th or 5th position in the group stages. So this is a do-or-die situation for them. Let's see how they're going to perform here.
Yeah, and just acknowledging everyone in chat that has been here since day 1 and also has been here since the beginning. I see a lot of ITZY chants. I see Rennie saying what's up, Chocho, and saying what's up, Botch. Man EKE saying what's up to us. Caro is here as well. Hortenhines. AbyssⅧ saying what's up to everyone. Any shout outs you want to give out, Chocho? My dyslexia is kicking in and so much there's so much chatter that's happening right now. Any shout outs you want to give out?
Yeah, shout outs to of course Maini. I'm not sure if she's here just yet, but of course Horton too, Hen Sharks, Nico, Rainy, Ballistic Nerd,
Sushi Epic. Yes, I see you. We see you. We see you, Pocket Rat. We see you. It's me, Goldie. Of course, we see you, Nico. We see every one of you guys. Let your voice be heard in chat. ITZY or DOU? Can we get some crowns and a bat? I mean, DOU looks like a battery, like the logo. So some crowns and batteries in the chat. We, both of us kind of are leaning on ITZY based on the performance. But Chocho, do you want to elaborate more on why we think, or why you think that ITZY has this match just a little bit on the edge here?
Yeah, ITZY, they kind of had the edge because they went up against Axis Wave. And Axis Wave is the 2024 IJL Autumn champion.
Yes.
And they had a full BO3. We could see that Bailu was really dominating when it comes to BO1 and 2, but coming to BO3 kind of tied things out. And this is exactly what we're expecting from the Hunter side, to have a weaker Hunter pool coming into BO3 with survivors slightly leaning towards the winning end. But even though we do expect that, we don't see the same for ITZY survivors. They have been losing all of their BO1 to 3, really putting Bailu on the spot to kind of get that 4K, 3K situations to bring the team back. So as of now, because Bailu is such a strong hunter, we do have great expectations of them. But why DOU is kind of potentially on the might be losing here, because when they went up against AWG, which is a slightly weaker team as compared to Axis Wave, they lost to a 2-0 game.
Yeah,
that was very clear sweep.
Yeah, it was quite the shutdown, and coming from a really good, I'd say quite the strong showing in the group stage. I believe DOU went undefeated in the group stage. The qualifiers, just for them to be able to be at this spot.
I think COAⅧ also was in an interview saying that, yeah, we felt really good with our performance. We still have a lot more to improve on, but as of now, we think we have the edge over AWG, but unfortunately, it didn't really go their way. So now it's kind of the redemption match for them to be able to get back on the winning column. So as ITZY, and I think when it comes to support for ITZY, they're not even a professional team. They're non-professional team, but they're able to win over the likes of a bunch of teams. I think they won against FPXEQ and sent them out in the qualifiers. But let's introduce those here of Chen, Nan, Yan, COAⅧ, CITZY, and Musk, rounding out the players of Dowu. So I think that's why more people kind of lean towards ITZY since they have that underdog factor.
Yeah, and as of ITZY, we will be seeing Bailu as the hunter most likely, and others we have Clover, Bailu, Dahai, Xian, Fox, and Xiyu. So very excited to see the performance here coming from ITZY, but at the same time, let's see if there's any adjustments made to ITZY survivors to potentially bring the round to a tie, lessening the burden onto Bailu.
Yeah, ITZY, ITZY. Any Dala Dala moments there, or anybody want to be part of ITZY? Any? What are the fans of ITZY? What are the stands called for ITZY stands? You happen to know? I'm gonna Google it real quick because we could call them that. But there has to be some synonym. Real quick, Google ITZY stand names. Strawberries?
Strawberries? No.
No. Midseas.
Oh, Midseas. Yeah, Midseas.
Speaking of cute, we have Dahai here, one of the cute posers here. I believe he also was clipped on TikTok with how well he posed in the lineup here. Dahai, one of the pillars of ITZY. I'm trying to bring up the stats here. He does have a psychologist. He uses the dancer a lot, doctor, mechanic, priestess. So really giving that support and kiting ability towards his team. So Midseas, make some noise in the chat if you support ITZY.
Yeah, and if ITZY is to win this, hopefully they get a good rest and also a good meal, because all that stress that we're seeing on the hitman, all the white hairs, he gotta let it down a little bit. Let's see how the server's gonna perform here. But next,
you're calling out our boy Dahai? How dare you? How dare you?
All the stress, man, too stressful for this game. But ITZY's Clover we're seeing here, no rescues at all. Kind of like a decoder, but only a one full cipher. Maybe after decoding one cipher, he's the next person that will be chased here. But with a rather short containment time of 57 seconds, not too much, and also 0% escape rate. So let's see from Clover's side, the Antiquarian and the Novelist as well.
Yeah, he's just there to buy a lot of time. He did use Gardener 4 times during the qualifiers as an Antiquarian, so I guess he's kind of like the first round chase, and also just tries to get as much attention away from the hunter as possible, just to get that one person escape. I think the biggest takeaway from ITZY is their hunter Bailu, so saving that for the second half in this matchup. So I'm excited to see the tandem of Clover and Dahai, but we're going to move on to our next survivor here.
Fox.
I believe this is Fox. Yeah, go for it, Chocho.
Yeah, so the main rescuer of the team, we see him with the forward as well as the wilding. We've previously seen Fox in other professional teams, but really surprising to see that he will be in ITZY, which is a non-professional team. But then again, we do see the average rescue at 2.33 and average containment time of 92 seconds. So even if you want to chase him at the start, he's not gonna give it easy to you. You gotta chase him at least 3 ciphers. So that's the case for ITZY Fox. But in the tournament, he's also played the wilding. The wilding and first officer. So let's see how his performance is going to be today. I presume it's going to be pretty solid coming from Fox.
Stable.
Shouldn't be a huge issue.
Yeah. You know, wildling and first officer have been high priority and high value in a lot of the lineups. You just see how well they could just buy enough time, go for safety rescues, especially with the meta hunters just camping so far away from the chair. So you definitely want to have someone like him, someone like Fox, to be able to make those rescue happens. Last but not least, to round out the survivor lineup, we have Xian here. Does have a seer, does have a puppeteer. These two survivors are the ones that usually get banned out. Escape rate is at 33, so he's possibly on that second kite to just try to go for the end game cipher pop. But also, I do have on my notes that Xian does use a psychologist, has also an embalmer, used the magician and enchantress once as well in the qualifiers.
Alright, so as of now, we do see the ITZY survivors. I think Fox seems to be the most well-rounded player as of now, with the amount of rescues and also long containment time coming from him. So curious to see whether ITZY survivors will be able to kite out the hunter side of Dou. It seems to be we'll be seeing Yen. So Yen from Dou, he played the Goatman and Ivy against AWG, and unfortunately doesn't seem to be getting great successes. We did see him with one time with a tie and one time with a one kill only. So as of stats wise, it's not too good. So kind of let's see if he's able to adjust properly here and see if ITZY survivors will be giving the opportunity for him to capitalize on.
Yeah, it didn't really give much of a showing since he did get canceled out in that BO3 matchup, but he used the Goatman, the Ivy, the Anne, Hullabaloo, as well as the Opera Singer. So pretty much meta, pretty much standard stuff in this matchup. So again, let your voices be heard in chat. What I want to see are some crowns and some batteries. Is it gonna be Dou or is it gonna be ITZY? You know what? Whenever I spell out their name, I always think of that It Boy song, the ITBOY, BBNO dollars. No? You don't know that song?
No.
No? I am HIM. That Gen Z M. No? BBNO fans? No? Not anyone? ITZ. No. Okay. I feel like I'm just spelling at this point. But
dude, I think it's just a me problem. The other day, Eli tried to test me about David Delights.
David. Yeah.
Guys, I know what David Delights
you guys should know what
now.
David Delights
Who
is
David
also.
Delights
You
is
guys need to know who David Delights is right now. Well, everyone, just check it out. If not, go search him on YouTube, give him a like, share, and subscribe. But yeah, sorry, no, this is BBNO. Sorry, it's a song, but I don't know if anybody knows that.
I'm not keeping up with the generation, man. Like I'm the
Dude,
fake
it's your
Gen Z.
generation. It's your generation.
I'm such a fake Gen Z. I don't know anything. My goodness. Do you even remember at the time when it comes to Gen Z slangs, you guys had to teach me about Gen Z
more.
slangs.
You know more. Yeah.
Oh, you guys are.
Oh, there,
more.
BBNO money. Let's go. Yeah. You know that song. People know the song. Okay, thank God. BBNO. I am HIM. Okay, just listen. He has cool songs. Edamame, you know the song?
Huh?
Never mind. Just it's food. But let's get back on track here. Dou, ITZY, folks. 50-50 type matchup here. They're both looking to get on the board in a bit of a crossroads, since the winner of this match would highly kind of get on that winning track for them to be able to secure their stage in the group stage, because as of now, they've both lost to the Japan division teams. So super important for them to at least start this match off on the right foot here. And it seems like ITZY survivors are going to try to do that for Bailu.
Yeah, and if we're going to look at this as a whole, right, if we're going to compare it by Hunter and by survivors, personally, I do think that those survivors are stronger than ITZY's survivors. But when it comes to the Hunter side, Bailu from ITZY seems to be stronger than Dou's Yen when it comes to performance. So that's the thing. We'll see who will be able to cope with which side. But it seems like we'll be sneaking into Chinatown by ITZY, I believe.
Yeah, I think.
Well, hard to say.
Yeah, because the graphic also is really fast in the color. So you're saying that this could be a battle of the hunters, basically. So we could actually see a pretty strong outing of Dou's Hunter here in this matchup. But I mean, Bailu also, he's the madman that brought out the BQ round 1 just to save the meta hunters in round number 2. So if his survivor team could actually pull out like a tie game, we could see some interesting picks coming from Bailu.
Yeah, definitely. And we really have to see how BO1 goes. If BO1 it becomes a very convincing win for either of these teams, it might be a potential 2-0 sweep. But this is two Chinese mainland teams we're talking about. One professional, one not too professional. And we can't say that the non-professional one is not going to win, because if you recall from yesterday's matchup...
Yeah, I guess we could say semi-pro, so it sounds better. The scripting
Semi-pro.
sounds better. Semi-pro.
Semi-pro. Yeah, because if we look into yesterday's matchup in day number 4, we saw FT. I keep mentioning FT, but FT, seriously, as a semi-professional team.
Dude, aren't you glad you didn't put like, hey, I'm going to dye my hair green if FT wins?
I'm so glad I did not. I'm so glad I did not bet on
No, it was like, I'm so happy that I didn't say like, oh, I'll shave my head if FT wins. But yeah, FT also in that semi-pro category, able to actually get a huge victory over FL. And Dude, this has been like a top 4 consistent IJL team. So yeah, if you guys haven't seen it, go back to day number 4, check out FT's performance there. ITZY is going to try to duplicate that, going up against a franchise team like Dou, picking up a Puppeteer and Dahai's Priestess to start things out, Chocho.
I would love to see the Priestess support coming into this, but if Yen is gonna be picking a potential Goatman that we've seen him pick here in the group stages, the portals from Priestess must be preset.
Yeah.
If it's not preset, you're not gonna be able to get out of the cage using the portals at all. And we have the Puppeteer, so able to tank those hits and, you know, take up a lot of time if he's kiting out the Goatman. So great choices coming from ITZY, I love it. And Yen responding with a Seer Ben. So survivors, picking up the aeroplanes. Aeroplane is really, when it comes to the group stages, we've been seeing him appearing in almost every single match.
Yeah, and also appearing in every global ban because they try to pick him up at the start. We saw how well that he's able to deal with the cages. In the right hands, you can do a basically like 2-3 Cypher Kite. So hopefully they'll be able to do that in this matchup. I like their initial 3 picks because these are globally banned. Kind of scared though that they locked in the Puppeteer to start it out because the Puppeteer could translate so well in round 2 and round 3, but hey, you might as well make it count, and at least they save the first officer for rounds to come.
And it's also not impossible that Yen will be picking a Hula Blue here. Hula Blue. Yeah, if it's a Hula Blue, I guess they just have to preemptively use their items. Just in case the red zone, it will negate them from using those things as well. So Chinatown, we'll be seeing this team com. As of now, looks pretty sturdy actually. If the Priestess portal do come through, we might be seeing maybe a long portal trick coming into this and prolonging the kite or the rebound kite. Anything is possible coming for ITZY survivors. I'm excited to see their matchup.
Yeah, I think FT was the first one to put Priestess on the board when it comes to this group stage match, and we almost saw Kuga use that long portal, but the Hunter had this wherewithal to clean up that long portal. So hopefully Yan could do a bit of cleaning up here before he commits to one survivor, because like you said, it's going to get preset. So Hullabaloo could be on the table as well as the Goatman. It's really up to Yan on how he chooses to see this matchup. It seems like he will be going with that Goatman. Kind of reminiscent of his group stage or his qualifier matchup. He does prioritize Goatman to start out his match, but in his match with AWG, he did go for this strat, and unfortunately, they did 2-0 Dou. So hopefully they won't go to that same track of results.
Yeah, that's the thing. And Yen should try and get as many kills as possible. Previously only got a tie, so 3 kill, 4 kill here against ITZY would be the most ideal results, because coming into the later rounds, you're gonna have weaker and weaker hunters in your arsenal. So this is the time for Yen to shine here. Now looking into our spawn locations very soon.
Let's wait for the map to load. And there you have it at the Umbrella Gate. So a T-shaped spawn here with the first officer at the center, Priestess to the right, granting her access to kind of connect the the west and east side of this map. Puppeteer really far, as well as the airplanist. Chocho, when it comes to the first target to chase, who are we going for?
I think to prevent any like preemptive portal support coming from the Priestess, maybe he could go for her. We've seen how Kuga really kite very well with that aeroplanist against a Goatman. Could be replicated here. So if Priestess is able to do it, I would like to see the Priestess getting chased here. So we have yet to see a Priestess getting chased here in the group stages. So that's going to be an interesting one to see. Now looking at our personas, we have our Trump Card Detention and Abnormal Trade. Very aggressive coming from Yen. And ITZY with 2 of them having 3 and 3 Tech Turners to work with. So this is going to be BO1 first half between Dou's Hunter versus ITZY survivors. My name is Chocho and joining me is Posh Spice, and we'll be bringing the live commentary on this match.
Yan on the Goatman here, not wasting any time, rotating towards the center where Fox is at. Again, stakes are pretty high for these teams. We're in the middle of the group stage. They're looking to get their first victory to put them on the map to head towards the playoffs. But Yan, unfortunately, hasn't found anyone just yet. This allows rotations to happen. This also allows Yan to build up that resentment. So now it's Clover feeding that tinnitus as he is crouching down in this area, doing a great job staying out of line of sight. So now it seems like Yan rotating back to the center where Fox is at. And Fox would gladly take this kite because he has that pocket watch to work with. So Yan, I don't know if he's going to commit to that first officer.
Seems like he's not. He's just gonna force out the item so he has one less thing to work with when it comes to the rescue. Now Xian also Yan is being a little bit choosy when it comes to chasing the survivors.
Well, it's a commitment, Chocho. You gotta put a ring on it, right? So he doesn't want to commit, bro.
Bro cannot commit, and now the tinnitus is long gone. Xian, seems like he has no choice here.
Okay, he's gonna commit to the puppeteer. I don't know if that's something you want to put a ring on, but you might as well. So he's gonna try to break the cages, but he's still on that puppet form. So good job by Xian. Will take this first kite, and it seems like he's still stuck in this palleted area, forcing the puppet form out once again. No more cage area to work with. So Yan seems like he will be committing towards puppeteer, who does have a full kiting build here.
Yeah, and now resentment, very, very low. So another cage is going to take some time for it to even generate. Now Xian able to still kite it up to the double story. Let's see how long he's able to kite it out. Almost 2 minutes into the match, but the ciphers are actually quite slow.
They are. So it's usually when you hit the 2-minute mark, you kind of want to see the pop, but that just goes to show Yan was like just kept rotating around, just disrupting cipher progress. But at least now we see some ciphers on the board. He's trying to threaten with a blink, but he has that abnormal. So this actually buys a little bit more time for them to pop these ciphers, but the abnormal would lose his value as soon as the cipher pops. So Xian still buying time for his team.
Oh, I do feel that seems to be a preemptive drop there. If he's able to play it around and then might be able to buy a little bit more time rather than in like a down situation there right next to the pallet. Now, looking at the ciphers, actually quite a little bit. 3.5 ciphers, and the first survivor that's
no
3.5.
Yeah, that 94 cipher. Yeah, he might as well have to use it. So it's just giving him that value. At least he was able to stall out the 3 cipher kite here. Now 3 ciphers well distributed. Puppeteer eats that hit once again. He does have borrowed time, but not sure if he's gonna survive for that last cipher pop, since that abnormal just brought their progress back all the way down.
And Yan, we can see that he's kind of struggling when it comes to the Goatman's resentment. It's really restricting him when it comes to putting all those cages and trying to get those hits. Now, because of the free rescue, the survivors are actually decoding at a very quick pace with very little slowdown, except for coming from the puppeteer. So last 3 ciphers, very, very healthy. And the long portal will be destroyed here to prevent any sticky situation that Ian has to face here.
True, but look at this. Aeroplanist using the jetpacks to try and kite for as long as he can before the rescue does happen. But look at that. Has to break this cage. It's like a little, it's kind of far. Aeroplanist trying to go for the flywheel. Oh, he caged him out. So now forced to go for another cage. Yan, low on resentment, has to break this one. Xian doing a great job. Oh, just vaults through. Has to be very careful. Can only play around this area. Not much support, just this. Oh, tried to go for the backstep Chocho, but wasn't able to get it.
Yeah, and yeah, Xian will be seeing the ground. I don't think the cipher can be from Kenneth. 96, 97, 98, 99. It will pop. So right now it's a 4-man detention period. A Goatman with very little resentment to work with. So the cages now is very limited. He should be able to get this hit now. But nobody's at gate, so that's the saving grace as of now. Let's see if Yan is able to rush over with that teleport.
He already switched to it. He does have the teleport, and now everyone's not touching.
Portal.
It seems like
there's a long portal too. So if he teleports over, the priestess can easily get to the other side if he comes to this gate. So he is forced to destroy this long portal first before he teleports over. Would it be enough time though? 90% on that cipher.
Okay, he took a little too long there. They open up the exit gate, tries to go for another one. The flywheel, able to actually go, but they traps him inside. And now able to get the first officer down. 2 survivor escape, Chocho.
Wow, really fast thinking coming from Yan. That quick cage movement there coming from Yan, able to bring all that 3 survivors, trying to enter into the gate to exit from the back and ultimately able to get one more. So I think a tight situation, considering such a devastating start for Yan, seems to be still an acceptable one.
I would say so. If you just look at the results, you'd think like, oh, he should have gotten more. But considering how the start went, like if you add context to the situation, the first down happened relatively late, and he went for a puppeteer, right? And the puppeteer bought so much time. The rescues were so on point. So I guess saving grace was that he just got that tie-in. Like you pointed out, good thinking, going for the cage to block everyone off, allowing for one hit to happen, and it's a tied game. But Bailu coming in could change things up. Talk to me through the highlights, Chocho. What did you like about that match, or the highlights and lowlights for you?
Yeah, I think overall, right, it was a very good team coming from ITZY survivors. They played really smart, especially when it comes to the spawn locations, right? Because we saw a situation where Yen was being very choosy when it comes to the survivors. Aeroplanist, he wanted to chase, but he couldn't find. But then the puppeteer, we could see why he was struggling. You see the amount of cages that he needed to actually down the puppeteer, and also when it comes to the resentment, he was always nearing to the 0 mark rather than towards the 120 mark for the resentment.
Right.
So it was a huge struggle for Yen. That's why he was being choosy, and also he didn't want to chase the first officer because of the watch. So very great start coming from the survivors. We thought that the Abnormal might be able to potentially turn things around, but it seems like it did not. And I think we didn't really say this enough, but Clovis Aeroplanist, rescue, that was crucial. If he did not fly well past the cage, that would have been more than a tie, I feel.
Yeah.
Maybe a 3K.
That's true.
Yeah, so ITZY Survivor is really playing it very well. They might have lost all their games to Axis, but this is the comeback for ITZY Survivors that we've been waiting for. Love the tie, and we've talked about it. BO1, if Survivors are able to tie it out, it is actually a win already.
Yeah, it is. So congratulations to ITZY tying that out. Masterful Aeroplanist gameplay there, Chocho. Thank you for breaking that down, because that could have turned it's just really those minute plays, right? And if that cage didn't happen, it could have been, or if he was able to trap the Aeroplanist, it could be something that, it could be a different result. End of the day, the long start did play in ITZY's favor, and I like what you said, being choosy. In life, you could be choosy, but if you're a hunter, don't be choosy, guys.
Yeah,
you kind of have to settle. Never settle in life, but if you're a hunter, you can't be too choosy.
You gotta commit.
Commit, bro. Okay, so we're gonna move on to introducing the survivors of Dou, starting out with COAⅧ. COAⅧ here having average containment time of 34 seconds, but he's more of the decoder of the team, despite seeing Antiquarian and Acrobat. He does have a prisoner also. Uses the Aeroplanist, has a forward and coordinator as well during the qualifiers. So kind of a well-rounded survivor here. Not just for support, but mostly he's there for decoding.
Yeah, pretty much can play everything, but it seems like hunters also don't really want to chase Chengzai. He's just gonna be the one that decodes all the way through. 212 is almost half of the ciphers that he needs to decode. So great stuff coming from them. They're able to lock in when it comes to the main objective of the game. COAⅧ, we're seeing here, we have the Patient and the Explorer. We'd love to see the Explorer today. I don't think we have yet. Oh, we've seen one from Xiaodi, MRC Xiaodi, but didn't see much success in the Arms Factory, unfortunately.
I think we still have to recall day number 1, Atto, that brought out the Explorer, as well as kind of forgot the TE Survivor that also brought out Explorer. But yeah, Explorer has been the play, especially in like Leo's Memory or Lakeside Village. It's definitely a go-to. So hopefully we'll see that. Maybe if this reaches the whole BO3. Right now, COAⅧ does sport the prisoner. Kurt. Sorry, I thought Kurt to start out. He also has an Embalmer, Seer, Acrobat, Priestess. Now, gonna move on to Chen over here. Does have a Seer, based on my stats. Also uses the Fire Investigator. He also sports the Aeroplanist and the Barmaid. Escape rate at 50%. Containment time almost at 60 seconds. And considering that this meta, it's so survivor-sided, you'd want something close to that 60-second mark. So hopefully Chen can live up to that stat.
Yeah, I think he definitely will. And with a 50% escape rate, at least try and tie things off. Though I know it's easier said than done, because coming into BO1, we're facing a Hula Blue, we're seeing a Goatman, 2 out of the 4 S tier hunters that we're seeing. So might be a hard ask for Dou.
Yeah.
But of course, we are still not done with our the introductions. We're gonna move on to Nan, who played the forward and the wilding, that's correct, in the group stages. So average 2 rescues, so stable rescue should be coming from him. At least a 1 cipher being decoded as well. but slightly short when it comes to the containment time, 42 seconds.
True. People in the chat, specifically Abby B, lol, though hair game is so good, not gonna lie. When it comes to hairstyle tier lists, Chocho, of the players, who would you put on your top tier?
For sure, it's gonna be this player from ZZZ. Might have been the visuals that is impacting the ranking also.
I knew it. Everyone in chat was also like saying, "My gosh, this guy," or the one.
And then,
I know the one. Wait, you wouldn't put Shadow up there? You've been talking about his mullet
I mean,
for like the
Shadow really
longest
pulled
time.
off the mullet very well. I mean, also not just the mullet, but with the silver hair. But
yeah.
I still think ZZZ.
We're talking about hair. Hey, we're talking about hair, not whole package, not the face, right?
Okay,
Chat,
fine.
Let me know your hair tier list since Abby started it. But while Chocho's thinking about that, let's introduce Bailu over here. Bailu, a menace when it comes to the meta hunters, but people are really looking forward to seeing if he'll bring off meta hunters. As average eliminations not so high, but in the group stage he was able to beat, or this team was able to beat FPXEQ, which was Dongxuan's team. So I'm excited to see what Bailu has to bring to the table. I wish we could have a hair tier list. That's what I'm hoping for.
A tier list. Okay, we'll see what the chat says. Okay, we'll see which one is we see the most common name, and then that's gonna be ranked number 1. And I think for ITZY's Bailu, right, he also brought out the geisha, but he only got a tie. And we need to know that the average elimination 2.67, right? It looks like it might be a little bit low, but that was against Axis Wave survivors.
Fair,
so
yeah.
Might have been the factor that was potentially pulling that a little bit lower. But looking into this, we are seeing the Explorer coming into the mix here in Chinatown.
Okay, since Explorer Chinatown, tell me about this type of map for Explorer. Is it good? Is it bad? There's no grassy patches. It's just a big map.
No grassy patches, but they do have some places, right, where there is some elevation, like not like in terms of like the lion cage or the hotel, but there is some patches where like you don't know, like there's something that's on top. You can hide inside. You can't even see Explorer at all. So this is actually a pretty good map for Explorer. It's just that it's quite big, so you have to run miles just to go for the pages. That's the only downside. So yeah, won't be an easy find of the Explorer here. So curious to see how he's gonna be performing here. I could potentially see that the Explorer might be spawning in the hotel area. We've seen Yihua from T, the Explorer, managed to hide out a double story. Xian Umong unable to find him. So
could be the same type of play. Yeah, true.
Could be.
I do see a lot of people in the chat say Shadow, because his hair does stand out. Xiaoma's fluff hair. See people also show some love to my leg. A lot of people are saying Antonio too. I get it. Antonio is like the whole package, but we're talking about like player hair. Bailu also. So shout outs to you guys for running up this hair tier list, and shout outs to Nello Mello that's joining us in the chat. Big shout outs to you, my guy. Hair tier list, you should be on that hair tier list. His hair is very on point, but hopefully Bailu's hullabaloo will be on point here, Chocho, when it comes to this matchup, because Bailu needs to at least get a 3 survivor elimination for them to win this matchup, and with a meta hunter like hullabaloo, that can be possible.
Yeah, and hopefully not too affected by the results from the first half of the round, because I think in Bailu's head, he probably feels that the survivors could have been able to get a 3 escape. It looked like it could have been a clear 3 escape, but just have to say that Dou side, Dou Yan, he was able to execute the endgame very well. Now we'll be seeing a semi-Z formation for the side of survivors, with the hunter spawning at the connected double story area with First Officer and the Knight. Not very good easy chases here, if you have to ask me.
Yeah, so should Bailu be choosy here, Chocho, and just circumvent that and look for the Explorer? Go to the one true main here, or
honestly, I don't think he will be choosy here, because if you decide not to chase the Knight or the First Officer, which is tough chases, you gotta face the Puppeteer. Not easy as well. You want to go find Explorer. Are you able to find him? Yeah, that's the thing. So will be very hard here. Heading into our Personas page first, we will be seeing the Insolence
Detention, yeah. So endgame. I guess he just wants to go to secure that tie, set endgame detention, and teleport as well. Quite interesting, because you usually see an insolence build for sure, but also what's that, abnormal build. But anyway, folks, we'll talk more about the matchup after this. That's Chocho and Potch Spice for your commentators for this matchup. First round, second half of ITZY and Dou.
Bailu. I don't think he'll be choosy here still. Heading straight for the center area where
You
the
just want
knight
Kurt safe,
initially
that's it.
Let's see. All right, the explorer is within the hotel area, so very safe. Chen will seems like he's just gonna wait out the locked cipher. Will be decoding that one. So cipher progress at the start will be quite slow. That's what we were expecting here. And Chengzai on the night. Let's see how Bailu's gonna chase this.
Yeah, it's a rock paper scissors mechanic here to get that silence. And what's scary here is that yeah, the cipher progress might not be fast, but with an explorer in the mix, it's so hard. But now that double surprise actually able to get the white mark onto the knight. Still not enough for him to actually get slowed down here. The knight still having that ability for him to be able to shut down any offense coming from the hunter. So it seems like he's going to try doing that now. And he's kind of locked in here before he can go for a strike. This allows him to actually move on over to this side of the map.
Right, just waiting patiently, not even gonna do the guessing game at all. Knight able to get that white bomb, another red and black mark, he will be down.
But yeah, able to make that prediction, just allowing him to actually move on over. But look at this, already gonna go for your guy here, COAⅧ, able to go for the explorer. Actually, two people are in this vicinity here, so luckily he can go after this explorer before he can use that 50% page.
Oh my goodness, I do feel that it is kind of COAⅧ's kind of misstep here. They kind of predicted he might not have that teleport. So just picking up that page, warning the hunter that I am right here. So COAⅧ, unable to get the two other marks onto the explorer. Doing a great time kiting here, COAⅧ.
Yeah, so now just waiting for that double surprise. He's already switched up the stages, and now just that red mark, he's going to try to switch it up, and able to get it, unfortunately, once he got the 50% mark. And cipher progress looking kind of okay, but they need to put more pressure here if they want to be able to survive, because this hullabaloo does have detention, and we do have a bit of a pause in the action, folks.
Yeah, so yeah, it was because of the explorer picked up with that 50%. It kind of warned the hunter that he was there, which kind of prompted the teleport. So with this teleport and also the insolence, the survivors would probably think that, does he have trump card here, or does he have detention? I think they will be caught off guard here with that detention. That's the thing.
Yeah.
So as for survivors, I don't think the last cipher will be a huge issue. We've seen the cipher at 66%. The moment the rescuer comes for the rescue, he will be able to pick up the 50% and pop that last cipher. So it shouldn't be a huge problem here. We won't be seeing it abnormal as well, because this teleport has already been used. Zara knows that. So looking great to potentially hopefully tie things out here, but Bailu do have the upper hand in this.
Yeah, so far, right? And I'm looking at the board here, only Puppeteer and First Officer having that Tide Turner. Seems like the Puppeteer is already rotating. We do have the Tinnitus already propping up here. Bailu overextending here might actually allow him to position himself to get that rescue attempt. He's going to try to go for a double hit here. Not a double down, fortunately, for those survivors, but Explorer unfortunately falls into the trap of the double surprise here. COAⅧ moving away from this spot just so that they can push these ciphers. And in that exchange, Chocho, there is some cipher progress being done, but it's kind of spread out here. I think they did pick up the page, though. So, yeah, it's with the Puppeteer.
Yeah, with the Puppeteer, and luckily enough for them, all 5 ciphers has been worked on already. There's no trump card for Bailu to change it to abnormal. So as for cipher progress, it will be it will be looking pretty good actually. And Nan coming in for the rescue does have a tight turner to work with. Question here is if he's able to safely come for this. It's quite close.
Yeah. Let's see. I don't know if he's gonna try to go for it. Already hit him with that red mark. Already getting the rescue here, so excellent stuff. COAⅧ now has to be avoidant of the red stage. We're going to see a double surprise here. Nice avoidance by COAⅧ. The side steps, the jump. He's going to try and get him on that red stage. Able to actually get it, and that's the last effort. I mean, COAⅧ will be falling down. Final cipher has already been worked on here, and they're working on a backup cipher just in case, Chocho.
Yeah, just in case, because in their heads, they probably still feel that it could be a trump card here. So, can definitely understand the urge to decode a 6 cipher, just in case you mentioned. So, Chengzai will be seeing the hunter's attention here. Oh, able to get a black mark from far away. And Nan, let's see how is he gonna push this cipher. Chen still has the 50% though.
Yeah, he's definitely holding on to that, and I'm sure Bailu knows that he's on Yeah, he's on borrowed time, not necessarily Hunter borrowed time, but just like he knows that there's a 50% page that is roaming about here, so can't be too careful here. That Cypher is already at the 51% mark, and Nan changing elevations here just to avoid the double surprise.
Oh no, I was thinking whether Chen is gonna go for the instant pop. But seems like he will be seeing the Hunter here. Still has the 50%, but it seems like he will be down here the red zone as well. Unable to use, but able to use his puppeteer.
That was so fast.
Too fast.
Yeah, the way he was able to cancel that, the multiple hits, that's what you get when you have no attack recovery. So it actually might seem like they're not even going to use this 50% mark because they are pushing that Cypher at 68%. COAⅧ now being chased away from that Cypher. Not sure if we're going to see a struggle free because he did bring him towards the center. That last Cypher is at 60%. They're working on another one. The Knight, unfortunately, has no more skills to work with. He's going to get locked out here in this area, forcing out the Puppeteer to actually go for the exit path. Note that there's only borrowed time on the first officer, and he's the one that's popping the Cypher.
So wow, very tough haste to build up here, and I will be seeing that Terror Shot regardless of that flyover being used. Also, Puppeteer did not expand his self-heal, so this would definitely play into the late game. Chen.
They pop it. Wow, they just go for the end game pop, and Nan is kind of forced to go for their... That's interesting. I actually thought they'd save that end game pop for a rescue because the first officer does have borrowed time. So now it seems like he's stuck in a hard place here because detention's in the air. He's gonna try to make this rescue happen while they might just try to secure one survivor escape as the exit gate is opening up.
Yeah, that definitely feels like an accidental pop that you mentioned. And COAⅧ will be able to live for another day for like 3 seconds, and Nan will be seeing the Hunter's attention here.
Oh my.
3K coming into the mix. Puppeteer able to open the gate on the bottom line. We do see that he is in a very safe place. So, ITZY claiming the first victory coming into BO1.
Yeah, you got to give it up to those survivors, though. I think they drafted the best possible comp. The Knight buying so much time. The Explorer able to actually get those pages and kind of kite it out. But, Chocho, talk to me. That last Cypher pop, if they delayed that, how would have it played out if they didn't go for that Cypher pop right away and prevent... Did they not think he had detention?
I think that could have been the case. That's case number one. Case number two is that if you... I feel like he lost control when it came to popping, because we saw that it was initially 50% the page, and then it became 12, which means that he might have primed it and popped it by accident. I do feel that is a huge accident though, that might have costed them from a potential tie to a 3K.
Right.
Yeah, so that was really unfortunate. But you know what? Those survivors, how would they have expected that Bailu would have had detention at a point in time?
Yeah, you were building up since the beginning, right? The whole build he had, you'd think that he had trump card, but he did bring that detention, insolence, and teleport. So I guess, yeah, the unconventional styles of Bailu able to get the bare minimum for him to be able to claim victory for his team. The score differential isn't too much because the first game was tied out. But if Do doesn't act with urgency in round number 2, this could be another deja vu moment for them to not even see round number 3. But before anything else, let's check out the match stats here, Chocho.
Yeah. 59 seconds on the Explorer. He did a very good job trying to kite out because it was a very unexpected situation. He only had the 2 pellets at the back to work with, and also that one where he actually spent a majority of his time kiting on. So COAⅧ really tried his best with that limited kiting build that he had at that point in time. And it was just very unexpected for Bailu to be bringing that teleport, and it worked out for the better for ITZY.
It did. I think they were kind of put off guard first off with the teleport instantly in at the start of the game, then Explorer, because I think the Knight was kind of content with just taking the first kite and continuing to play that rock, paper, scissors mechanic. But once he was able to get the Explorer down, which took a while, by the way, because the COAⅧ did an amazing job. It looked like they were off to like a 3 survivor endgame or exit gate war, but with that pop it technically was, but you have detention and someone was still on the rocket chair, so it was just quite unfortunate. But you gotta still admit, like, though still trying to find their footing in this matchup. They need to find it now, or else ITZY might take round number 2 in the whole game.
Yeah, they might potentially. So, a lot of things are at stake here. We mentioned that Dou's Survivor, if we're comparing it to ITZY, seems like Dou might have a better edge coming into this. But looking at this at it as a whole, it seemed to be that it will be a very hunter game, very hunter game. Bailu really topping it off with a 3K, and what seemed to be a tight situation. Those survivors somehow need to work things out, try and think about the strategy. But before all of that, let's get into the highlights and we'll be right back.
死了！
看掌门，大不接能接动吗？
能接，现在接吗？
给，不接。
死了！
什么？接。这个6，你小心，修3号就行。
帮我试一下，看一下地脚。
OK， 我看好。
我也死。
OK， 往角落死。
把我开出来。
好开。多少？就你去。
拎着宝直接开。
不，拎着宝去小房，把小房开了。
And welcome back, folks, to this intense match between ITZY versus Dou. Chocho, we were talking about the final seconds of that match, and we got a little bit more context with the team comms, and I think you pointed something out while we were watching the highlights there.
Yeah, it seemed to be because in the VC, I mean, if you're going to translate it in Chinese, the person that was kiting or someone in the team, female survivor side, they have been wanting to just pop the cipher regardless of the situation, which meant that they recognized the fact that some of them don't have 3 and that they didn't recognize the fact that Bailu might potentially have the detention. So, yeah, it was really... It really, there's 2 cases they can really argue here. Really could have been the detention that they didn't predict, or the accidental pop from Chen. So accidents happen during matches, so it's definitely not a team comp problem or a strategy-based issue. So coming into BO2, let's see how those survivors are gonna adjust, and how ITZY's Bailu is gonna be surprising us with his BO2 pick. Could be a standard one though.
True. And when it comes to accidents, it's actually what you do afterwards or how you pick up the pieces that really do matter. So hopefully our friends over at Dou will be able to tighten things up and give us a really good game up until BO3. But if you guys are supporting ITZY, they have a chance to just negate that best of 3 game and just end it right here in BO2. And they're known to go the distance, and they're also really strong in that second round. So when it comes to hunter picks, Chocho, how are we feeling? Because we did agree that this might be a showcase of hunters here.
Yeah, for ITZY Bailu, it would probably be no doubt a opera singer. Maybe if the team comp is a little bit better, or depending on the map actually, could be a IVY as well. So Lakeside. We've been seeing a lot of opera singers, by the way.
They have, yeah. And I think when we did see an IVY in Lakeside, it didn't work out quite well. But yeah, we've seen time and time again how the structures really benefit opera singer. And now that the metas are out the door, or like the S tiers are out the door, yeah, it leaves room for either the opera singer or IVY.
And you know what? I was kind of like having this thought, like when we were going through with Bailu's introduction, is that this guy, I think he will be signed into a professional team someday.
Oh yeah?
I feel like after COA⅓, most likely.
Okay, we could do a really godlike thing right now, Chocho. Before anything else, let's watch this interview.
确实做了更多的准备，然后经过上次的失利，我们这次应该会发挥的比上次更好一点，争取把自己该打的都打出来。
Ready to give it his all in this matchup. So, what I want to ask you, Chocho, who do you think will pick him up?
Great question. Maybe Dou, right? The opponent?
Oh my god!
Could be possible.
Awkward. You see the coach Billy watching, like, I think he could compliment Yan over here. But if we consider that, Yeah, I could, because like FPXEQ has Dongshen. Of course, they're gonna keep Dongshen on the team. Xiaoma also on GG. I think they're not looking for any more hunters. GR has 2 hunters, so that's pretty big. Weibo Gaming, you could consider that. Alex, I'm not sure. He was kind of teasing retirement or like just taking a break. He could be the sub hunter of Weibo Gaming, but yeah, if those looking for another one. But I feel bad for our boy Yan, bro. Like, he's all right.
He's alright. It's just that I think maybe when it comes to keeping up with the meta, we've been seeing certain struggles, not just with Yen, right, but also from MRC Xiaocheng this morning. We saw, wow, it felt like a very one-sided victory for ACT. And really, it comes back to the question whether MRC Xiaocheng really was prepared coming into this and keeping up with the meta for sure. Because even his Ivy, it was kind of interesting to watch.
It was. They were like back to back. He had his hunter. His hunter when he was about to balloon, they both struggled free. The kites lasted longer than usual, based on how we know Xiao Chen to be able to, as one of the really strong hunters out there. So hopefully they're able to bounce back. Kind of interesting. We talked about this offline. That this Call of the Abyss seems like the most. I know the one of the most unpredictable ones was, I think, Call of the Abyss 6 or 4 when it was Sun Sisters versus I forgot which was the team. But yeah, that was really, there were a lot of crazy matchups. But here it just seems like anyone could beat anyone.
Yeah, anyone could definitely be anyone. It's been quite strange. We've been seeing Japanese division really top it all off going against the Chinese mainland teams. But once again, I'm mentioning FT. FT yesterday.
Wow. It sounds like you're from Southeast Asia. What is that? What's going on? Where's this biasness? I'm kidding.
Love SEA. Yeah, FT really putting up a very, very good fight against FL and winning against them. So it really came as a shocker for me.
Would you say that it was the most shocking moment so far? FT beating FL?
For sure, 100%.
Wow,
like,
you don't believe in FT? What the heck's
I mean, I
wrong with
believe
you?
in them, but
Yeah.
it's a very tough bracket to be in. I was thinking like, you know what, maybe they might be placing 4th. Maybe they might win against RVL, but going against the Chinese mainland and the Japanese...
Did you put them in your top 3 in the Golden
No.
Apples? Oh man, Chocho, what? You're con
I
4K
believe in FT,
right now,
but their
bro.
brackets
How
is
dare
too
you?
difficult as compared to last year.
Hey,
Their
I would
brackets
lose my
this year.
Golden Apples for FT. I'm just let the record show that Chocho did not. I'm kidding. But no, that's fair. They're in a tough bracket, and if you want to save those Golden Apples, you want to be honest with yourself, right? And it's a tough outing, but we'll discuss that later on, Chocho, and your loyalty with Southeast Asia in just a bit, but because we're gonna look at the final pick on the side of Dou. It seems like they're locked in the Acrobat, Patient, and Wildling. So last pickup here, they don't have the Antiquarian to go for, Coordinator, Psychologist, and Seer.
And the Weeping Clown now. Weeping Clown also, I mean, compared to other COAs we've been seeing, Weeping Clown has been a rather popular pick alongside with the Aeroplanist as well. Loving the popularity, and also Explorer. Loving how these characters are slowly coming back, just like how, you know, Gardena before the shield thing happened with her. Nobody picked her. But after the shield was introduced into her set of abilities, it became a lot more interesting and a lot more fun, a lot more strategies to go about that. So with our two survivors here, Weeping Clown, Patient, Acrobat, and Wilding, I'm trying to think how it's gonna fare at Lakeside Village and a potential opera singer from Bailu.
Okay, so with the Clown here, we did see it. I forgot which match that was, but it didn't necessarily have a big impact. I do like that the Wildling is here as well. Just for the chase, it's gonna be hard to chase him down. I think X Factor could be onto that COA's Weeping Clown, but it depends on how the team synergizes with everyone, because we've seen how Bailu operates with the opera singer. He just goes 0 to 100 real quick with how he's able to get those downs happening. So first kite really needs to matter.
Yeah, it would definitely matter here. And I'm trying to think about the spawn locations. It could be that the two Acrobat and Patient would be at the back gate with Wilding and Weeping at the front gate. That's the kind of spawn I'm looking at. Seems like, no, Patient and Weeping Clown is going to swap their positions with Patient at the boat area. So, wait, the Cypher, I think 11 Cypher should be blocked here. 11 or the Shack Cypher, depending on the exact locations.
Right.
So...
Interesting. I mean, I like that they save Patient. Maybe Patient's going to bring Tide Turner. No, actually, full kiting build on the Patient. It seems like they're only bringing one Tide Turner on the Wildling here, so just giving M access to that 2-story boat area, but pretty standard build on Bailu's side, Trump Card Detention and Blink, possibly going for either the Weeping Clown or the Acrobat here. But folks, we are commentators for this match. That's Chocho and Potch Spice. Let's get into round 2, first half of Do versus ITZY.
Bailu is one of the most anticipated hunters to perform very well in this Call of the Abyss. Let's see how is he going to perform here with this Opera Singer, trying to chase inside the big boat, a very strong kiting area. And also this is Patient we're talking about. He's able to poke into places. And
able to actually chase him out of boat. COAⅧ, I think a bit too preemptive getting out of big boat because, like you said, it's a really good spot to kite from. But he'll have access to grapple hook his way back in there, but he's going to eat that hit. So you take one, get one. So one more and he will be falling down, which is quite scary since Bailu does have that blink.
Exactly. Now, dropping down also. So heading into this area doesn't have anything else to work with rather than a hook. So COAⅧ might be caught off guard here.
Good transition towards the big boat here, but through the window without even forcing out a trade. I have to say, Chocho, that's actually a great start for Bailu, considering that ciphers aren't moving that fast. We don't have a cipher pops just yet, and now they need to make a rotation happen for this rescue attempt, and they only have one Tide Turner here. At least the Patient still has one hook to work with, but he's being chaired pretty out here, so any attempt to rescue is going to be a little tough if you're not the Wildling.
But I think looking on the bright side, we did have the Wilding spawning at the front gate area, so he can easily rotate for this rescue, especially with the Wild Boar in hand. So shouldn't be a huge issue for those survivors. Let's see how the Patient's gonna rebound kite with that one hook and flywheel though.
So eating that hit, so now able to stack up some injuries and now gaining access towards this boat, but Blink is already going to be ready, so COAⅧ is going to have to be very careful. Oh, but he actually might get caught out here in the open for that last effort, so not even forcing out that trade. They're still unaware, so now he's going to go towards the corner side of the boat just for him to open up some of the map pressure here for some ciphers.
Well, I think really looking on the bright side, because the fact that COAⅧ down here, right, it means that ITZY's Bailu has access to the front gate cipher, and that front gate cipher is only 54%. They don't know that Bailu does not have abnormal. He hasn't forced out Blink as well. This is a very risky play coming from those survivors. If abnormal was on Bailu's side, it might have been really hard for them to even come back from this.
Definitely working out in their favor though, but this one he needs to farm off a hit, but able to actually force attack recovery. So now COAⅧ not having anything to work with. Blink is already online for him to be able to go with. He might go to transition here and just able to down him once again without forcing out traits. So now it's going to be a 3v1 here, while Wildling does have an injury. They do have some borrowed times on the board, but they didn't work on their last cipher just yet, Chocho.
Yeah, 3 minutes into the match, we have our first survivor being eliminated here, and Cypher is still not quite enough. Chen might be seeing the next chase here. Does have 3 balls to work with, and Cypher Broker is still being worked on, but 5th Cypher untouched.
Yeah, I like how he's breaking down these pallets just in case, and now trying to force out some action here with the Acrobat Bomb. He's gonna go for the silence here just to force him out of the Shadow Realm. And now forced to chase on foot. Chen, unfortunately, might have to force out the hit here. He's just going to go for that hit. Doesn't have the flywheel to work with. And now injuries are definitely stacking up. They haven't worked on their last cipher just yet, Chocho.
Yeah, and I think Bailu, maybe he feels that maybe they are on their 5th cipher already, but in actual fact, just started 10%. And Chengzai trying to cut it out here. And flywheel successfully. Is he going to use a rocket here?
Whoa!
And successfully runs away.
Able to actually get it. We're going to see some dashing here just for him to gain some distance. Not forcing out the trait just yet and getting a pallet slam in the process. All right. Yeah, the Weeping Clown doing an amazing job thus far.
Yeah, and this is why we don't really see Hunters chasing COAⅧ. It's because of his strong kiting abilities, and letting him just decode it will be the best bet here. COAⅧ will be able to run into safety, whereas 3 half-health survivors still on the board. He needs to cut it out all the way though, because Weeping Clown, Wilding is half-health. Nobody can come for the rescue.
Yeah, it's going to come with considerable risk. Able to get him before he's able to go through the window, and unfortunately the down does happen. And who is gonna? Oh wait, both of them have borrowed time, so that's totally fine. Seems like they're gonna work on the Cypher over at the boat area, but you gotta give it to Bailu. Getting these downs without even forcing the blink trait.
Oh, but right, he's just gonna probably save the blink or change it to teleport in the later half of this match. If Nan is able to be caught off guard here, could be possible to turn things around. But Cypher's almost done. 97.
Yep. Oh my god, he forced the blink. This is going to be huge for the survivors. He has no more endgame trait to work with.
Why? Bailu, why? Did he not know that Cypher was not primed? And
oh my.
Now Chen,
Pop.
Cypher pops, and he got nothing to work with. This is the acrobat with 2 balls. It's not going to be an instant down situation, but at least the gates has not been touched just yet. So it can buy out some time. Maybe Chen is able to cut it out, able to run over, but...
Back and forth through the window. The acrobat, oh wow, through the window indeed, getting that hit. But right now, a teleport would have helped. It seems like we might be opting for a tie. Wildling can just eat 1 hit. They open up the exit gate for ITZY. Wildling is already there, and Chocho just like that, able to get a tie out of the opera singer here.
Yeah, and what seemed to be a 3k and above situation really is those survivors able to capitalize on Bailu's misstep over there. We could see Bailu, you know, he was frowning a little bit, you know, putting a hand on his head after the match ended, because he couldn't. It was very hard because we had the bird's eye view. We knew that the Cypher was ready, but maybe to Bailu's side, he was like, you know what, maybe this Cypher could have been 70%. If I manage to get the hit successfully, it will be a 5-point game, 4k. So he was betting all of it on that, and what seemed to be a 3k match turned to a tie, which is very unfortunate for ITZY. And I think Bailu also recognizes that, because Bailu has been the cornerstone of ITZY, bringing in all the points. So must have been an unfortunate sequence of events coming from him, with only a tie in BO2.
You got to give it up also to the survivor side of Dou, right? The Silver Chip buying so much time. Even the placement when he did get the last effort, just opening up a lot of ciphers, a lot of cipher progress, even though it wasn't as fast as you'd want it to be. They were able to kind of roll with the punches. And yeah, I kind of echo the same sentiments. In those final seconds, it was quite unfortunate that they forced out the blink then and there, because we were commending like, wow, you know what, he's so patient. He's not even going for the blink just yet. Oh, he could actually just swap to the teleport. Then once he went for that blink, it wasn't even a blink down. I thought he'd like wait to get 1 hit, then go for a blink down situation. But I think maybe just the pressure kind of got to him. Like, I mean, likely so, because this is like the culmination of this season of Competitive Identity 5. So yeah, maybe Bailu's got to kind of calm his nerves down. He's got to pass the baton to his team for them to be able to at least still secure a tie game here, for them to hold on to their lead. But this does give Yan a great opportunity for him to be able to win for his team.
Yeah, it definitely gives the opportunity to help prolong this to a BO3. So, wow, you know, as a hunter, I'm trying to put myself in Bailu's shoes, right? Can you imagine you bring a blink trait into the match, you use it once, and that ended up hurting you at the end?
Ouch.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? If I would feel that.
Yo,
if Bailu...
can I just say, Chocho has been on a rampage right now. You're talking about the hairstyles and now like adding salt to the wound. Yeah, that does hurt though. Oh, but you're calling it as it is though. I like it. I like the truthfulness, because it's heartbreaking. You build up this trait, and like we were like waiting for it, and once you're able to use it, it got countered right away. So oof, that's a big oof.
Great reaction time coming from the acrobat also. I feel that is not a normal reaction time. Like, how timely do you have to be that he blinked, he swung at the same time, and you managed to use your bomb over, get a free rescue as well, not even denied rescue, and then the pop. amazing stuff coming from those survivors. And Bailu, maybe he could have been a little bit more confident with his opera singer. The fact that he was able to chase down the patient so quickly, so fast. Maybe if he brought an abnormal, would have been more aggressive, would have been better for him.
Yeah,
but it was very
I
hard to
think
say.
so.
Yeah, but it's definitely hard to say.
Yeah, maybe it's more of a mental thing. Like he wants to have that end game safety with that detention. I mean, you kind of saw it also in the previous match where he kind of went for the teleport early game. I think because if you bring abnormal, you kind of have that confidence that you don't need any other chasing trait or you don't need any other mobility trait, right? So maybe it's a mindset thing that his coach has got to talk to him about. Like, yo, you got to trust in yourself, bring in the abnormal and trust. But as we said in round number 3, it doesn't necessarily swing towards the hunter's favor. So his survivor team might have to carry it come round number 3. But here we have Yan, and also we have some love in the chat. Pocket Rat, thank you so much. Caro as well, saying Chocho should dye her hair. She did last year pink. So maybe you guys
I
could
bleached it, and now it's my hair is like gone. I can't, like my hairstylist was like, you know, you can't bleach it. If you bleach it another time, your hair is really gonna fall. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'll wait for my new set of hair.
I guess not. But yeah, maybe you guys can give her some recommendations for some hair colors as we wait and see how these picks and bans are gonna come along. But again, giving some shout outs to Identity Vibes. We got Karuk as well. Maneki SP, I hope I pronounced that correctly. Hanako, Shaudi's wife. Rennie's here. Nico, shout outs to each and every one of you guys that are still joining us here for day number 5 of Call of the Abyss.
Yes, exactly. And it has been, as of now, pretty neck and neck, if you ask me, even though in BO1 we had ITZY winning ultimately with a 2-point lead as of now. Still pretty close, and a chance for Dou to come back. There is the opportunity. As for Yan, if we look into his past records, we saw the average elimination at only 1.5. But the number of kills that he needs to stay afloat here in this matchup, stay afloat only.
Stay afloat?
Stay afloat. It will be a tie. But if he's able to get 3k, then everything would be equalized. And if you get 4k here, it's gonna put so much pressure for ITZY coming BO3.
So he definitely wants to aim for that 4k, right? Settle with the 3-man elimination, and tie is all right, but you definitely want to be able to make bolster your stats coming into the next couple of games, because as I'll reiterate again, both these teams are looking to get on the board, folks. They're what group are they? Is this Group B?
This is Group A.
Group A. Oh God, this is the group of death. This is the group that we talked about. Like everyone's just neck and neck with each other, and so far it is the IJL teams that are out on top here. And I think, if I remember correctly, TE is gonna face ITZY in the next couple of days, so that's gonna be really tough because TE also, I believe, looking to get on the board here. But you know what? Trust in Yan, and you also got to trust in the survivors of ITZY that they can rake in the points, because if they actually get a 3-man escape, it's GG's, right?
Yeah, 3-point escape, and then it will be GG's. And you know what? You kind of made me think about something, because in the past, when we had all these group stages, right, for COA, all the Chinese mainland team is just gonna push all the teams to the 4th and 5th place, and then they will just tank up the top three slots. But coming into Group A, it seems to be that the Chinese mainland themselves would be trying to fight for that 3rd placing, whereas our first two, first place and second place IGL teams are gonna potentially make it easily.
Yeah, that's actually a little ruthless if you think about it, that they have to fight each other just to get that 3rd place spot.
Yeah.
But a lot can happen in the next couple of days, so we'll see some shakeups here and there. We are seeing it as an Embalmer pickup along with a Wildling, so you can kind of see that ITZY is gonna want to just safeguard at least a safety rescue or a safety blanket on the Embalmer side, and might as well use it now because it's on the table. I think if they're gonna push for that round number 3, they want to go more a bit aggressive, but good pickup so far for ITZY.
Yeah, great pickup, definitely. So loving how we're seeing the picks, in fact. And for Yensa, he will be eliminating the Antiquarian. Oh, if it's antiquarian, then it could be an opera singer that we can expect here. Yeah, I think for for antiquarian at least, we've been seeing her kite the Ivy yesterday at Arms Factory. Didn't really work out well at all for ZZZ, Team ZZZ. So with ITZY picking up the female dancer, we might be seeing certain support or maybe even faster decoding coming from the female dancer.
Yeah. We've seen actually, I don't know if it was ZZZ or there was another team that performed really well with a dancer in Lakeside Village. So last ban of the night, we saw how well the night did in Dou's match as the survivors. Last but not least, what do we see here? Patience still on the table. We still have Acrobat. Still have some kiting characters. Not sure if they want to add extra support, extra kiting, or extra mobility.
Patient?
Novelist. Oh, Novelist. How is the Novelist Opera Singer matchup, Chocho?
I don't think I've seen it just yet. This might be the first time we are seeing the Novelist.
Yeah, in this matchup, right? Because usually you bring out Novelist to counter Gamekeeper, you counter other Goatman. Yeah. But here, because the Opera Singer moves really quick, I'm not sure if you can get any recordings done. This could actually open up Yan, if he wants to pick up Ivy. Because that heavy counters Novelist, because you can't even record the face. You can't even look at the Hunter.
I'm scared he surprises us because I know Yan does have like a Dream Wish in his character pool. Might surprise us here and there. But if from the Chinese mainland side, we've been seeing very standard BO1 and BO2 picks among the 4 S-tier hunters. So I don't think Yan is going to surprise us too much here. Either the two. Could be an opera singer here. But we've seen him play the Ivy. Didn't see much success against AWG. Yeah, only got a 1K. So... Oh.
Proving us wrong. Sorry, Chocho. We have to look at the script. It's updated. They updated the Google Docs. We have to follow that. It's the Ivy. My goodness. No, this is good. You gotta face your trauma head on. You gotta. He's known for this, Hunter. He's brought it out in the qualifiers. He's performed all right, but maybe his recent standing wasn't so good. So he's gonna try to let it rock again. Because usually it's Goatman Ivy. But I share your sentiments with how you reacted there, because if this goes sideways and it's the same as AWG, then ITZY immediately wins, and the Midzys are going to be very happy too.
Yeah, and now that I think about it, you know what? You usually want to avoid having the eye contact with the IV, right?
Yeah.
But I remember KZNK bring out the painter, and then you have to look at the hunter before you draw the painting. At least you need to look at her one time. To get the full face, right? And then you draw the draw. And KZNK actually did an amazing kite, by the way. But Novelist, you gotta eye contact.
Yeah.
Eye contact. So I'm not too sure how it's gonna work out for Novelist. It's gonna be pretty difficult, I feel. Novelist will be spawning at the shack area, while Embalmer inside the big boat, safest area. So potential first chasers could be the dancer or the Novelist, but could definitely see the Novelist being an easier one here.
Yeah, it just honestly counters his entire skill set that you have to kind of go for regular kiting abilities. Maybe the dancer can support with those boxes, but you can kind of negate his book already from the get-go. So this was a great pickup. Even though it's high risk, high reward, since in the big stage of Call of the Abyss, he hasn't performed as well as he'd want to on the Ivy. But considering he's bringing Insolence, Detention, and Blink, I think should be an easy first chase, while the Novelist unfortunately does not have Flywheel, just has Broken Windows. Borrowed Time though, but he might not even need Borrowed Time because he might be the first chase. So once again, folks, we are your commentators. That's Shocho and Potch Spice. Let's head into round 2, second half of ITZY versus Dou.
Do or die situation could be the potential last half that we're seeing of Dou versus seeing ITZY. Let's see how Yan is going to be getting that potential 3K coming into this matchup. Now ITZY that high, we'll be seeing the first chase. Female dancer.
Female dancer not wasting any time dropping her music box just to make sure this will be an alright kiting area. However, They already know it's gonna be a shadow with the tombstones. They have to make sure that they're gonna starve this Hunter of Presence. And just like that, we are gonna see the Novelist get leeched on already, and a spray. So 60%, 40% left. He cannot look at this back, or else he will face the consequences of that, Chocho.
Yeah, and now Novelist just becomes a lucky guy kind of sort because you can't make eye contact at all. So
Ooh.
66 on this already. Another spray could work out here, but think yeah, still unable to get that now. Cyphers are being pushed, all 4 of them. So let's see how Clover is gonna be kiting out. Seems like he's doing a pretty good job until the spray happens.
Yeah, the spray was very timely here, and that unlocked some presence for the Hunter. So Clover has to make sure that he stays far away from any ciphers that are being worked on. So far, no corruption yet. So he's doing an okay job thus far, but it could change in a snap of a finger. So we do see that he's already moved away from that tombstone. He's rotating towards the center. Good rotations and good cipher progress on the side of the survivors. Oh, wow, able to make a switch happen just for him to allow him to go back towards the logs area here at Small Boat.
Oh, and the spray successfully on him in the blink. Registers onto him as well. So now not even a full 3 cipher, but close to 3 cipher Kai. We see the Novelist on the chair. I think honestly it's actually a pretty decent kite already, considering it's a Novelist, a direct counter. So yeah, pretty good job. Vox will be coming for the rescue. Does have a tech turner, so should be pretty stable. I don't see how he would be denied here.
Yeah, and considering how the ciphers went in the previous half, it's already 2 minutes and they've already done 2 ciphers and they're working on their 3rd one. Well, 4th one's being opened up already. The 3rd one is at 78%. But now we do see a spray onto the Wildling. Corruption area is going up. Gonna get a terror shock! Oh my goodness, Chocho!
Oh my goodness, I feel like I accidentally jinxed that. Like, I feel like, oh, he's not gonna be stopped here. He's just gonna get the rescue. But terror shot was something that we did not expect at all, coming from ITZY survivors. Now Yen able to potentially turn things around with that one play. And Embalmer, he's trying to go for the balloon trick here. Get that double hit.
Yeah, he's gonna have to save way past half. Try and go for another scare. Gonna get hit and able to down the Novelist and chair the Wildling in the process. And Yan, this could be his moment for him to be able to get a more than a 3K. Novelist is down, Wildling's on the chair, Embalmer tries to get sprayed here, and he's just trying to pick up the pieces from that excellent terror shock here. Gonna do another pickup here.
Yeah, doing another pickup here. Let's see. He will be able to chair him, so it means a free rescue for the Wildling and a 100% scare on Xian.
Oh my goodness! Able to get another terror shock, denied him, but he's got the coffin to work with, but no one can save the Wildling anymore unless they stop cipher progress. But just like that, Chocho, in one terror shock situation, able to actually get the advantage here. We do see the Embalmer though having that tide turner effect, and now the Wildling able to actually get on his boar. Embalmer does pop that last effort. Just a back and forth here, and unfortunately I don't think the Dancer alone could make the ciphers go any faster.
I think not just the decoding, right, but the female dancer is the only one that can come for the rescue, but how is she even gonna come close to the chair? We saw someone that can come close to the chair but got a terror shock. So this is how scary Yen's mind game can be with the Ivy. We should not be underestimating him here. Now Fox will be seeing the next chase here. Female dancer, is she rotating to the chair?
We don't have eyes on the Dancer just yet. It seems like the Dancer is rotating away. Oh no, Fox able to get the 100% corruption, and now he's just putting the finishing pieces on this masterful play, just stuffing that rescue attempt and making everyone, putting everyone on notice that is what you're dealing with in round number 2, folks. Dahai now's only chance here is dungeon, but he's not even going to chair the Wildling and look for Dahai.
Wow, nothing else to say but wow, because this completely turned things around. ITZY initially having the upper hand coming into this before this matchup started, and suddenly Yen with this one single play, now all the pressure is back to ITZY coming BO3. But before we end that, let's look into this first. Dahai trying to cut it out, does have one more box to work with, but Cypher is completely not enough. You want a Wildling to decode? he's just gonna decode really slowly as well. And
Yeah.
Yan has full vision of wilding.
Exactly. It's coming down to the exit path war. Once he's able to down the wildling, that's almost the final nail in the coffin here. We're gonna get the down onto him, and now we can focus his attention completely to Dahai. So, I mean, I think it was a checkmate once the wildling was already down, but now it's even more of a final hurrah here for the survivors here. But you got to give it up to ITZY. They did really well leading up to that terror shock, and from there it's like they had to scramble, they had to sacrifice their cipher progress, and ultimately Yan looking at a 5-point game here.
Wow, that terror shock was something all of us didn't expect. And Dahai trying to hide it out there, thinking he's the explorer, but clearly he's a dancer with white clothing, by the way, so very hard to hide there. So Wilding already expanded his self-heal. Dahai, the moment he's down, probably a surrender, and this will definitely confirm the 5 points that Yin will be getting here in this group stages against ITZY survivors.
Yeah. So Chocho, while we put a cap on this game, could you tell me about the point difference if it's going to be a 5-0 in round number 2 for the team Dou? What they're coming into round number 3 with a point advantage. What does ITZY need to get? Is there a possibility of overtime, or if they have to meet first the 5-point game, right?
Yes, they have to meet somewhere with that 5-point game. But there is another way that they could potentially play this. There won't be a BO3 overtime, that's 100% confirmed. Right now, what ITZY can do is to win by rounds. So now currently both sides have 1 round win. So if Dou is able to tie things out all the way in BO3, so tie game, then Dou will win. But if ITZY is able to win by points in BO3, ITZY will be taking the win home. So pressure is more on ITZY now to get more points.
So tell me this, if ITZY gets a 3-1 in the first half and a tied game second half, ITZY wins in terms of rounds?
Yes.
Okay, so not necessarily, they don't necessarily have to meet the 5-point game. But if ITZY immediately gets a 5-point game, they still have to play the second half. So okay.
Yeah. And if they decide to have Dou's Yan come out first and he gives another 4K game, GG's from there. We'll still play the second half because this is the group stages, but Dou will claim victory if Yan gives another 4K. But coming BO3 is going to be tricky though, because it's all where the unorthodox hunters start to come in. We have the Wax Artist, Geisha, BQ, Sculptor. In fact, Sculptor also came into the group stage.
So tell me this, and I don't know if you have the stats for this, but when it comes to BO3, is it more hunter-sided or survivor-sided? And what points are we looking at? Is a 5-point game likely for either hunter or survivors in BO3?
It's more survivor-sided. Still possible for the 5-point lead, but chances are very low. We saw a majority maybe like getting a tie game. We've seen hunters only getting 1K, 3K in BO3. That's the thing. Yeah, we have to see what map they pick as well. We've seen the End at Arms Factory by Xiao Zhang. He got a 3K.
Right.
Yeah. So
I think also RVL had you watched an RVL match yesterday, and we did see a Wax Artist and an An at Chinatown. And unfortunately, I don't think we were able to see that much from the An, but the Wax Artist was able to get a 3-man elimination or 1. I know it was a really hard-fought battle with RVL versus, was it GR? I think it was GR.
Yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday's matchup.
Yesterday was GG Omni, is it?
GG Omni last game. But I know you covered an RVL match in one of the days. The days are bleeding together. But we'll figure that out in just a bit, folks, because let's check out the highlights, so don't go anywhere.
你找机会得溜到角落里说我都
好的。
我这了。看到了。没了。
哎，我。
We are back once again for our match number 3 of the day, which is Dou versus ITZY, and it will be BO3 that we're seeing here. Dou ultimately leading by points, but as of now, both sides do have 1 round point win.
And shout outs to Nico saying RBL3 escape from Wax Artist. So thank you for that. We're trying to look back at our notes. It was the Wax Artist and the Ann in round number 3. So those are the type of hunters we're gonna be seeing in the mix here, folks. Oh, sorry, you
Oh no, because I just find it so crazy that you guys are able to remember the details, like the teams, the hunters that they pick, the map, and then the number of escapes and kills in your head. Like we need this book to like record things.
You need
like,
this book. I was like, that's off the dome, bro. But I think it's our goldfish memory as commentators because we're like seeing the action. So thank you guys. We appreciate you for giving us those information. And if we got to ask something, we'll just ask you guys stuff. You're like our personal chat GPT over here. Hey guys, pull up the score from last night. Let us know. But yeah, we appreciate you guys. So we'll give you guys shout outs. So thank you so much, Nico, for telling us that. And thank you so much for everyone that's still tuning in. So Chocho, when it comes to the hunters, you said it's gonna be a lot more varied here, and it's might go survivor sided. So since we did build this as a hunter versus hunter matchup, when it comes to the off meta hunters, we're still leaning towards ITZY.
I have yet to see Yen's BO3 hunter just yet. So as of ITZY side, Geisha that we saw from Bailu, he's able to tie it out though with Geisha. But ITZY probably don't want to go for just a Thai hunter at this point. Yeah, they want to go for more. So if it's maybe a small map, I would like to see more of Breaking Wheel. Small map maybe Breaking. Actually, small map doesn't work well with Breaking Wheel because of the windows like Arms Factory and Red Church. But if we're seeing a Ever Slipping Town or
Leo's Memory. Okay.
Leo's Memory, actually Breaking Wheel doesn't do very well there because of the double story. There's also like the windows and also the shack area.
Right.
Yeah, so I think if it's Ever Slipping Town, we'd love to see the Breaking Wheel. But if there is any other hunters I would like to see, it will be the Clown.
The Clown. Yeah, we saw the Clown day number 1. So hopefully we'll be by Kakaka and who's the other? There was
Kaka and wait. Wait. I need to. Our Wikipedia.
Chat. Pull up Kakiri. Okay, sorry, I looked up our notes. Kakiri. Remember that. Chat. Pull up Axis Wave Hunters for us, please. But yeah. Sorry, chat. We appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for keeping us in the know. So Breaking Wheel. We did see a Breaking Wheel yesterday. I think you and Eli called that match, and unfortunately it didn't go the way that they wanted to. I think it was ZZZ that brought it out. But it is an all or nothing type hunter. Do you think ITZY is in an all or nothing type situation right now, or can they kind of force maybe what kind of hunter? Because it's top tiers, and then like everything else is kind of in this meta just tier lower. I
think that depending on who picks the map here, right, which we will see in seems it's gonna be Leo's Memory. That is
Leo's Memory.
Yeah, Leo. So ITZY will be having hunter into this is actually the kind of formation I like to. Actually, this is not the formation I like to see. If ITZY is hoping for a comeback, right, they will probably let their survivors out first and then see what Bailu can do coming in the second half. I think it could have been Dou that have the faction selection, whereas ITZY picked the map. So Leo's Memory being picked here, hunters that could be picked as well.
Leo's Memory. I mean, I was thinking like Night Watch because that's one of the recent.
We're seeing a switch in the hunters.
See you. Whoa! So Bailu not coming in, but they're gonna use their sub hunter. I honestly wanted to see more of Bailu, just so that he can kind of get back into the rhythm of things, because that was an unfortunate blink that he didn't land. But CU, I guess going for the unfamiliarity here and deep into this game could be the difference maker coming up against Dou.
Exactly, and what's interesting here is that I have no clue what CU is going to be playing here. There is endless possibilities, and currently the 4 S-tier hunters are gone, and this could be the moment for CU to shine, right? Because if he has a lot of unorthodox characters like the Nayet or Wax Artist, Bon Sculptor in his arsenal, this is the time to use it. And we'll probably understand a little bit more what he has through the bans and picks that we'll be seeing very soon.
Yeah.
So question begs as to whether Dou has made their research on this hunter CU.
I mean, when it comes to... Think about this, Chocho. ITZY is a semi-pro team, right? At least in the public knowledge, we don't have much to do or much to know about it. But if they have the knowledge, it might have been through scouting or through scrims. That alone is kind of limited because coming into this one, maybe they're preparing for Bailu. So bringing in CU is a bold strategy on ITZY's side because we do know that Bailu's already warmed up. CU hasn't seen the big lights of COA just yet. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what he brings to the table and how they're going to even draft accordingly. How do you prepare for something that you don't even know what's going to come out? Like, ignorance is not bliss in this scenario because you could be leaning heavily towards one thing, then, oh, it's a Hermit or it's a Keegan or something that promotes, that injures everyone and they don't have any barmaid or anyone to push ciphers.
Yeah, and I would love to see if she was able to potentially outperform Bailu and not to be shown as a liability but more of an asset to the team. Because we've been seeing Bailu really taking waves and waves of this popularity and people anticipating his performance. Most likely he's going to be picked up here by maybe one of the professional teams in Chinese mainland. But Xiu, this is his time to shine. To show that he has what it gets. He's got what it gets. He got what it gets. He's got what it... Wait, what?
He got what it takes. Yeah, you don't
English
get it takes.
English is not English. He's got what it
takes, ladies and gentlemen. That's what Chocho is saying. I'm a Chocho translator. I get you.
He's got what it takes. Yeah. This is time to shine, and also potentially showing off what he has. Because if he does well here, and Chinese mainland teams are impressed by it, they will pick him up. I
feel like Chocho should be a talent scout. I feel like you have an eye for these type of things. And
Nah.
We'll see. Nah. You're putting it out there that CU is someone also that you got to look out for. So I'm excited to see that. But we are going to head towards the picks and bans. Note that we will not have a first officer nor the explorer, unfortunately, Chocho. Puppeteer, wildling, patient, and acrobat because they are globally banned. Seems like to start out, no antiquarian or barmaid. So no heals and no stuns. That still allows a lot to... I mean, Dream Witch could be... This could be a Dream Witch pick. This could be also a Hermit. Yeah, this could also be Hermit because like you don't want to get stunned or you don't want people to heal up. So...
I also do kind of fear that it could be the Hermit here. The barmaid directly... Even when it comes to Dream Witch, right? You don't usually want to ban out your psychologist and barmaid first. Do not make it so obvious that you're gonna be picking the Dream Witch, but straight up from the bat, we have the barmaid being banned here, so yeah, could be the Hermit actually, because then the Antiquarian also, negating that basic hit attack, but Elva's still able to double stun you, in fact.
Yeah.
So endless possibilities for you.
Yeah, let's see how they'll counter with this. At least they are a Seer, and they picked up the Psychologist, which again, Seer could counter the Dream Witch hits. And also could just counter most of the Dream Witch type rush there. And Psychologist can at least share some heal, or like can be the tanky character to share some damage with whoever is going to be chased after the Hermit. Now, the response of CU is to ban out the forward.
Exactly, which opens up the Mercenary to be picked up here as a very stable rescuer and also great for big maps like the Leo's Memory. So we'll see if they'll respond, or if not, they decide to prioritize another thing like an OB character, like a Prospector. Could be highly possible because if we are looking at Xiu's ban, right, he's eliminating all of those harass heavy characters. We might even be seeing a Prospector or a knight getting bed out here. Yeah, and as of other characters that is great against single hit hunters, we don't have the acrobat nor the patient anymore.
I do like the idea of banning out the knight because we saw how well Dou was able to manage the knight in this matchup. And no, going for gamekeeper, I think. I don't know, novelist, heavy counters, but you can also make the case for everything else. But it really depends on what else they choose here. And in Leo's memory too, what kind of hunters do you think shine well in this map?
Hunters. I think gamekeeper will be a fairly good pick here. Fairly good pick in this map. But I'm quite curious to see what the last pick is still gonna be here. Because as of now, we've seen Dou in the group stages, they've picked out a lot of other characters, but they will be ending up with the Fire Investigator.
I don't know if this is much counters to a hunter, but Fire Investigator does a lot when it comes to transitions, especially blocking out the factory area of Leo's memory. So I think they just want to cover all their grounds. But looking at this lineup, yeah, they do have everything covered. Like they have support characters, they also have kiters. I guess one thing they don't have is like a heavy decoder. So it's really up to CU with how he's going to play this one out. Again, we're running on not much information unless chat. You can help us out here. If you can be godlike and tell us what kind of hunter CU has to use or is capable of, more than appreciated here.
Yeah, and also to comment on Dou's server selection, right? The team comp is overall pretty well-rounded. Everybody can kite by themselves. You don't need too much support. You can just focus on decoding, which is the name of the game. And yeah, go for the simple rescues. Mercenary coming in or Fire Investigator coming in could highly be possible here. So Dou, really, when it comes to unknown situations, them able to create such a well-rounded team comp coming to BO3 after 6 globally banned characters. Pretty good start for those servers, even before knowing the final selection from the hunter side. But in 40 seconds, we will know whether it's gonna be the gamekeeper or it's gonna surprise us with
a hermit. Do you still think it might be hermit or no? Too risky.
I'm not too sure because someone in the chat say if it's hermit, they're gonna be flying to China to play hunter instead.
Or going to sleep. I saw someone might go to sleep because hermit matches take a long time. It's a hermit. Go to bed, guys. Go to bed. When you wake up, the hermit match is still gonna happen. So you know what? Okay, I kind of like this because if he went with a gamekeeper, that's pretty standard with other hunters. I'm pretty sure Bailu could bring out a gamekeeper, but a hermit though, it's very specialized. I think coming into this, he has to really be an expert in this matchup because this is a clutch moment. This is a crossroads for ITZY, and they need to get a win here. And a hermit can do that. He can snowball the offense. They do have some counters here, but they don't have anyone to rush any of the ciphers like a prisoner or an explorer in the mix.
Wow, so difficult. I can only foresee this potential. Okay, this is gonna be a long match, guys. Probably like 10 minutes into this, and maybe like 3 minutes into the game, we'll see the first down. But Psychologist will be at the safest place possible. Seer with the shack, able to utilize the bird. Fire Investigator might be the opening that Hermit can go for. Mercenary as well as is possible. He's spawning himself at the bottom right area, so the 3-pallet cipher will be completely locked out. Cipher will be locked. So endless possibilities. I'm curious to see Shiu's Hermit into this match.
Yo guys, we gotta lock in, okay? If you're gonna buy that ticket to China, go for it, but we gotta watch this match. And we're gonna do the handshakes. I can't wait to see what the persona build is here, because Hermit matches really is a battle of attrition. He's gonna slow down the game so much that he's gonna try to whittle down the survivor resources. Especially with a teleport, he's going to be roaming around the map. Insolence is going to give him that orb dunk that he's usually known for, and detention for endgame just in case. While survivors did bring 3 borrowed times, a full kiting build on COAⅧ's side. So folks, let's head into round 3, first half. That's Chocho, I'm Potspice. We are your commentators for Dou versus ITZY.
expecting a long game here. The ciphers have been connected. He's heading straight for the mercenary, it seems, and I think Nan can see the hunter walking towards him. Does have a bird to work with, maybe in around 30 to 40 seconds into the match. So let's see how Nan's gonna kite. He does have 3 elbow pads to work with, and still no charge on him.
Yeah, so fully committing onto the... Again, you want to be able to just stuff any attempts of any rescues, or you want to be able to just down the only one with a tide turner, go for it, and just expend all the elbow pads. That's more than welcome here, because you can't afford that since you've already connected these ciphers. They're moving by very slowly. He needs to be very purposeful with his chase, or maybe what he's going to do is once teleporter's ready, he's going to switch targets. But right now, just spending the owl just so that this chase can happen. He can actually gamble it and try to go for the seer now since he has no more owl. But he's going to have already the skill unlocked. He's going to get a dunk onto him and just distribute some damage here, Chocho.
Yeah, still okay. And Siyu will be teleporting to the other side now. Chen does have a red what?
A red charge?
Oh yeah, red charge. Sorry, I'm so sorry. red charge on him already. So this is a very common play from Hermit players to do just that, so that he already had a charge. You just need to use a blue one to accurately place on him, and Chen will be seeing another damage. So, but we have 3 people tanking this damage though, so it's going to be relatively difficult. Chen eating the damage now.
Eats that hit, slowly whittling away. You gotta love it that the Psychologist is saving the heals all the way till the very end. Psychologist does finish the Cypher uninterrupted. But yeah, now we're going to change back to Nan, I believe. So Siyu is going to try and get the mark onto him. Gets it, actually, and gets the dunk as well. Double stun, Chocho, and now bigger damage on the board for the Hunter.
Oh, wow. Great start. And now Psychologist will be using the whistle. Most likely he's going to be on the mercenary.
Yeah.
On the... Oh, nobody has Tide Turner, though. On the Investigator.
It's only... Yeah, so unfortunately, Nan forced to use up his elbow pad, but just like that, he just chases right after him. He's got another charge here. He's gonna get pulled away from the window, and now a down onto the mercenary. And considering it's only 2 minutes in the game, in a Hermit game, it's like dog years. 2 minutes is actually a really long time. It's not a long time. Actually, that was really fast. So the way he was able to down that mercenary was actually really fast.
Yeah, and if we add all the ciphers together, maybe it's 3.5. But they only need to decode 5 as of now. But because of the connection, it's causing the other ciphers to also be pushed, slowing down the cipher progress for specific ones. Now, Chen is ready for this rescue.
Oh, he sees the item. He's able to peek out of the... I think he was able to spot him out early. Just teleports right away. Just... cutting off COAⅧ now. He's going to be able to get a charge. They're going to share some damage here. And now he's really prolonging it just so it's past half. No, he's able to save still. But Chocho, I'm not liking how everyone is damaged right now.
Yeah, they need to potentially spend some time healing up. Yeah, we do see that from Chen, healing potentially the mercenary. Sorry, mercenary. The steer. So, yeah, mercenary able to still kite out here, but another hit still registers Psychologist very close to the brink of death.
Yo, honestly, a light breeze would knock down COAⅧ's Psychologist here. So he's going to try to go for a snipe out of the mercenary here. Does not get a mark, so that's actually a good job on the mercenary side. But so far, Siyu's starting to miss some of the shots here. Has to be very careful. He is technically, he does have the momentum, but that can swing in any which direction if this mercenary can kite it out. Nan, unfortunately, does receive that red mark. One more blue mark, and he will be falling down. He's going to try to go for the pallet slam, but just creates that distance.
Yeah. So able to kite it out here, and the stun on to Nan. No items to work with. This is whatever a mercenary can do. This is it already. So a second chair.
Yeah.
The ciphers are actually looking hopeful.
Yeah. Psychologist does go down to go for the heal onto the seer, I believe. I think the seer is going to try to go for this rescue. Rotating far and away. So, and luckily the mercenary does take some time to be on the rocket chair. So full hit onto the seer. Does not have the skill just yet. He's going to try and go for a no charge here, so no one can share any of this damage. But this does allow ciphers to move on. So big gamble on Siyu's side here. He's going to get the red charge here. He's going to go for the absorb here, and now mercenary has fallen down.
Yeah, but it does seem that it's gonna be a three-man end game with Siyu on that detention. Still has that teleport trait to work with. not anymore, because he'll be teleporting to the Cypher and they just pop it. So Chen, I think he will be able to open up, so this at least guarantees a 1 escape coming from those survivors, and Shiyu need to get as many kills as possible.
Yeah.
Silverchair.
Oh my gosh, and he's not even connecting the exit gate. The exit gate's moving by pretty fast, and Silverchair buying so much time, and Siyu gets the hit here. It's gonna be a down onto the Psychologist. No teleport's gonna be used, and he can't even lock the exit gate anymore. So now it is a tie game here, Chocho.
My goodness. So able to play it into a tie with Shiyu's Hermit. We thought that maybe he would be able to get a little bit more, considering the great start that he had. He'd really thrown all the charges accurately on the players. It's just that those survivors, they knew when and what to prioritize. When it's time to heal up, they did exactly that. When it's time to decode, they also pushed it really quickly. So great stuff coming from ITZY's Shiyu.
Yeah.
ITZY's Shiyu. I mean, it was a great Hermit performance. It's just that when it comes to Cypher Rush, survivors still do come out on top.
Can I just say also that that was actually a great performance by the survivors, because a 5-minute game and it was a Hermit, they still got their Cypher progress on point. I'm not a Hermit expert by any means, but I think the way that they were able to gain that momentum or really just pop for that end game is when he was trying to go for that last chair, that Mercenary. He didn't connect any of the ciphers anymore, and he didn't connect the exit gate. So when you do that, you kind of leave a window of opportunity for the survivors to be able to exit. And great, I would say great rotations and great cipher management by the survivors of Dou, really setting themselves up to win this series if they tie everything out.
Yeah, they are definitely gearing towards that. And as for ITZY, really, when it comes to round points now, they need at least a 3 escape, it seems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 escape just to win rounds. Sorry, you were saying?
But I mean, great catch coming from Nen. 149 seconds of containment time. He only had 3 elbow pads, and he manages to effectively use all 3 before his first down. So really buying so much time, and he's probably the one that we can say is the one that helped the team decode peacefully.
Yeah.
We have 3.
I was gonna say, I think that makes it a case also that you don't want to chase the Mercenary at the start.
Yeah.
Because the Mercenary elbow pads and the vaulting speed, the drop down speed, he's just so good. And obviously, Mercenary wouldn't want to decode against a Hermit because he decodes really slow. So I think that also played into CU's result in this match, and it also played into the favor of Dou.
Yeah, but at the same time, we find quite strange, because we initially saw that the Hermit was chasing the Mercenary, right? But then afterwards he teleported to the Fire Investigator. But who is the first person that got down on the ground? The Mercenary.
Yeah, that's true.
So he went all around all that just to hit back to the Mercenary, downing the Mercenary, allowing 3 fast decoding survivors to just Cypher Rush all the way through.
Yeah. So I would say it's quite the game that we are witnessing here, folks. It's going to come down to this last half. I think we can actually assume there will be no overtime, because whoever wins this half is going to win if they tie. If this goes to a tie, Dou wins, because it comes to points, right? They got a 5-0. If it's 3-1 on any side, yeah, that's the victory condition. 3 survivor out, ITZY wins. If Dou gets 3 survivor elimination, they win.
Yeah, so that's exactly the case. You've written out there already, but when it comes down to the execution, we will be seeing those Hunter as usual. Yen versus the survivors of ITZY. Really hard to predict how this matchup is going to go, because initially in BO1 we thought that, you know what, ITZY, they got it. It's going to be a 2-0 potentially. And then Dou Yen coming in with that Terror Shock, with that IV against a welding. So we can see that when it comes to Yen, it's quite inconsistent. Sometimes he get a 1 escape, a 1 kill. Sometimes he get a 4 kill.
Wow.
So very hard to predict how this matchup is going to go coming BO3.
Yeah, that's true. When it comes to like those 50-50 types, it's like all or nothing. Sometimes you could have an amazing performance. Sometimes it could be like a little lackluster. So hopefully it'll favor his team in this matchup, because he wants to emulate that same type of 4K if they want to be able to secure. Because imagine if we compute also and they win 2 rounds, that'll really jump them up in the priority board when it comes to the group stage. Same goes for ITZY. I think this could be the Survivors' breakout performance and not just rely on their Hunter. Because whenever we talk about ITZY, people even say, oh, standout performance, Bailu this, Bailu that. So if they're able to get a victory over Yan here, not just a tie, but like a 3 survivor escape, I think that'll keep their name in the conversation when it comes to potential great teams in Call of the Abyss that are semi-pro.
Yeah, and at this point in time, I'm also quite curious to see who you guys are rooting for, because it's almost down to a 50-50 once again.
Yes.
So
I wish we're able to put up a poll on YouTube.
yeah, exactly. So we can see like, oh, people predicted this, so they can't switch it anymore. You can't be unloyal to your team that you support.
Fence sitters, y'all are not allowed here. You gotta pick a side. Oh.
Yeah, that's the case. But for ITZY, if you guys are supporting ITZY, do let us know with a crown emoji, and if you're supporting though, show us the battery emoji.
Batteries versus crowns. I feel like, honestly, chat, that I'm one of the biggest fence sitters, but in this matchup, I'm gonna stick to my guns. Me and Chocho, I'm dragging Chocho down with me. We both said ITZY, so
yes.
I'm dragging you down with me.
Yeah, but ITZY is currently on the. It seems to be they are losing based on points. So Yen, let's see how is he gonna perform here as we head soon into the ban pick phase for BO3 second half.
Yeah, can I just say also, right? We said those jersey or their uniform is like one of my favorites, and I think I realize why. If y'all watch Haikyuu, one of my favorite teams has this color as their jersey. If you guys know what it is, put it in the chat. It's pop quiz. I'm kidding. No, I'm just gonna say it's AbyssⅧ. Holy smokes, that's such a great team. Just saying, you should watch.
As usual, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. As usual, that's me.
Joe, just please watch Haikyuu. Just please watch that. It's really fun.
Haikyuu. Okay.
Haikyuu. Yay! Thank you. Chat, Chocho, Con4K, she's writing down Haikyuu.
Yeah.
If you wanna feel inspired, Chocho, if you wanna feel like you can run through a wall and do anything in life, watch Haikyuu.
Anime, right?
Anime, yes. But yes. Okay. I see some crowns in the chat.
I've seen the poster before.
Yes.
I've seen this poster before. Yes. Okay.
They also have
I got you.
Cool merch. But anyway, back to business here, folks. Seer, Weeping Clown, Prospector banned out, allowing them to pick up the Knight, which it was though who used this Knight to full effect, and the mechanic. So adding a little more pressure on the survivor side here. See, they get it. AbyssⅧ, I see Pinks. I see Trisha. I see Melissa. Shout outs to you guys. Y'all know what it is. Y'all the real ones.
Yeah, I'm the fake one.
No, you were being real with us. It's fine. Haikyuu's amazing, so you gotta watch Haikyuu.
Okay, I will. Haikyuu. Oh, but ITZY.
Then tell me who your favorite character is, because you're gonna have everyone's just so cool. Anyway, I digress.
Oh, okay, sorry. I will definitely watch it. Is it like a season thing or like episodes thing?
It's episode. It's like 20 minutes an episode.
And like 20 episodes like that.
Yeah, it's like a season thing.
Okay.
Doable, right? While you're eating, instead of mukbang videos, watch Haikyuu.
All right. Let's we digress a little bit, but let's hit back into the pick phase between these two teams.
Wow.
Personally, loving the mechanic pick here. Yesterday we saw a pretty good Cypher rush coming from the mechanic. Within the first round, we could see that all 5 Cyphers has already been touched. Cypher rush is crazy. So I guess ITZY really trying to get the main quest, which is the decoding, all done up quickly. And then the side quest, kiting as much as possible. No instant down, maybe a 3 Cypher kite, and then 2 stable rescues.
Can I just say, I've been seeing a lot of crowns in the chat, but how come there's no batteries? Yo, where are the Dou?
Nobody's supporting Dou.
Yo, come on. Can we get some batteries in the chat here? Because Yan can actually do a solid for his team and get the victory. I want to see some batteries. I want to see some emojis. But yo, again, if you want to support ITZY, that's totally all right, since they are the underdogs, since they are the semi-pro team. But Yan now, focusing our attention on him. People are saying it could be an An because he needs to go for that tie. It could be a Naiad. He could go for stable Hunter is here, but the fact that there is a mechanic could change things, because Having an extra body on the field here would definitely cut the hunting time. When played correctly or when played right, when it doesn't get chased down at the start.
Yeah, and you know what? I would love you mentioned Nayet, and I would really like to see that actually, because the Nayet, right, she's able to use her harpoon to wool pull the Cypher, preventing the Cypher from being decoded for actually a longer time as compared to an end where she just burst on you. But no, none of that. A Dream Witch.
Talk to me about this. A Dream Witch with this Survivor lineup, Chocho. Do you like it? Do you not like it? How you feeling?
I feel like whether I like it or not doesn't matter, because Yen, I think he feels that it's comfortable for him to pick it, because we see, right, the globally banned and his banned characters, it didn't indicate anything about a Dream Witch. Nothing at all.
Okay, alright. I see chat now. I see the Dowu fans. I see you, Identity Vibes. I see you, Spoon. I see you, FaZe. I see you, Trisha. I want that energy. I want to see some batteries and crowns. Let's go. Support your favorite teams, because this is the last match that they will be playing.
Absolutely.
Chocho, talk to me about the spawn locations.
Yes, alright. So we have the mechanic not inside the factory. We have the mechanic in the shack area. Could be possible that they are hoping that this mechanic is going to get chased. The bot is hiding and let her bot decode that one full cipher. So, oh no, we'll be changing the mechanic to the center instead. Really?
How? That's gutsy. That's kind of scary. You're giving the knight the factory while mechanic is going to be at the center. There has to be some interesting play that they're going for, because, or I don't know if Yan's going to think, okay, something is definitely up here. Why is the mechanic like out and about here? It's too good to be true. But yeah, I don't know how to make sense of that, Chocho. We're just going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, I just have to wait and see. We'll be seeing the coaches shake their hands. Wow, we'll be seeing the personas very soon. Trunka Detention with the Patroller, thank God, is a very standard bit rather than Insolence. And for ITZY, we see all four of them with 3. And kiting builds with their broken windows on Knight, Acrobat, and the Mechanic. So this is going to be Leo's Memory. Definitely the last half between Dowu versus ITZY for BO3 second half. My name is Chocho, and your memory is Posh Spice, and we'll bring you the live commentary of this match.
A Dream Witch to bet it all here for Dowu. Will it pay off, or will ITZY stay on top? Yan already making his way towards the center here, which the mechanic was in. So mechanic seems like the juiciest target. Will be chased. Not sure if he did drop down the doll, but Dahai would gladly take this kite for his team to be able to push these ciphers. We've seen how well teams have adjusted towards the Dream Witch meta and then the different nerfs to be able to get it. And now at least he was able to bait out a Leech follower hit for the rotation to still continue.
Yeah, and good news is that the bot is actually out. So even if the high downs here is not a huge issue, the bot will be able to decode at least 70 to 80, if not a one full cipher. So Zien, seems like he will be distracting the hunter a little bit.
Ooh, he did go for that lock, but now Patroller might be in play here. But it seems like, yeah, Yan forced to actually not do anything, so he won't play that guessing game with that knight. So good start so far for our survivors here. Dahai already at the second floor. Mechanic Doll still has not decoded anything yet because he is in hot pursuit, but I think this allows him to make that rotation down the stairs of this map. No leeches, by the way.
No leeches because he already used it and is on cooldown.
Oh.
But he's finally using his Patroller. After 1 minute and 30 seconds into the match, he finally remembered, oh, wow, I have a Patroller. Let me use it now.
Exactly. No, right. Able to get a main body hit, and this allows the decoding to happen. So yeah, thank you for saying that cooldown. But yeah, Patroller, unfortunately, was used quite late, but at least the space between the knockdown and the Patroller use was really quick. So this allows some Cypher progress to happen finally on the Mechanic Doll, while the Gravekeeper can go for the rescue or the Knight.
Exactly. So Cyphers are looking super duper healthy. We have our mechanic on the chair, but her bot is still alive. The bot can decode a whole Cypher, and maybe if this reaches to the end game, can be the one that is pressuring the back gate area. Now a free rescue happens, and Gravekeeper can potentially body block for this, but seems like he wants to come for the second rescue as well. So mechanic will be I thought he was gonna block it. Oh man.
Oh, but the knight is actually there for him to give a stall onto this mechanic, and we do see that Fox is gonna try to use the Gravekeeper skill, able to create a little bit of distance here. Last two Cyphers are being moved, and finally a body block here onto the Gravekeeper, but Dahai unfortunately still on hot pursuit here by Yan.
Exactly. So this is looking pretty tough for the high side because he is slowly but surely kiting on top of his bot. So this creates a situation where the bot might get a free hit here, but Yan just giving zero attention to that bot. We'll just focus this hit onto Dahai. Able to kite it out effectively, by the way. And now 4th Cypher's almost done. Left with the last one.
And now unfortunately does get that hit. And this allows the bot to reposition himself. Double decoding on the lower left side of the screen, meaning the knight is the only one that's available to make this rescue happen. It's gonna be, they need 3 survivors to escape to win this Chocho. So stakes are super high. Second chance, second chair on Dahai's side here.
Yeah. So let's see. Yen will be coming for a very safe rescue. It seems like Yen has no idea that Knight is coming from the factory area. Wants to go out and pressure that Cypher, but we need to note that that Cypher is actually at the corner of the map. So Yen's main body would have to follow along, which means there's only the Dahai's leech that's over here.
Okay, locking in twice. He's not allowed to hit. Nice protection here on the Knight side. We did see a bit of repositioning onto the mechanic Cypher, but now, Cypher is about to be primed, but the blink! Are they gonna force heal? They're gonna try to go for it. They just go for the pop, Chocho!
I think the mechanic, it would be best if you just, I think main body should be fine also because she's the only one injured, so the gate will still open pretty fast.
Oh my god.
But, oh my goodness, both gates are being pushed here. Xian trying to distract the hunter here, but the thing is the ITZY needs this 3 escape to win this. Xian.
True. Xian is still all good, but no, the blink hit down. Dahai is far away from everyone. I think open up the moon gate. So now 2 survivors out, 3 survivors out. Chocho, they're able to do it. Clover pops off, and ITZY, ladies and gentlemen, are finally on the board at the group stage.
Crazy stuff coming from ITZY. We might think that maybe mechanic might not have kited very well, but guess what? Cypher Rush is still on top there. We see ITZY survivors being super excited about that win because it was such a close shave, man. Could have been a 2-0, but prolonged all the way to BO3 and still won ultimately. So great job.
Dahai with his hair. I think there's more white hair. Like when he was like, oh my god, that was so intense. He did get that first chase. My heart still goes out to Dowu. Yan, unfortunately, just got that 1 survivor elimination. I think when it comes to Dream Witch, it's fair to say that, you know, if they're expecting a Dream Witch, I think they kind of were because they drafted a mechanic in the mix. And even like forced the chase to happen at the center. They just knew the rotations. They knew that they had to be able to support this mechanic, force out a body block. The Knight performed very well too to lock in any attacks from registering. So yeah, you gotta give it up to ITZY, a semi-pro team able to take it to Dowu. They already won against FPXZQ to make it here from the qualifiers, and now they're able to take it against Dowu.
Yeah, able to make a statement here, very bold statement in fact. So yeah, and I think if we're just gonna look back into the matchup, right, it seems to be that Yen is kind of struggling with the survivors because he was able to get the first hit very quickly. Yes, great stuff. But when it came to the second hit, it took too long. It took way too long. Yeah, he tried to interrupt the Cyphers, but oh my goodness, it's just not working out. Also, a free rescue from the side of Gravekeeper.
Yeah.
So many things just building up, yeah.
It did, and the numbers game really caught up to him. I think if we look at the leeches, there was only like 1 per time, and they really forced out the main body leech. The follower leech, so that he wouldn't have that much presence. Usually you kind of want to stack that up, and it never really felt like an even matchup, even though the Dream Witch does spread her presence around. I think that is a testament to their Cypher rushing prowess and also how well they were able to rotate. Everyone really played their part very well in this matchup, and even though you don't see any kiting from Clover, he really popped off when they won because he was the main decoder of the team. And when it came to the exit gates, they already got 2 open as Xian was the one to be the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah, and we do see that the 1v5 kind of situation really brings in so much value into the team, even though we don't see the mechanic decode at all. It was 0%. And looking at our match results, super duper close. This is the closest matchup we are seeing here in group stages. 13-12. Just a single match point.
That's tough. I mean, this was as we deemed it, the group of death, or the most competitive group out there. And unfortunately, there are going to be 2 teams to not be able to make it to the playoffs. And so far, we do have ITZY joining the ranks of the top 3 with Axis and AWG in Group A. And unfortunately, we have Weibo versus GR next. But Dou still has a couple more matches. I think they have TE next, and I think they have they have Axis Wave to go up against as their last match. So they can't afford any more losses if they want to stay alive in the playoffs.
Exactly, and I was kind of trying to see the aeroplanist in BO1. Remember the flywheel situation against the Hunter? That was a very big crucial play. And in my head, I feel like if it's not for him, it would have been different. But let's hit into our highlights while we think about our MVP later on.
你去拎着宝直接开，不拎着宝去小房，把小房开了。我没事了。2麦大方可以带好拿。我把2麦装。他在领，搞我。OK，吃一刀。我掉亚马救。我死了。我掉可以亚马救的，状态也行。来摸。还有卡血。可以好，够的。我得死。没事，别急。对面嘛，你不动12楼里面。12楼了，娃娃在外面。OK， 我大门再开一台。去吧，好吗？去吧，麦卡去吧。可以。加油！我小门能够。大门够。
And there you have it, folks. The highlights of the highly contested and highly competitive matchup between ITZY and Dou with ITZY coming out on top. We were talking about, before the quick highlights, MVPs. Who's it going to go? Who are we going to go with here? Dahai had an amazing kite, and he did get that escape. I forgot who used the aeroplanist as well that you brought up. I know. I mean, in game, I don't know if that counts as deduction points, but that counts as cool points for us because of
cool points.
Cool points, bro. The aura's
game-changing points.
Like, whoa. That's plus 5,000 for me. But anyway, who was the aeroplanist in that matchup?
The aeroplanist was in fact ITZY survivor Clover.
Okay, we didn't see them that much. The lucky Clover. 4-leaf Clover. How many cool points is that for you?
1,000 at least. 1,000
at least, at the very least. Okay. So MVP, is it Survivor? Is it Hunter?
I do feel that it could be the Survivor because we don't see any like definite 4K situation coming from Bailu or Siu. So in my heart, if it's not Clover, it's Clover.
Wow. Girls' minds made up, folks. Yeah, I would. Well, just to add, I would maybe recency bias too. Dahai performed pretty well as the mechanic, and I mean, he seemed like the most relieved after he was able to, be able to survive that long. But I do see Clover also making his way as the MVP. Unfortunately, I don't want to say anything for the second match because that was definitely Dou-sided when it came to the Hunter, because that was when the Terror Shock happened. So I guess we can only go with those 2 matches. The first and the third match, but we are gonna go with the puppeteer of.
Oh man,
yeah, that's okay. Oh, that's okay. It's still plus 500 aura. Here we go. Jan with the puppeteer, getting the most deduction, I believe. Average decoding progress at 88, rescues at 1.33, and yeah, he performed very well. He was a good. He was also a good support character, and also a really good teammate overall. So shout outs to ITZY Xian.
Yeah, we did see his BO1 kite, right, where like Ian was trying to, pick his poison. And then ultimately it was just Xian that had to take the kite. He definitely committed there. But we'll be heading into our interview phase. for ITZY team. So let's take a look.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人小小。首先要恭喜 ITZY 获得了本场比赛的胜利。我们今天请到了芷妍还有大海来到采访，先请两位和我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 ITZY 的大海。
大家好，我是 ITZY 的芷妍。
欢迎欢迎，恭喜你们获得这一场比赛的胜利。其实这一局对于你们来说是非常关键的一局了，而且今天其实跟斗舞也是第2次在我们的深渊遇见了嘛，这一次算是完成了一个复仇之战。所以想要问一下两位，今天赢下来比赛，而且是一个翻盘3跑翻盘获得比赛的胜利，心情怎么样？芷妍？
非常激动，
是非常激动。刚才在后面就可以看到大家都是兴高采烈的跑过来的，
大家都直接是开心的，就直接叫起来了，
直接叫起来跳起来了。大海呢，作为队长有没有发表一些比较有建设性意义的发言？
就是大家都很棒，然后希望我们后面能越发越勇吧。
稳住现在的优势，然后继续努力。那回到比赛，我们今天第一局其实上来的时候，求生者感觉打得非常的有操作，来势汹汹的感觉。先来问一下芷妍，因为今天是木偶式的牵制嘛，牵制岛跛脚羊，你觉得今天有没有一些比较可以可圈可点的地方？
就是他每次抬龙的时候都会把握一下距离，保证第一时间不是直接交出木偶的，然后把时间拖够。但是就是比较紧张，所以说就是两个板双博弈没有博弈得特别好。
关键之战可能有一点紧张，但是其实整体看下来操作的非常不错。相信我们平时在训练的时候也是能够非常非常认真的去锻炼每一次吧。
对，
那后面其实想要问一下大海，当时开门战的时候，因为跛脚羊确实他拦地窖的能力非常强，当时就看到3个有组织有纪律的人一股脑往前冲，但是呢被拦住了。那一波队内会有一个什么样子的交流吗？
就是知道他就先可能会用笼子打大洞嘛，然后愿力可能不多，然后我们就是一起冲，就至少能走2个。
就因为确实打到那个时候的话，可能因为有祭祀大洞在，给到你们去操作的空间比较大，但是没办法，跛脚羊这个拦门能力太强了。不过第一局其实对于求生者来说，能够拿到一个保平，甚至说更好的成绩已经非常非常赚了。第2局也是给到了白鹿非常多去操作去秀的空间。那其实想要问一下，因为在第2局的时候是有被对面扳回一个比较大的比分嘛，大家队内做了一些什么样子的调整？因为其实心态还是比较重要的。大海。
是的，就是第2把被翻盘之后，就想着让我们另一个屠夫来试一试，因为白鹿的话就是前面上的太多了，可能容易被针对嘛。然后就是让另一个屠夫来打一打试试看，
也是战略性的进行一些监管者的轮换。那问一下芷妍好了，今天这个换人之后，你们在底下看的那一局怎么样？有没有给他夸夸？因为那一局能够感受到他是拿到一个影视去打心理加上先知一些比较克制的阵容嘛，迎难而上。有没有给他一定的夸夸和鼓励？
给了，因为他是我们队内的控场图，我们白鹿偏追击图嘛，所以就是比如3打3他上去试一下。但是我们看到这个阵容是比较针对他的，但是他每一波都没有失误，我们觉得他挺厉害的。
非常厉害，而且他是第1次在深渊上场嘛。
是的。
他下来有没有说自己当时会比较紧张一些？
他下来第一时间比较自责吧，觉得自己没拿到优势，我们都安慰了他一下。
但是其实那样的一个阵容能够选出自己的绝活影视，已经是非常非常勇敢的了。那打到刚才结束的第3局，想要问一下，就是2位在 BP 的时候，你们所考虑到、预设到他会选择的保平监管大概会有哪一些呢？
是女巫和使徒吧。
女巫和使徒
这2个就是单刀图嘛。
那还是来问一下大海，因为今天机械师也是担任起了牵制的一个任务嘛，在面对到女巫的时候，当时和队友会有一些什么样子的沟通爆点呢？在前期的时候，
就是说如果骑士没有起标的话，那就大概率是来抓我了。然后我就直接把娃娃放在外面，就是自己单溜嘛。
就其实每一波博弈，我感觉做的也非常好。就前期先是掉了一个寄生，然后又是找到芷妍去帮忙。你们那一波就是帮他猜技能，有一些什么样子的交流？芷妍，
就是女巫猜2个平什么都做不了嘛，都只能干瞪眼。然后他只要在大房这边，我接一边干，我就可以帮他猜。
就完全配合的完美无瑕。那问一下大海，因为当时那个无伤救下来你之后，你跟狐狸也有一波很帅的扛刀配合，狐狸下场之后又是出土，那一波的话，当时队内语音有没有啊好扛这样子？有的，给到狐狸也是很大的夸夸。那想要问一下，最后在完成3跑的时候那样子的一个局面，因为而且是逼掉了他的底牌嘛，那一波大家队内语音是怎么样去交流的？我很想听一下。
都是欢呼吧，就是
都是欢呼。
因为我把闪现吃掉之后，他管不到人了，所以大家都是队内欢呼。
已经提前就可能庆祝起来了啊！我们好厉害，我们
我就直接站起来了都。
站起来了，就我们4个真厉害，然后还有2个监管者，我们6个真厉害。那今天赢下这一场，其实还是非常非常关键的嘛。想要问一下大海，对于后面的比赛有没有什么样子的期待和期许呢？
就是希望后面2场都能赢吧，因为如果赢了3场的话是稳进的嘛。
是，但是这个分组其实对于一支民间队伍来说，确实是有一点艰难。我们给自己加油，好不好？
好。
加油！加油！加油！
来听，
加油！加油！加油！我们后面也要继续赢下去，好吗？那也是期待 ITZY 的下一场比赛。再一次恭喜 ITZY 获得了本场比赛的胜利。接下来马上要进行的是今天最后一场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Where am I?
He's awake!
He looks so complete.
Hey, it's about time.
Anyway, welcome to the game.
I've been wandering this wasteland with the team for a while. Most are out scouting while I document the mutated entities. It is relatively easy work. Seeing her fills me with both joy and fear. I must find a new path for her, because I know this wasteland is no paradise. As we delve deeper, the relentless force of erosion is like a slow, steady hammer, driving life down like a nail, reshaping it into something else. Guided by my companion, we reach a new area with far more strange entities than the outskirts. Our ailing frames can barely endure, yet none of us are willing to stop. I can't leave yet. The key to finding the way out might lie deeper within.
Watch out!
Huh?
Welcome home.
来到第5人格深渊的呼唤吧总决赛小组赛，我是主持人小小。下面有请2支战队上台喊话亮相。首先有请 GR 战队登台喊话。
你们不要有压力，这一场输给我们没事的。
有请 GR 卡梦、小铁、小叶明、阿策、吴昕、捏捏、严谨。下面有请 WBG 战队登台喊话。
好的，我们没有压力，你可以坐下了。
有请 WBG 回忆、幻鹤、曹晚安、过客、梦露、Alex。今天第4场对战的2支队伍是 GR 和 WBG， 紧张刺激的比赛即将拉开序幕，让我们一起期待精彩纷呈的对决。下面让我们把画面交给解说席。
Welcome back, guys, to ITZY Call of the Abyss 8 group global stages. We are at day number 5, match number 4. Our final matchup of today is going to be GR versus WBG. I'm Chocho. I may sound Posh Spice, but I'm Chocho. And joining me is Posh Spice.
I'm Posh Spice.
We'll bring you the live commentary of this match. It's been pretty intense today. We have ITZY ultimately topping it just now. But Posh, what do you think about this matchup?
This is also in the midst of a crossroads. Both of them are coming out of wins. So this is kind of a matchup to determine who's going to lead the pack of Group D. Group D is, I mean, we have a healthy mix of folks there. FT is there, FL is there as well. But you have to admit, FT is kind of leading the charge here since they won both their matches between RVL and FL. So this could determine when they lock horns next, if FT or GR or whoever they're going to go up against, because they're going to face these two next teams, who's going to battle it out to get the first place spot in Group D. So when it comes to predictions, though, okay, we say it at the same time, all right? Ready?
Okay, wait.
So we're not fence sitting, okay? We're going to say it.
Okay.
You got it? Okay. 3, 2, 1. GR.
WBG.
Oh, we're split. Okay, all right. I'm gonna introduce GR first. Yamo 5, Heart, AC, AK, Nya, and Iron and Jin to round things out. And Chocho's pick here.
WBG, we have 过客, Pressica, Alex, Juan, Hui, and Al Confid. So I guess we both have our own reasons as to why we pick, but do you want to go first?
I'm biased. That's it.
That's it.
No. I do admire GR, especially their Hunter Nye, because he had his debut last year, and he didn't perform to his full effect. And I think they just stuck together as a team, and this is their right time for them to be able to make it really far. And at the helm with AK being the shot caller here, I'm excited to see what plays he has to make. I think if you guys have been following me since commentating Call of the Abyss 4, I've been a big fan of AK. Throughout the different types of meta. Hopefully he's all right. He's got a bit of a patch on his neck, so I hope that's okay.
Yeah, hopefully. And we'll be seeing AC from Team GR. He played the prisoner, composer, a psychologist, postman, barmaid, fire investigator, and etc. coming into the qualifiers and not qualifiers. They had direct entry. Yeah, they had direct entry. So this is what they played in IPL autumn, and he got 3rd place.
Yeah, true. Thank you, Horton. I'm biased. That's you can quote me on that. Like, I've been a fan of the players here in GR for a while. I want to hear Chocho's reasoning also for WBG after we introduce everyone from the survivor side of GR. Also, Iron, one of the backbones of this team, amazing kiter. Good supporter. Iron, again, had a highlighted moment in one of the Call of the Abysses, gaining like 4 owls in one kite. So that'll always stick in my memory. It was the mix of Iron and Long with AK. I think this was back when they were still FDXEQ. So yeah, GR Iron, rely on him as being a consistent kiter.
Yeah, but we can't forget that he also is the forward back in the past when he was in another team. really popping off with those respective characters. We don't expect anything less from Iron. But of course, now we have our designated rescuer from Team GR. We have Hart with a 1.67 average rescues. We do know that he plays all sorts of it, Wilding as well. And yeah, I don't... Has he played any... Yep, he's played the Whipping Clown Patient as his side gig. Other
Side
than
gig,
being
wow.
a main rescue.
You got a main gig and a side gig? Whoa, what the heck?
Yeah, that's a
put some
side gig.
Put some respect on Weeping Clown, bro. Side gig. But anyway, that rounds out GR Survivors, and they will be going up against Weibo Gaming's Alex. So before I introduce Alex, tell me about your reasoning why Weibo Gaming. Is this based on stats? Is it based on feel? Is it based on golden apples? Well, how are we feeling about it?
It's not based on anything. It's just based on the vibes. And also, don't get me wrong, I'm a huge fan of GR in the past, guys. When LPZ, Lan Pangzi, was still in the team as a leader. That was the season that I liked GR a lot, where PX was there, MKK was there. But coming into this matchup, I've seen both teams' performance. Great stuff. They won in both their matches.
Yeah.
But when it comes to Alex, he's been having a 4K win streak.
So it's the Alex.
We saw, right?
It's the Alex vibes you like.
It's the Alex and also
Perseka,
WBG side the survivors. Yes, Perseka.
Okay.
Yes.
People in chat are going wild for Perseka. Don't get me wrong. I also like Perseka. I'm a big fan of Alex as well. I guess I just don't want to be a fence sitter. I'm gonna go with GR for this one. Chocho's gonna go with WBG. One's gonna end up on top. And I would admit, you being a fan of GR back in the day, that's great, right? They were the franchise team to beat. But they're a completely different team, right? I think if you like them now, it's either you're OG GR fan or you just like the name so much because they're completely different. Like PPX is not there anymore, LPZ as well. So it's I like the color pink. I don't know what to say. It's really
I love the color pink too.
Well, why are you going WBG, bro? Huh?
Because there's Alex, there's Perseka, there's Hui. There's so many great fighters in the team.
But yeah, I don't know. I definitely want to see how people have it out. Is it okay? So, what can we get? Pink hearts for GR and red hearts for WBG. I want to see the where the chat is leaning towards when it comes to this match and who they think is going to win this. Is it going to be GR or is it going to be WBG? Let us know. I do see a lot of love in the chat going for Alex, for AK, for Perseka, for Iron, for all these survivors. But do let your hearts be seen in chat. Is it red? Is it pink? Let us know.
Exactly. And also, just to give a huge bit background about these two teams, because they are in Group D. So as of now, both teams have already won their matches. GR won against RVL, WBG won against FL. So whoever takes this win is going to have a +2 on the number of matches they have won already, whereas one team is going to be left with +1 and a -1. So that ends up with nullifying each other, so 0.
And don't worry, Rennie, and don't worry, everyone that is looking for Perseka. She will be gracing this stage in just a bit because it is going to be Alex to set the pace for his team here at Ever Sleeping Town. So we're not going to go wild with our speculation on the hunters that Alex does bring out. He's definitely going to go with the meta hunters. But is there any particular hunter that you want him to bring out, Chocho, in this matchup, especially since it's Ever Sleeping Town?
I think if it's Ever Sleeping Town, we've seen more... Actually, we've seen kind of equal number of Goatmans and Hula Baloos. We've seen his Hula Baloo in the group stages already, so I personally want to see more of the Goatman. But it really depends on the team comp here because as of now, it seems like it could go both ways. We've seen the Goatman getting kited out by the aeroplanist, and the aeroplanist can levitate as well, so it really helps when it's kiting against the Hula Baloo too. So options are open. Let's see what the servers ends up going for. I think Alex will just pick one that is firstly comfortable with. Secondly, it goes well against the team comp.
Right. And in this map, I believe any hunter is viable for him to go with. It actually got removed, the survivor pick and ban screen. But I did see they picked up like a first officer. Won't be surprised if they try going for a puppeteer or aeroplanist just to deal with either the acrobat, the hullabaloo, or the goatman. Yeah, there's still a lot left on the table for all these survivors. It's kind of funny because coming from a round number 3, an intense round number 3 with ITZY and Dou, now we're kind of going back. Oh right, this is the hunter meta. We got to go back into like 4Ks, 3Ks. Ties and 3-man escapes are really rare and must be celebrated in this meta.
Absolutely. And can I just say about this Group D, right? It's just gonna be, yeah, we have opportunities, right, for these teams to hit to being top 3 all the ways to global stages. But as of now, still, you mentioned FT still topping in Group D with that 2 very convincing win. And
be less biased, Church.
No, I just want to
Are you
say that
biased?
because FT, right? They've done their matches against RVL, they've done their matches against FL, and they will be facing GR and WBG. So this is one of the match that they will be eyeing intensely to
For
see
sure.
their condition
believe-
and how they're gonna go in.
I believe their next match, I think we'll be covering it on the 17th. It will be up against GR. Yeah, FT versus GR. So I'm sure FT, if Adi's watching, shout outs to you. Take down notes. We'll
What
share our
the
notes.
hell?
We'll share our notes with you, my guy. What the-
He's I love his personality though. Like even during the interview, the host
Yesterday.
the interviewer also mentioned that the FT has a pattern of bringing one E person and one I person, one extroverted and one introverted person on stage for the interview.
Who
Yesterday
else
we had
is the
Adi and
extrovert?
Kuga.
Yeah, it's always Adi. Who's the other extrovert in FT? It's just Adi.
Yeah, I guess man is just by himself.
Shadow, Mini Blue, Kuga. Dude, they're so quiet.
They are very quiet. That's the case that we are seeing from the FT survivors. But speaking about FT, I managed to see their behind the scenes after they won against FL on the social media Weibo. And I am just gonna post it on my story later on and just show you guys because it's super duper cute. You guys should
Follow
definitely
who
go take a
is
look.
Chocho on Instagram, guys. Just to see that story. And Chocho does regularly update with stories on any updates on the Weibo gaming side. So do give her a follow. Who is Chocho, right? Who is Chocho?
Who's Chocho?
Who's Chocho? Like who's
Mhm,
Chocho? Like
without
who does Chocho belong to? Or who is Chocho? Oh, okay.
Just who's Chocho? Who is this Chocho?
Who is this Chocho? Who is this goat man? It's Alex's goat man coming into the mix here. I do like that they picked up Novelist here in this match because we were talking about how Novelist has been used in just to counter this type of meta. It did work out a little well up against the Ivy, but you might as well bring it out now in round number 1. Dancer, Aeroplanist, and First Officer as well. While we see a semi-T-shaped spawn here with Aeroplanist at the center, First Officer. It's 2-story middle and Dancer at the 11 area. So Goatman might actually go after the Dancer, but what are your thoughts, Chocho?
Yeah, Dancer. Can you imagine, like, she tries to pirouette and then the cage happens and then she just pirouettes into the Hunter's face? That's gonna be the case here, I feel. Let's see if Alex is gonna be able to do that later. And yeah, seems like they're besties, holding the hands, shaking so intensely. But Alex, trump card detention as well as the peepers. GR survivors, we do see that we do see a standard build on the Novelist as well as the First Officer. And 3 tech turners coming into this matchup. Let's see. Ever Stepping Town, BO1 first half between GR Survivors versus WBG's Hunter. My name is Chocho and joining me will be Posh Spice and we'll bring the live commentary of this match.
Alex, the goat man, making his rotations around, spotting out AC, the female dancer. Did not put down any music box just yet. Needs to make sure it's going to count. Drops it in this strong palleted area. Seeing if he's going to go for this area. It seems like he will, just to break down the box. But there's another box to work with here. So buying a little bit of time here. Just cleaning up shop here because this will haunt him in the future. So he's just making sure 2 boxes have already been spent out. AC, 1 last box to work with. And in this area, drops down a peeper here just for the mind games. At least they know that his trait is peepers.
Oh, and getting that swing straight away in that first cage. So building up that resentment, another one can be seen here. I think he pirouetted away successfully, and now Novelist will see the free hit coming into this.
Oh, they swap away
fast.
AC. Okay, AK. Oh my goodness. Yeah, with a bit of a switcheroo here, continuing to get it, but yeah, he's gonna have to give that free hit. So 2 injuries on the board. AC unfortunately has no more items to work with. AK though Does have a bit of book to work with. He is playing with fire here since he is in this caged area and will be falling down. So a bit of over support here. Not looking too good when it comes to the ciphers though.
Yeah, so AK, just really unfortunate that he was caught out in such an awkward position at the corner trying to break the cage. So that really ended up costing the entire team. Now we at 1 minute 40 seconds and not even a single cipher pop just yet.
Iron now forced to actually go inside the cage here. Might be a bit of an early rescue, so he still has a bit of jetpack to work with. He's gonna try to break the cage, but this trades off a hit. At least there's gonna be a tide turner. AK just forcing him to eat that hit, but wow, actually able to actually get a hit outside the cage, so AK still survives.
Exactly, and we'll get the final effort. We'll be seeing the chair once again, and finally, the first cipher just popped. Fifth cipher still hasn't yet been touched, but looking towards more of a Alex game, having the upper hand here compared to the survivors. We do have 2 half healths here.
Yeah, it seems like they're kind of content here with going for just a tie, or not even a tie, 1 survivor escape, but it really depends on how they're going to play out this next couple of seconds. Heart being the main rescuer, he's still got a pocket watch to work with. Iron's actually going to try to go for a backdoor rescue. I'm not sure if that's going to be able to catch him off guard, but we do see that he does get cut off here, so this is going to be very dangerous.
And denies the rescue. It will not be Heart able to come in for potentially a terror shot here. Oh, a free rescue.
Yeah, and going for the novelist as well. Good farm off hit and a double down, triple down situation if he goes for it. But no, Alex doing an amazing job. And Chocho, Cypher Progress are at a standstill here because of the downs, because of the injuries. And Alex, the GOAT man, able to finally get his first survivor down and out. Oh, not yet. Sorry, this is Iron. My bad. He didn't even get an AK yet.
Yeah, so immediately able to snowball, and by the time this free rescue happens, AK gets on the chair. He already has a momentum where Aeroplane is. The moment he gets on the chair one more time, he will be second chair already. So really forcing that rescue, and Alex having the upper hand coming into this matchup. Fifth Cypher has just been touched, but now all of them are actually not decoding. Luckily enough, it's the first officer that has the wanted order rather than the other 2.
True. So Heart can kite this one out. He does have a bit of a pocket watch to work with. But the thing is, he's going to have to kite for a really long time just for them to even threaten the last Cypher pop. Note that they only have 1 borrowed time, and it is on the first officer. I like how that they're kind of rallying back in this and trying to heal up. But, I mean, it's the GOAT man. He can catch up so quickly. And they're really trying to force the case. I don't know if they're able to actually heal in time.
No, it seems like the answer is no. Now, Iron trying to cut it out here, does have another jetpack to work with. Will be expanding his last one, it seems, and unable to potentially get out of this cage, and will see the hit as well. So first officer will be coming for the rescue. Doesn't have any items to work with. Look at them. They are all itemless.
Itemless. That is a good point there. Because not only are they itemless, they don't have... well, Female Dancer has a tide turner, but it's too risky to even go for a rescue at that stage. So it seems like first officer has to eat that hit. And I think it's only a matter of time for the checkmate situation to happen. And not even 5 minutes in the game, Alex has himself a 5-point situation here, Chocho.
Yeah, it's the way how Alex is able to really build out those resentments to do up the double cage, able to get so close to the survivors and capitalizing on all the tiny mistakes and missteps coming from Team GR survivors. So amazing stuff coming from Alex, and this is why he's one of the most feared hunters and well-performed hunters in the group stages.
Yeah, and this is a big, tall task to go up against if you're the hunter on GR side, to duplicate this type of domination or this type of success this early on. I think, like you said, just capitalizing on the overextensions and the over support, and all the cages have honestly counted in this momentum. So Heart, the last one left, just once he gets downed, he's already used up the exit path. It's going to be a GG. We do see that Heart is going to open up a chest over there at the basement area, allowing the dancer to actually get up.
He cannot make a misstep there, but he has so much resentment to work with, it doesn't even matter. So, first officer able to get half a ball, but what can half a ball get you? Get you nowhere, I guess.
Could get you a little
the GOAT man.
Yeah, you can't. Maybe just go for a stun for a highlight, but at this point, Alex is securing himself a 5-point game.
Oh, and able to spot out Heart. I'm not too sure, maybe it's because of the 3 best friends on top of him, but Heart trying to kite out here. Does have a ball to work with. Hopefully he's able to use it so that it's...
Oh my goodness, and able to actually get it and not even able to use majority of that. No, that's the case, Chocho. Whenever you want to look for like a pocket watch, it just gives you something else. It gives you perfume, it gives you a football. It's like, I don't want a team fight. I want to be able to heal up. And Alex not even caring. He's like, I don't even care about the tram. We're going to keep going here. And AC just trying to buy a little time, I guess. But I think it's easy to say that this is a 5-point game on WBG's side.
Yeah, what a great start coming from WBG. And not expecting anything less from Alex. He is still on that 4K win streak. This is his 3rd win streak. And yeah, more to come, in fact, because we will be seeing VO2 later on. But it's still a little bit early to say whether this is going to be a evened out game coming second half, or WBG Survivor is able to get a 1 escape at least going against the Hunter of GR, which is most likely going to be near.
Yeah, I'm actually looking where AC is at right now. He's over at the 11 area, or one of the corners of the tram. He's gonna bleed out before the first officer, so they can't even pressure dungeon at this point. So yeah, again, just I guess trying to whittle away the mental stack, but Alex is just having a good time, just like trying to practice his cages and just going around. Yeah, GG's gonna go to WBG.
Yeah, and it just shows how reliant Alex is on that Tinnitus, right? He can find moving survivors, but he cannot find the ones that are crawling. But finally, AC standing up, making use of the flywheel, but before she even breaks the cage, Alex just blinks over, secures the win, and expanding both their self-heals, securing that 5-point lead right from the get-go. Amazing stuff coming from Alex, but at the same time, GR survivors. What a devastating start, honestly.
Dominating start. How WBG started things out here with Alex getting a 5-point game, forcing the Hunter of GR to go the same route, and that's why I chose WBG from the beginning, chat. I was always...
No, you did not. You did
that's
not.
Why I predicted WBG to take this. What are you talking about? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Believe, GR, believe. What are you talking? I've never... What?
You're trying to guess like me, you're trying to guess like chat. Like for a moment, I was thinking, whoa, I was supporting GR for a moment. Like, this match, really?
Hey, I didn't. We were supporting WB. What are you talking about? We both supporting WBG.
There's no we in this. We spoke different team names.
I'm kidding. I believe in GR. Do or die. Let's go. But yeah, not the best start for our team GR. I think it all started with the AK getting caught out with the dancer at the corner house. But tell me your thoughts on this matchup, Chocha, as we go through the match stats.
Firstly, female dancer really tried to waste as much time as possible by placing the boxes, right? And that did waste time, but you just gave out your boxes so easily, and there was really nothing much to do there. And then you rotated on top of your teammate, where your teammate was caught in a very awkward position that really forced Alex to just... Didn't force Alex. Alex just casually just changed targets, and seemed to be that the novelist was a lot easier chase as compared to the dancer that we saw.
True, but as you pointed out, there were no more boxes left to work with, so I think at that point he was just attacking the resources of the survivors. Like, okay, dancer's injured and he doesn't have any more boxes to work with. Let me just chase after this novelist, because in this area there's only like a pallet to work with, but he always kept cutting off AK to get to those 2 pallets near corner house. So it was quite the unfortunate catch out onto him, and then the injuries started stacking up that the last Cypher wasn't even threatened. So that's Alex in a nutshell. Really good at capitalizing on those openings. That's why I think WBG is gonna win, right? We both thought of it.
Nuh-uh. Your smile is nuh-uh.
Oh, terrible. But yeah. People are saying I switch up. I'm kidding. I'm for GR. I'm for GR, bro. Okay, anyway.
But I think one thing I like to point out about that match, right, is actually quite unfortunate for GR survivors. If we've noticed in terms of like the wanted order on the survivors.
Oh yeah.
When first officer was coming for the rescue for for novelist, he got the wanted order. So he kind of got catched out from the get-go. There was nothing he could really do there, which ultimately resulted in the aeroplanes, but also a good awareness of time coming from Alex to hit back.
Real quick, where would you rank Perseka's hair in the hair tier list here? This is actually pretty cool highlights. I mean, just 2 streaks and also at the back as well. Perseka, the goddess, the queen herself, being able to, survive and being, I would say, the backbone of this team. I'm actually... I'm kind of sad that it's not Kuro that's commentating this match, because he's a big fanboy of Perseka. So shoutouts to Kuro Shiro Gaming. hopefully he'll be able to commentate a WBG match because Perseca is definitely one of his favorite survivors to look out for.
Exactly, and I will also, I mean, not just Berserker, right? But because we also managed to, I think Ian and I managed to commentate a sculptor match. The first thing every time we see a sculptor is Kuro. And Kuro didn't manage to commentate that match. Oh no.
Kuro. I mean, I just think that at that point he has like this curse thing. But talk to me about this next survivor, Chocho. That was, how do you pronounce his name?
Guoke. Okay, Guoke then. Guoke for them to understand. Guoke. And he played the professor and as well as the psychologist in the matchup against Team FL. And yeah, and for moving on, we do have Huan Laoshi here. Huan, we do see the Whipping Claw as well as the Embalmer. Anything else did Huan He play? I think it's just these two for the group stages, but we do know that he plays the Priestess as well, and many other kiting characters.
I was a big fan of Juan also when he was in Wolves. I believe he was one of the... When Wolves is at their precipice when it comes to their survivor lineup, Juan was definitely in that lineup. So WBG getting Juan really solidifies them along with Perseca and Guoke. Thank you for so much for pronouncing that because I didn't know how to pronounce. I was going to call him GK. Just for,
GK.
For sure, yeah. GK with the GK. Anyway, Juan though, one of the most stable kiters in the bunch here. Now we're gonna round things up with Hui. Hui also known as one of the, I would say, veteran players, and here he is supporting a more of a rescuer role in this WBG lineup.
Exactly, and you know, we see Hui on the rescuer roles, right? But I've seen his streams in the past, and I've also seen him play in other teams. He didn't play the rescuer last time. He played more of the seer, more kiting character. So I would consider Hui as more of an all-rounder, but because of the team's needs, he's kind of shifted towards a rescuer role, fulfilling whatever that he needs, so getting very stable rescues for the team. So that also plays a huge factor in WBG potentially getting, at least hoping to get a one escape coming into the second half. But we are seeing Jin again.
Jin!
Not Nye. Jin.
Where's Nye? Okay, so Jin already has graced the stage in Call of the Abyss. These are his stats. Again, an excellent performance at their first game. Did go all the way to the limit up against RVL. But now you're gonna have to rise above and also kind of go toe to toe with Alex here. So I'm not sure. Was it Jin all throughout in their matchup in the BO3, or did Nye come into the mix? Because it was Nye originally coming in from their performance in IVL.
Yeah.
And Jin, very surprising that he's gonna continue on the streak here.
Yeah, Jin actually appeared from the get-go against RVL, BO1-3, and we thought that, you know what, maybe they are using that matchup to like potentially give Jin the experience on a tournament field, get him used to it, and then see how he fares against a professional team like RVL as well. But I'm quite surprised that GR has in fact allowed Jin to come out as a BO1 hunter once again against WBG. So
I guess my only way of thinking is that he is a lot more comfy in the meta compared to Nye. Maybe Nye might come in at the later rounds, but I guess we gotta trust or anticipate that we will be seeing Jin in round 1 and 2. Whether there is gonna be a round 3, we're gonna find out after this first half is gonna play out and how well WBG is gonna either hold on to their lead or GR is gonna try to bounce back from this. But could you recall, Chocho, how Jin performed in round number 1?
He played the Hula Blue and got a 4K.
Ooh, okay. So, he might bring that out in this matchup, but with the Seer, Antiquarian, Gravekeeper, man, it would be funny if Guoke uses GK also. Anyway, last pick, they denied the Dancer, Embalmer, First Officer, and the Mechanic. They have room for the Aeroplanist, they have room for a Decoder, but they go with the Perfumer. Wow.
Oh, okay. I like the Perfumer pick. I think this is the second time Perfumer is appearing, right? The first time was with MRC Xiaodi at Everest Tipping Town also.
Oh, you're right.
And yeah, unfortunately didn't get the Dungeon Escape, but did an amazing job with just a tight turner build. So Huan, I'm not sure is gonna be on this Perfumer, whereas Perseca is gonna be on the Seer. I was thinking, with this Perfumer, maybe Perseca might try out on the Perfumer, but no, they're just gonna go for something that is very stable and whatever they're comfortable with. So Gravekeeper is gonna be on Hui, not on GK.
Yeah. I'm excited to see what Jin is going to bring to the table here because you can make an argument for either Goatman or Hula Baloo. But with Hula, at least, with Hula Baloo, you think that he can go for the silence of some of the skills here. So he can kind of nullify either the perfume or the bamboo flute. But that Seer Owl will definitely help out in with any kites to start things out. It's a pretty well-rounded lineup. I like that WBG is taking the fight to GR and really applying all the pressure. They didn't even, I mean, the Embalmer was kind of canceled out, but they didn't even think about that as the first round picks. So good stuff, and they're gonna go with the Hula Baloo.
Hula Baloo, 4K Hula Baloo on Jin. Let's see if WBG is able to cope with him. We have mentioned that previously that these are all S-tier hunters. It's expected that a 4K boom 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 all the way to BO2 could be possible. So coming into this, let's see if WBG is able to just secure a one escape. Right? I mean, we sound like we're asking a lot, but one escape. One escape.
Yeah, because we're for WBG, right? We both predicted WBG, right?
There's no both. There's only me.
What are you talking? You and me.
WBG, let's get this one escape. And Porsche, you should be supporting Jin because you want him to get a 4K.
I trust in Jin. You guys better get that one escape. Jin's gonna watch this, guys. Watch this, chat. Watch the awesome spawn points of Jin. Look at that. Beautiful. Look what he's gonna do right here. That's
he's
gonna be a 4K.
Pop in the middle, right? Like right
boom.
there. On the right. He's gonna boom that.
Boom right there. Ooh, 4K spawn. But chat's been calling this like the Tetris spawn because it looks like a Tetris piece. Giving the Gravekeeper center because you want to be able to pop that. Oh, look at that beautiful spawn by Jin. Great. Let's go. 4K. Let's go. But again, it's a lot left to be answered here because this is a pretty tough situation for him to try and get back from. So at least try to negate any more points coming into this matchup should be the goal. A 4K is also very much doable, especially with the Hula Baloo as the meta. But first chase, Chocho, who do you think we're looking at?
I'm looking at Perfuma. I'm looking at Puff. I mean, I would want to go for the Perfuma, but the Anti-Korean is just right there. Like, if I hit for her, and then the Anti-Korean just comes in and ba me, and Jin, then it's gonna be a gone case, man. But Trump card Insolence here with the Warp. And for Survivor side, one of them, or two of them with 3, and a full kiting build on Persica, and 3 tag turners as well. So this is gonna be Everest Dipping Town BO1, second half between GR Santa versus WBG Survivors. My name is Chocho, and joining me is COAⅧ, and we bring the live commentary of the match.
All right, chat. Red hearts for WBG and pink hearts for GR as Jin makes his way towards the center here. Perseca might be the first target here if he takes a right, but no, he actually wants to go towards the center where Hui is actually at, forcing the Gravekeeper to use that shovel. He's actually going to try to commit towards the Gravekeeper here, so I'm not sure. Double surprise, unfortunately unable to get him out of the shovel form. Did put the white mark on him. He's still got a little bit more to work with here as the chase down does happen. He's going to be forced to break down these pallets as Insolence still has not kicked in for his trapeze.
So another black mark. Whoa. Able to negate that with the bird support coming from Persica. Now Hui is still able to kite it out here, and now he's able to duck into the ground once again.
Yes.
Not gonna?
No. I was actually waiting for it. He's not gonna because he got silenced. Oh no. So now this forces him to break this pallet. I believe he has access to the trapeze now, able to get him out of the ground. This is a lot of hits, but he can afford it because he's gonna change up the stage. No attack recovery here. Yeah, he's just gonna wait for the right possible time. But this actually allows a lot of time to be bought by WBG. Still unable to get the black mark on him, but finally able to hit Hui down. He needs to get that red mark just to cancel out the shovel. And now one more hit, he is gonna fall down. Luckily for WBG, they do have 2 tide turners on deck to save this Gravekeeper, and this Gravekeeper still has some shovel to work with.
Yeah, and very aggressive gameplay coming from Jin. Still has the warp to work with. But it seems like he might be using that for the later part of this game. Now Guoke will be coming for...
Both.
Nope, we'll be doing a distraction play while Huanhe comes from the back, goes for this rescue. So,
He seemed really
are able to get the first hit already? Is he
oh my
back?
goodness. Oh, he's able to actually get it. So now Gravekeeper actually gets the Tide Turner. I'd say Juan, amazing performance here. Able to get a free, well, not really a free rescue, but able to actually get a no damage rescue. Excellent usage of that perfume. And now we see that Hui forced to actually go away here in the distance. And this is definitely swinging in WBG's favor with how well they're able to manage ciphers and manage resources. Now Guoka in the mix here does spot him out, but he's still got a full bamboo flute to work with.
Yeah. So let's see how is it gonna be. You're able to spot out Guoka over here.
Oh,
so
no
missing the
stun.
swing.
Missing
the second. Alright, able to stun him up first. Disarm him. Let's see if he's able to get a very alright, be a free rescue. Let's see. He's able to flywheel as well. Using the stick for that speed boost and stunning Jin at the same time.
Yup, and Jin now forced to actually go for a hit here, but this allows the Gravekeeper to just move on away with the use of that shovel. So now Guoka forced to go into this corner situation, still needs 2 more marks, but doing a great job hugging these tombstones. Forced to go for that warp just to add more pressure here. Seems like we're still stuck at 2 ciphers, but they're moving along quite well, Chocho. Whoa.
Oh, another red mark. Hui is trying to play with the terrains here, but
switching
it
it up.
Yep.
Oh, Hui does fall down here, but we got 1 cipher about to pop. The last cipher is already being worked on. He's already used warp, so he has to trapeze his way to try and add more map pressure here. Juan seems to be caught out early here, but Juan, the perfumer, has some perfumes. Well, has 1 last perfume to work with, unless he gets silenced out. But the red mark needs to hit. Able to actually get it. He can actually perfume back, so excellent stuff. But the hit actually registered real quick, so it seemed like that was negated right away. No more Tide Turners for them to work with. Jin needs to make this down happen and happen quick here, Chocho.
And missing that swing so unforgettable, but regardless of that, another 2 more seconds, we did see that Juan will be seeing the chair. Last cipher is at 65%, and it seems like he wants to chair it all the way there.
Oh my gosh, and it's climbing. Look at that. He chooses just to drop him just so that he'll go for more survivors. Perseka has no Seer Owl to work with. Will try to farm out an Owl. Does get hit in the process. Injuries are stacking up here, Chocho.
My goodness, but we do see that the ciphers are still secretly being pushed at the back there. So really
dude,
taking advantage of that.
You said it too loud. He heard you, and now Guoka unfortunately gets the attention of the hunter. Able to down 2 down. He's forcing everyone's exit path. He has to chair someone just for him to be able to get it. But you saw the Prosecco was there, just trying to farm off an Owl. Unfortunately, unable to get it. Juan does use up the exit path. I think they got to open up another cipher, but no, Juan is actually here. So oh wow, he's going to be focused on 2 locations at once. He's going to try to go for it. Oh, he switches to abnormal.
Exactly, so this allows for a free rescue and
everyone's on the
successfully flywheels into and gets onto the tram, so he will survive for another day. He doesn't have any warp to work with anymore with Jin since he's abnormal. Now Juan will see the attention of the hunter, doesn't have anything to work with too. So he does Juan.
Wow.
Another black mark.
Black mark needs to be able to get it, and he could actually leave. Oh no, he's not going to leave him on the ground. He's actually going to go for another chair just to force out the rescue. But everyone's got a ticket to ride here, so now they can actually go heal up. But I think what they're doing is split pushing a cipher while someone forces a rescue. There's only 1 borrowed time, Chocho, and unfortunately, it's on the perfumer.
Tough case to fight here. Guoke. I think Jin might have seen his silhouette. Not too sure that, but Jin still doesn't have tinnitus, so I think he knows that tinnitus has been propped out here. Does Jin know where it's coming from?
He's gonna try to look for it with a double surprise here, able to actually find out Perseka. And unfortunately, Perseka does have it. Oh, not quite. Oh my god. Able to actually get the silence and the down. Does have an exit path to work with. This kind of forces Guoka to go for the rescue here, at least make his presence known. But just like that, Chocho, a great start to WBG, but Jin looking at a 4K game.
Yeah, what a great start. I think I agree with you. It might be because Jin is so well evolved around this current meta that they're just allowing him to play. We haven't seen Jin for such a long time, and finally his stage to shine. And in fact, beating WBG Survivor in such an amazing fashion, in fact.
True.
So it was quite surprising, but at the same time, Jin. Great performance coming from him. I didn't expect this actually.
Okay, forcing the chair here. This is going to be the Seer's first time onto this rocket chair. So now he's putting a timer on the clock. Good thing that the double surprise could actually like force out where the survivor is at. And just like that, we do see that the antiquarian is here. And that's the thing, he actually got a syringe, but unfortunately couldn't heal up in time. Able to get another trapeze, and the white stage is gonna do it. Checkmate, says Jin. We're gonna see a best of 3.
Exactly, best of 3. So what a close fight actually.
Yeah.
I think, Posh, this is time for you to like head back to your team that you're supporting. And
I'm
like,
always supporting GR. What are you talking about? Oh my god. Like, when have I not supported GR, bro? You should start supporting GR.
Jin actually though, really crazy performance there, but is there any highlights you'd like to mention about the match?
I would like to highlight the Survivor side of WBG because they performed very well. The rescue on the Perfumer side of Juan, it honestly looked like they were on their way to get a 3 Survivor endgame. But I think where everything started to fall apart was when he was able to get rid of 1 Survivor, and then the injuries just started stacking up, and they didn't have any more tide turners to work with. So what I'd like to admire about Jin is the way he was able to weather out the early storm of tide turners and support as well. That's for me. But tell me why Jin is a good hunter, Chocho. Like, why are you siding with Jin here? I know that you want to go for a switch up right now.
I'm not going for a switch up. I'm still for Team WBG to potentially win this match still. There's equal opportunities, 50-50. But let's look into our match stats first. Of course, we have Hui with the 88 seconds of containment time. Actually, overall, all of them did an amazing job. We had the bird support coming from Paseka. Amazing stuff too. Free rescues from Perfumer, you mentioned that too. And I'm trying to think where it really went downhill because Paseka, Juan, he kited out of the double story area. He kited out of that. And then Jin was able to capitalize on that. He chat him all the way back to the graveyard, and just nice, the graveyard cipher was not ready. They tried to force it.
Yeah.
And I think from there onwards, it just started to spiral out of control. I think Jin really able to capitalize on the opportunities given at that point in time.
True. I also like to bring up the fact that he chased Gravekeeper at the start, and the Gravekeeper did so well, like buying so much time from the beginning for allowing 1 cipher to pop. So again, I think when it comes down to it, Jin was able to manage his resources very well, dwindle out the survivor resources, and then towards the end there really be able to I would say capitalize on it. We didn't really feel the effect of that warp. I mean, the warp did play when he was able to move towards the center. It was really the abnormal play that really helped solidify his victory there because like you said, they were forcing the graveyard cipher. And that being said, folks, we're going to take a quick break and check out the highlights because we're going to head towards game number 2.
快了，倒里面了，倒里面了。
僵尸，
我走了。
打三台，打上台。
我准备卡主动，我卡主动，我卡住了。
And we are back with BO2 between GR versus WBG, and things are looking pretty tight. We are seeing a 5-5 situation, and you know what? Posh is just jumping teams at this point in time, but you know what? I'm just gonna stay loyal with WBG.
Accusing me? I was for GR this entire time. What are you talking about?
GR?
GR, yeah. What are you talking about? Then when Alex hits 4K. WBG?
WBG, yeah, what about WBG? Honestly, I know it's a hula baloo, right? So even if it's super hard to actually ask for just a 1 escape from WBG. And we can see how professional, seasoned that hula baloo is.
Yeah.
So I think coming into the later rounds, maybe if GR is facing another team, maybe I'm saying GR instead.
Oh, who's jumping now? Cho-cho?
I'll be jumping later on. At least I'm not jumping now.
Okay. I bet they're gonna be like, these commentators keep jumping fences here. Show us your golden apples right now. I think Okay, if I'm going to be completely honest, in my golden apples in this group, I think I did put WBG on top. Wait. Let me just look at the groups real quick. In this group, it is RVL, FT. Who else is here?
RVL, FT, WBG, FL.
FL.
Yeah.
Okay. Let the record show that I put FT in the top 3. And where did you put FT?
But they're gearing towards the 3, so it's a good thing. Even if I'm wrong, at least SCA.
No loyalty. Hey, I could jump ship from WBG and GR, but dang, not even giving FT the 3rd place. For shame. Okay.
It's a tough bracket.
It's a tough bracket.
Yes.
We'll see. I think I did put WBG over GR in my predictions, but right now it's all about GR, baby. Let's go. Jin back into the mix. So like we said, I think we aren't going to see Nye in the first 2 rounds. Maybe we might see him in the 3rd round, but I think Jin having that amazing performance, he's on a hot streak. So he wants to be able to duplicate that same type of performance, knowing that there's still meta hunters to go for in this round 2 Lakeside.
Yeah, and if we look into GR's previous matches, when we saw Jin in the group stages, he played the Ivy, and once again, ladies and gentlemen, he got a 4K. So
why are you nervous?
Today at Lakeside,
why are you nervous?
I'm nervous because today at Lakeside it seems pretty cursed. We had right, we're gonna hit back into the competition later after this interview.
不知道他们的杨跟需要打得怎么样的，就是属于一个未知的情况下，然后就不是很好去预想他们那个熟练度，然后针对这个做赛训。
Ooh, hard to prepare for counter strategies, but I honestly think the sentiment translates to all teams because Hullabaloo and Goatman is just like, let's just hope that we're able to get 1 survivor out. So Perseka keeping things real, chat. Shout out to Perseka. Can we get like some hearts for Perseka? Doing an amazing job in IVL and also in Call of the Abyss. This is her first Call of the Abyss, right?
Yeah.
If I remember correctly. Wow. Okay. And she got picked up by one of the big teams out there. So anyway, you were saying Ivy, Lakeside.
Oh yeah, Ivy today we did see ACT. Even it's not ACT. Dou Xian, he put out the Ivy, and then at the back gate, chair there, Terror Shock, downhill from there, Spiral of Control. Could be the case here for Jin, and maybe even Jin. He may not even need the Terror Shock to even get the 4K.
True. Is that why you're nervous? Is that why you'll be jumping?
I am nervous. I am not gonna deny. I am nervous.
I mean, golden apples aside, like they're for us when it comes to what's at stake, it's more of these teams and what they feel because again, it comes to crossroads situation for them. Whoever's gonna win is gonna tie Team FT in terms of their points in this matchup. If GR does, GR will be going first up against Team FT. Then FT is gonna. Wow, can you imagine that FT finishing off their group stage going up against WBG? How insane is that?
Yeah, I think, in all honesty, I do feel that FT, the following 2 matches is gonna be like, probably, honestly, might not make it. In terms of like, I'm probably gonna lose that 2 matches against these Chinese teams.
Oh my god.
But
oh my
I
god.
do think that I think they're gonna win in terms of like being in top 3rd place and advancing to the playoffs. Yeah, that's my sentiment on that.
You believe that? But where are they in your golden apple predictions? Say less, fam. Believe in FT, like you believe in FT, like you believe in WBG, Chocho. I want to feel that same, that faith, that oomph. Gotta do that, because right now WBG is looking. I mean, it's still a tied game, but the way that they were able to play that out, they were actually dominating that match up until the very last Cypher pop. So. If they're still able to carry that same type of energy, especially when the momentum of the game swings toward the survivor favor, I think they have it more put together compared to how GR performed it. Again, I want GR to win this, but I'm calling a spade here. I think WBG survivor side showing really strong like team coordination for now because of how well they played that first half. So Jin still has to be very careful in this matchup, even though he is running with that momentum. So starting off the bans, with a ban of The prisoner and the clown.
Prisoner and the clown. What's he gonna go for here? Ivy. Yeah, Ivy. Probably the Ivy here. If not, the opera singer is still available for him, but we have yet to see his opera singer. So could be a pretty good choice here. Pretty good choice. So we have the Goatman. Goatman, we have the Goatman.
Okay. Acrobat and Wildling can definitely go toe to toe with either Ivy or opera singer. So you say that we haven't seen his shadow. Oh, sorry, his opera singer just yet, right?
Yeah.
That could be a little tough if he's not used to it. Especially, you need to be super on point when it comes to dashing here in a map like this.
Yeah. So I'm just looking at Fire Investigator being banned out here. Fire Investigator. I still think it's still the Ivy though. I still think it's the Ivy.
You think Fire Investigator goes better, like, is a worse counter to Ivy than Opera Singer? Because Coordinator banned out too. Well, you can make the case actually for either Ivy or Ivy or Opera Singer when it comes to Coordinator. And Painter. Oh.
What does this remind me of? Kazuneku.
Yes.
What does this remind me of? The Ivy matchup at Chinatown with Kazuneku's Painter.
And it was an Ivy, right?
Yeah, it was an Ivy. And Kazuneku kited so well with the Painter. You know, usually you don't want to face the Hunter, but at least you just face the Hunter for the first time, and then you manage to get your 2 paintings. That's
Kazuneku in a nutshell, the way he's able to do that. He's a forward main through and through, so he wants to go for that team fight. Even though, like, you are Ivy and you don't want to get stared at, but he will be able to get that painting because it's not as long as, like, a novelist. So it's still up in the air with what Jin has to go for here, since he still hasn't locked it in just yet.
Yeah, but not even joking, man. If he decides to go with the opera singer here, I think he's gonna get bullied pretty badly.
I see a lot of people in the chat is Jin Ivy, Jin V, Jos Jin. Jin's gold, because Jin, the hunter name, right? Sorry, that's the hunter, right? And they're trying to give him like different hunter like collab with Fool's Gold, Jin's gold, Jivy, Joseph. Well, Jin Joseph.
What the?
You guys are, well, I mean, who knows? He still has everything. That's a good one. I like how
you guys are creative.
Okay, so it's gonna be the Jin opera singer or Jin. Sangria, I can't think of a Jin opera singer. How do we come up with a collab? Jingria. Okay, we'll go with that. Jingria. That sounds like a drink.
Or Sanjin.
Sanjin. I like that. Sanjins.
Sanjin.
Sanjin.
Let's see, Sanjin. Sanjin is like some anime person's name, Sanjin, or like some, I don't know, Sanjin.
You saying it more will make me remember. I don't know. Sanjin. Is there a Sanjin out there? Let us know, chat. Please help Google that for us if you can. But it seems like a corner spawns for all the survivors here. Airplane is getting big boat. Muro there just for the support on the ground. Painter getting the shack area, and Acrobat at the small boat area. I think you're thinking of Sanji.
Sanjin.
From One Piece. Anyway. One Piece.
I've seen the name before. I'm not that uncultured. Yes.
Yeah. I'm glad you heard of One Piece, Chocho. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sanjin. People are Sanjin, Jingria. Yes, please. Spam those in chat as we head towards persona traits. A pretty standard trait here. Blink, trump card, and detention. While we do see a kiting build. A flywheel, borrowed time on the painter side. Do have just one tide turner, unlike the other one where they kept switching out tide turners for WBG. So this is going to be round 2. First half between WBG versus GR. I'm Poch Spice, joined with Chocho. We are commentators for this match.
As Xiao Sanjin is gonna be performing here at the big boat, gonna hit straight for that chase for the aeroplanist. But it's just gonna be a very difficult chase, right? Because aeroplanes with those rockets is now dropping down, does have a build to work with. Let's see.
Guoka doing an amazing job so far, baiting out him going inside the ship when usually they kind of go for that windowed area. So now Guoka having access to get that jump down. We don't have Blink ready yet online, and we saw how well Bailu was able to actually use this opera singer without even using Blink. But he does get, able to actually fade away into that hit for him not to be at that pallet area.
Yeah, he can run, but he will still be caught up because this is Jin. We're talking about the opera singer, but able to fart away into the boat area. So Sanjin still trying to pursue, but the blink will be up in about 3 seconds. Let's see if a hit will be registered here. Drop down hit.
Wow, called it. Nice one, Chocho. Able to actually get that drop down hit. You got to give up to Guoka for him to be able to, kind of bait out some activity, but I think the checkmate was there with him having that blink. And geez, Chocho farting away. I've never heard that description of the aeroplane.
But it's pretty accurate. Farting away.
Oh, Chocho is wild on the mic chat. But we do see that Jin is already, putting some shadows in the area here, just making sure he's going to far camp this chair. Cypher progress is still looking okay, but this Wildling needs to make this rotation happen if they want to be able to use this tide turn, because Guoka still has a jetpack to work with, so he can kind of support, he can rebound Kite from this, but it seems like it might be a half-blood rescue.
Yeah, you're right. So Hui needs to buy as much time as possible, but Jin is not gonna just allow you to allow this free rescue or drag out this time for him, but seems like Jin really has no choice here. Hui will be seeing the first hit, will be getting off the board, getting a basic hit, so
I'm just glad there's no terror shock.
Yes.
After that happened, it was kind of scary, but unfortunately, Aeroplanist might have to use his jetpacks for him to just gain that distance, and he will be doing that before he does fall down. Quite unfortunate, Aeroplanist didn't get saved before the halfway mark. He's unable to make it towards the water area, so there's going to be a quick chair, but this allows Jin to ramp up his momentum. The next kite needs to be flawless for them to actually push for that really solid end game that the survivors are looking for.
Yeah, but at least we now know that the dungeon is at Big Boat.
Yes.
So we'll probably, hopefully, see a potential dungeon escape maybe from WBG survivors. But looking at our ciphers, all on a standstill, nobody dares to touch the ciphers, though they are all full health. They know that he has already changed his trait to potentially teleport here. So Persika will be seeing the chase here and missing that first swing.
Okay, nice usage of that bomb just to gain some distance, but unfortunately the second hit was actually real close. So we do see that there is an area for Perseka to work with. Already switched over to the white bomb just for that slow skill. Let's see if Perseka is going to use it to transition away from this 11 area. Nice movement. Able to bait out the slow bomb, but he's in shadow form and he gets the down on Perseka.
Wow, a quick down onto Perseka. Now Jin is definitely gearing this up towards more than a tie. Now Last Cypher has just been touched by the painter, which means Wilding will be coming for this rescue. If a terror shock happens here,
don't say that.
It's GG's. Yeah, it's definitely GG's. Even if Cypher is prime, it's GG's. This
is actually a far chair. He's gonna make it. Able to actually get it. So unfortunately, no struggle persona for Perseka to actually try to struggle free from. But like you called it, it is gonna be Juan. But the teleport just to add more pressure, just to stop the ciphers from moving. This allows a free rescue to happen, which they would use. And Juan now is going to use the painting just to buy a little more time. He's going to try to go for the hit. Unable to get the painting down just yet, but just right at the nick of time. Buys a little more time here for them to actually rotate to get this rescue going.
Okay, no drop down hit luckily for Juan. But painting is still on cooldown. He will start drawing by now. Engine, he's going to commit. He's going to commit to this.
Yeah, I think because he knows that the Cypher was kind of touched, but you're going to give him time for him to finish that painting without having the risk. Oh, wow, he tried to go for the fadeaway no-look hit, but he's just going to travel back down here. He's going to try and look. Oh, did he lose line of sight? No, able to find the scratch marks here for Juan. They're unable to open up a Cypher just yet. I believe that they are healing. So now Juan at this area at the shore, just gonna just drive the hunter away from any of the ciphers at this point. Oh, they're not.
Yeah.
They're actually moving without healing up the... oh, they actually healed up. Sorry, I'm looking at the painter. He is injured.
Yeah, and Juan actually able to make use of that 2 paintings, able to vault over successfully, so able to live for another day. But I think the hit still doesn't register. Juan kiting for his life here and still able to transition away. Now we'll be trying to die at this corner, so trying to buy as much time as teammates to decode that cipher. Hui will be pushing that cipher, which means Paseka will be coming for this rescue.
Yeah.
Wow, what a kite by Juan. He kited all the way from the shore to a big boat and now at the front gate. Not easy task at all.
MVP-like performance with how well he was able to do that. But I think this allows Jin to make the transition over to that shore area just to stop that cipher from moving. It is going to be Huiyi. It's the wildling, so this could buy enough time for them to actually heal up because he is on that boar. So let's see if Jin will be able to cut this kite short for him to be able to try and camp out that chair. The rescue does happen. He's going to wait for the boar time for it to be finished, but I'm getting dizzy just going around here.
Same. Oh, this hit is finally gonna register onto Hui for the first time, but you're gonna take twice as much time to get the second hit on that boar. But the boar will expire now, so Hui will be seeing the basic hit.
Yeah, able to actually hit him right now as the boar was about to expire. So now it seems like they're opening up another cipher just as the backup, and Huiyi unfortunately falls down here. They're actually split pushing the cipher at the topmost side and also at the other area here. So Perseka may have to take this next rescue unless it gets cut out real short here. So Juan might be the one to prime that cipher since he is injured.
Yeah, and Jin does have tinnitus, so he kind of knows that there's someone here, just not sure where. But at least Perseka is able to quietly drop down and hide it out for for a while. So last cipher at 50%.
Incredible.
Can Perseka make it?
I think able to spot Perseka out. This hit, able to register and unable. Oh, has teleport actually. And we're gonna save it for the end game. Perseka needs to last a little longer here. Can't force a pop hit because we do have borrowed time on Perseka's side. Able to get the white bomb just to avoid it. And now going back and forth here. 80 seconds, unfortunately unable to get it. The pickup is gonna happen, and the last cipher can't get popped in time.
There's really nothing that Perseka can do. That she's done all she could.
Oh, Chocho. Yes, complete your thought.
Sorry.
You okay?
I lost myself.
You hit the mic so hard.
The mic couldn't take it.
So tell me, what are your thoughts here? It's Juan that's left here, the painter. Unfortunately, the last one. It is a 5-point game on Jin's side.
Wow. The battle of the hunters here indeed. Jin, really, with this performance, I might have to jump ship.
Whoa! What about Alex, dude? Come on.
Wow.
But yo, GR's welcome for people aboard the GR ship if you want to jump ship. But I'm just saying, the survivors did very well. But man, Jin is terrifying. An amazing kite by Juan. It was mind-blowing how well he was able to juke 3 hits and 2 shadow clones. But it's so heartbreaking that wasn't enough for them to secure at least a 2-survivor endgame. The last cipher couldn't even pop. I think what's scary about Jin is that when he starts to roll his momentum, it becomes kind of unstoppable to go up against him. Even Perseka, like there were some good bombs that she was able to land, but you're dealing with an opera singer and she just catches up right away. So Sanjin.
But at the same time, Huanta also did a great job, man. We just can't discount him at all. It was super good. What a great kite, making full use of his items as well.
So it's Huanta, Acrobat, Perseka.
Persecrobat.
Okay, and then we got Guoka as the aeroplanist. You got anything there? Arrow Guoka. I have no idea.
I cannot.
Huiyi Wildling, a wild Huiyi. I don't know, but
that's tough.
Sanjin, or Operajin. I saw someone say Operajin. Yeah, the way he was able to play that was, yeah. And we haven't seen this, right? He was known for the Ivy, and now bring out the Opera Singer. You gotta ban out the Opera Singer come round number 2 and also that Ivy's round number 3. But we're gonna move our attention over to Alex now. How does Alex fare round 2 to 3 onwards here? He has a deep hunter pool for sure, but based on his previous matches, do you have any data that we could harp on here?
Yeah, for group stages against FL, he used the opera singer and got a 4K.
Ooh,
so
okay,
mirror
so
match.
Alex Opera Singer. I can't. Opera Singer. Opera Alex. We're just gonna call him that. Yeah, it could be a mirror match. The thing that GR, what they need to do is just secure that one survivor escape. They just secure an embalmer, secure someone to just mechanic, anything that would just allow Cypher Rush to happen, just for them to push that exit gate. But if Alex is able to actually still maintain this 5-point situation, it could all come down to round 3 or overtime.
I feel it could be an overtime. Like, based on the matches we're seeing here, it seems to be the case. And honestly, can I just like hit back a little bit to Jin? Because the last 3 ciphers were in fact like 3 big corners, right? We had the 11 area, the shore, and then the big boat. But he was able to like somehow map control the entire map using an opera singer. So
He just used teleport once, right? It was kind of crazy. But let's see what Hart has to say about it.
因为我们看到他们的发挥是很稳定的，而且理解版本理解的也很快。而我们就像我之前说的，我们对版本理解也不确定是好还是坏，所以说还是要打过才知道。
So Hart keeping it real like Perseka. I think it's more of like an improvement mindset that, you know what, this meta is real tough to grasp. So every time they play, they'll be able to get more of a foothold onto this type of meta. Also, shout outs to Identity Vibes, calling us Joseph and Joe
Identity
Spice.
Vibes.
Identity Vibes. How are the vibes in the chat? Can we see those hearts once again? Just to check attendance and just to check if you guys are still there. Are we talking to folks? We're talking to 9,000 strong. Let me see those red hearts. Let me see those pink hearts.
Right, pink hearts for GR and red hearts for WBG. Hard to say. We are kind of still neck and neck, and yeah, so this is kind of like a ground for GR to really test how well they have understood the meta to go up against WBG. That's the best way to kind of gauge it. So pretty cool. I love the honesty from both Perseka and also Hart.
Yeah, and they're not like, yo, we're gonna dominate this match, we're gonna do this. It's like, we don't know, because this meta is so crazy that, especially coming from Survivor side, when we interviewed some of the SEA players and also the NAEU players, Schmitty in particular was like, yeah, this meta is not for Survivors at all. Even Pitstopper said that Hunters are really OP in this meta. So I think the fact that Survivors were interviewed and they're like, yeah, we don't have a grasp on how to be consistent in this game is real. So you got to commend Hart and Perseka for saying that. And I see the hearts in the chat. Okay, I see a lot more pink hearts. Let's go. It's not as flooded with red hearts.
So cute. My goodness, the hearts.
Yes. I see. Who is Chocho with pink hearts? What? Are you jumping? I'm kidding.
He's in all those. Wait.
Thank you, Horton Hines, for the hydration. Wine for the mood. Thank you.
Oh, if I whine for the mood, I literally would be saying everything and anything. If I thought I can't whine for the mood.
Wine for
oh, CB too. If I drink too much. But first you should be
stick to water and then
yeah, water for now. Like I'm not sure. I mean, I can see Posh. He's been hydrating very, very well, so don't really worry about him. He's going for his toilet breaks too.
Oh wow, thanks for peeling back the curtain there, Chocho. Appreciate you. Anyway, appreciate all you guys. I'm gonna give shout outs to the people that have put hearts. Larry, Ray, Danny, I see you. Tori as well. I see you, Mel G. I see you, Ro Nari, Tai Nari. We got also Mrazisia, Jade, Trisha. Trisha, you've been spamming those pink hearts since the start. I see you, Trisha. Let's go. Remy's here too. I see you as well, spamming those red hearts. Zyra, AJ Rose, Morphelli, Remy, Bobo, RHYHQ, Fiona. Who else we got here? Joanna, Marie. Shout out to each and every one of you. Let's get into this picks and bans, Chocho.
Exactly. So, well, seeing devolving right away, we do see certain similar picks and bans coming from Alex as well. So, I guess both sides do have the same goal mindset and maybe potentially the opera singer again. So, there's still the acrobat that's still available.
If it's gonna be an opera singer, what would be the difference maker here for Survivor side? Because obviously, I think execution-wise, Alex has that, and we could kind of assume that he's gonna play the same type and just try to bait out skills here. But what are we seeing now? Oh wow, Novelist is the 3rd round pick, so really harning on this Novelist meta. But what would you want to see on a Survivor side that can possibly counter an opera singer?
Opera singer. I would love to see lah, but I can see it already. But I would love to see them potentially picking a acrobat or patient actually. I would love to see that happening in
transitions.
Yeah, especially at the small boat to the 11 area. That is a very great kiting area for them. But
you know what else I see? I see Yanni in chat. Don't be hurt, bro. We see you. Sorry, we just like so much is happening right now, and what we do see on screen right now is the final lineups of the survivors. So unfortunately, Chocho, they don't have that safety or like acrobat or patient, but they do have a weeping clown that we did see a little bit of in the previous round. They do have the fire investigator, which has been kind of hit or miss for me lately, or like the matches I've seen. So let's see, because it's honestly a little unconventional, like the way they drafted this lineup, because they didn't consider puppeteer. They didn't consider acrobat as well, and those weren't even banned by Alex or the globally banned.
Yeah, and they also didn't pick up the seal when they had the opportunity to. They picked up the novelist. So prioring the novelist over the seal, I guess they do want a character that has a potentially stronger kiting potential as compared to the seer. So yeah, I guess trust in their teammates. GR, this is the team count that we're seeing here. But as for Alex, question still remains as to are we going to be seeing the opera singer or the ITZY? If we're seeing the opera singer, Agria.
Agria. Alex, opera Alex, which it's Agria.
Sandlex.
Sandlex versus Sanjin. Okay, it's a mirror match of hunters, but I would say a variety of choices of survivors here. Not going to be cypher rushing, but more on sustain. But you can only sustain for so long, and you still have the threat of ciphers not moving fast enough and him just depleting your resources one after the other. So looking at our spawn points, though, let's talk about it.
All right, so could be potentially seeing the same kind of spawn. Yes, we do see that. But this time around, the Weeping Clown will be at the big boat. Fire Investigator will be at the small boat. Novelist also at the shack, opened for Alex to go chase. So 2 options opened. Fire Investigator on the left and Novelist on top. Let's see what persona they're going to be bringing out here.
So it seems like, wow, Confined Space, Blink, and also it's not going to be sort of the same, but he is going to have Detention at the end game and Blink. While we look at the survivors, they did bring in 2 Tide Turners. They have 2 borrowed times as well, so quite the variety of choices here. So once again, folks, I'm Potch Spice. That's Chocho. We are your commentators for round 2, second half of GR versus Weibo Gaming.
Right, so Joseph will be commentating on this match first. At the start, let's look into this. Sandlex coming straight for the Novelist at the Shag area, but will be rotating straight away outside. But AK, as of now, still has yet to see the Hunter face to face. So let's see, how is he gonna kite it out here? Does have the book to work with, but the flywheel still on 25 seconds of cooldown. Able to get the first hit this quickly.
On AK, let alone, so it seems like a bit of a deja vu situation from the previous round, but AK really has to make sure this rebound kite works just enough for them to pop a little bit of Cypher. Is able to actually get a big pallet stun here, and now he's collecting more of the page here just for his skill to come online. But out in the open here, it seems like he might get another hit, but we do see that he's able to drop down the pallet just in time. He is interrupting the Wildling Cypher, but I like how he's pre-dropping these pallets and not taking anything up to chance. Blink is already online for him, but he's going to be vaulting a little too soon for Alex to get the down on AK.
Yeah, and looking at the Cyphers, not progressing as fast as we like it to. And in fact, only a 1.5 Cyphers. This is not looking too good for the Survivor side. Alex potentially gearing this up to actually having a better standing coming into this matchup.
Yeah, so GR need to rally back in this mid-game, for not even mid-game, close to mid-game, because AK still has his second rebound kite. Be able to work with. Heart just gonna buy some time for some Cyphers to pop. He's gonna be put out of his bore. Oh, a bit of a traffic jam situation, but the flywheel able to actually make it away and gets another pallet slam. AK with a highlight of pallet slams here for the Cyphers to move to a respectable rate, but this kite still needs to last a little bit more longer here. AC is here for some support with that balloon, but able to get through. Oh my god, able to actually try to double back, but Alex downing AK.
OMG, able to get that hit right away, but if we look into this, his blink has still yet been expended. We've seen this before. We've seen this. So
flashbacks of what happened to Bailu here. AC able to actually bait out a hit onto the balloon there. So now Fire Investigator does get that hit. Novelist AK still has to build up that book. He has to go through the window here, able to actually get the last effort, and unfortunately AK will be sent out in just a bit. But this does allow Alex to kind of snipe out where everyone's at. Cypher is at a standstill because everyone has to heal up.
Exactly. So Alex still trying to chair this Novelist. I think this will definitely be his last chair. Yep. And Cyphers are just for that Cypher. But we'll now let go. We'll see that Alex has clear direction when it comes to where the Survivor is at. AC, half health.
He does have this shack area to work with, so he can kind of balloon his way. Oh, but it seems like he's going to balloon his way out towards the logs area. He does not have any more balloons to work with. Oh, wow, and now the blink is expended for a blink down. Note that there are two Cyphers that are moving, so they might pop these Cyphers before they go for that rescue, because you might as well threaten the last Cypher from popping. Weeping Clown or Wildling can go for this rescue, but it's going to be a no Tide Turner rescue, by the way, Chocho.
Yeah, this shell, we've seen it before as well. We've seen it before. But at least this time around, the blink has been used, so it won't be the same kind of situation that we're seeing here. Heart will be coming for this rescue. Once again, there is no Tide Turner and Cyphers. We still need one full Cypher, and Iron still making a run, making a dash to that Cypher. Not enough. So Heart seems like he's gonna go for a over half rescue. Iron, will he be able to get this Cypher up though?
And what's hard is that Fire Investigator does not have borrowed time, so it's only gonna benefit Heart. So Heart needs to body block for as long as he can. Alex actually just checking, he does not have that trait swap for him to work with. So Heart about to run out of bore, and now it's going to be so close here. He's waiting for the right time, just forcing out attack recovery, and now the body block needs to happen here. He's going to switch, and he does get the Fire Investigator, forcing Heart outside of this way, and this is going to be Alex being able to chair his second Survivor, so they can go for that pop. Alex is going to have to go for Heart, but they still have borrowed time to work with.
Exactly. So Heart able to release himself from that from that bounce. So now last Cypher is at 95%. Iron is close to the front gate though, so this could potentially secure a one escape that GR needs. So hard. Still trying to kite it out here. The board will be up in about 18 seconds. Alex can do nothing here because he's already expended his blink. No teleport.
Oh my gosh.
And can only tunnel down on Heart.
True.
But we need to remember where the dungeon is first.
Where is the dungeon? Is it at shore or is
it's
that
not,
center? Oh my gosh! So it's all the way at the end there. So now Heart getting that hit. They go for that pop. It's actually right next to the Weeping Clown. So now great time that was bought by for Heart to be able to be on the board, and they're already opening up the exit gate, Chocho. So again, rocky start to rocky middle, but they just need one out, and Alex is kind of focused on this situation here in front of him, and the Weeping Clown, unable to use any of his rockets, might actually get the only exit that they're gonna get.
That's all they need. That's all they need for the round point win, and that's exactly what GR is gonna do here. Iron just gonna wait out the gate, whereas hoping that Heart can potentially go for this, but a blink hit will be registered. Alex recognizes the fact that he will not be having the 4K that he needs here for his team. So GR ultimately winning the round point in BO2.
Can I just say, like, the drafting got me concerned, and also the way that they played that, because it was quite messy, and the Cypher progress was kind of up in the air up until the last part where they were able to split push. But Chocho, talk to me. At what moment do you think it started to swing in their favor, or the way that they were able to play it out? Because when AK was sent out, they still had 3 Cyphers remaining.
Exactly, and there is actually no... I didn't really see a way for them to potentially get that one escape. I think we can really tank this to the decoding. Later we will see the match stats. We'll see who actually decoded the most.
And also, I would say Cypher placement too, because it was so close to the exit. So I think that really played a factor in it. But yeah, sorry, continue your thought.
Yeah, and like we saw, right, the Cypher progress, right? If we compare it like side to side, GR's matchup, Survivor matchup, and WBG Survivor matchup, WBG clearly had a better chance of potentially going for a one escape. But somehow GR survivors, when it comes to Cypher Rush, they seem to be unbeatable in that aspect. They managed to get those Cyphers popped.
And even if it's not threatening from the beginning, it's like, oh, yeah, I was able to down AK and like it was 1.5 Cyphers done. I don't know if it's some kind of tempo strat that they do that they're like, oh yeah, let's just, we'll just figure stuff out mid-game. Don't worry, we'll come online mid-game. And they didn't even bring any survivor that could be a threat when it comes to decoding. And
yeah, same seeing it too.
Yeah, okay, cool. Whoa. I thought we were gonna like spawn away there for a little bit. But yeah, GR, folks.
GR. Wait, sorry. I think before I forget, I think GR's welding, I think it was on Heart. Also did a great job kiting. Managed to distract the Hunter and allowing Iron to decode that Cypher very easily without minimal distractions. So I think great stuff coming from Heart to sustain all the way. Great rescues as well. Yeah, all these many things that Heart has been doing into this matchup really did contribute to them.
You know what? Rini brings up a good point. Did the confined space help the chase? Because if I recall correctly, Novelist and Florian did a lot of pallets, and Sangria only blinked the window once.
Right.
So it could be also the build that Alex did bring. It didn't really help out because confined space. He could have brought something else just for. I mean, what would you swap confined space with?
Got trump card. Of course, the trump card.
Oh, yeah. I thought like insolence, but yeah, he got his presence pretty quick. But yeah, trump card is also really good. Yeah, he was kind of stuck with just blink, and I think that's what pressured Jin a lot, because he did not bring in confined space in a map like that, because there was actually more pallets. And if you think he should have brought like desperate fight or something for struggle, or even excitement, and then trump card, because like he could have actually, he ate so much stuns of AK. So yeah, good point, Rennie. Thank you so much for bringing that up.
Very, very good point pointed out, by the way. Thank you. Because even if it's a great point pointed out, right, we did see that even with blink, Alex actually struggled to get the welding done at the end. So if he but now I'm looking at it now. If he changed it, if he changed the blink to teleport, if he had the trump card, he will be able to teleport to the Cypher that Iron was on before it was even primed. Pressure. But we'll hit into discussion once again after this highlight, so guys, don't go anywhere.
弹射了，那么就马回家。开了 ，OK。场大船。 以，同意。可以。
没啥连这把电击挺住的，野猪应该依旧啊。
野猪卡死救吧。
OK，我看这就
闪现了，击。
我在是没打硬仗的。
扛不到。
All right, folks, we are back, and we are back for round number 3 of this intense match. And Chocho, we were just discussing about Alex bringing confined space. Could you please finish your thought on what you were saying there?
Okay.
Trump card.
So
yeah,
if he's able to change his trump card use his trump card and change from blink to teleport when he's trying to attempt to catch the wilding right towards the end there, he might be able to stop the cipher. And this is exactly what we saw from Jin's Opera Singer, right? He actually did some sort of something similar and managed to control the entire matchup from a potential endgame to no endgame at all.
Yeah.
So
you're right. I'm just trying to recall the match of what you mentioned. Like you brought up that he was able to cut off an entire section of the map. Well, Alex just kind of he had to stay in the shack area.
Yeah, he had no choice. That's the thing. As a hunter, you don't want to be left with no choice. You want choices and then surprise the survivors with your options. But in this case, it did fell quite short, unfortunately. But there is always a way to climb back. Because in BO3, where the 4 S-tier hunters are gone, this is an opportunity for the survivors to actually stand up.
Okay, so how are you still feeling confident with your prediction, by the way?
I'm confident. I am.
Weren't you considering jumping like somewhere to a ship, maybe? Maybe the GR?
I am jumping ships. Okay, though it was Lakeside Village, I ain't jumping ships. I will still.
You wavered at one point. You wavered at one point.
I did.
Let the record
Jin,
show.
you wavered me. You were right. Your Sanjin was great.
But I will say this: when it comes to survivors now, it does seem like Weibo Gaming survivors have it more. I would say they're more clean with their execution, right? When it comes to like the synergy of GR, they really turn it into like a chaotic team fight, or they just really like going for their stuns and supports, adding in the novelist, adding in the fire investigator, just to add more deterrence for the hunters. So we'll just have to see, because Jin, I mean, his power levels are going to go down because of this. They're not going to be any more meta hunters, but it's going to really be up to the survivors to really showcase what they got come round number 3.
Yeah, and this is going to be Alex's first BO3 in the group stages. So many options open for Alex. Let's see what's he going to pick here. But we did see the map selection, right, on Red Church.
What are you holding, by the way?
Personally, I have heart.
It's a heart? What are you holding?
A red ball, a red stress ball.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a heart.
What do you think?
I thought it was a heart. Like a stress heart thing. Anyway, wow, you're stressed in this match?
Oh yeah, this match is stressing me out, man. Like I could be losing in terms of like who I'm rooting for here.
Dude, it's just a prediction. It's just a caster thing.
I've been pretty wrong, man. FT is kind of ranked first right now in Group D. I'm kind of cool.
Okay, I will admit, I think a lot of people also have not put that in their 2025 bingo cards yet. But you know, we're still not done yet. Like, we're still gonna see how the rest of the group stage goes. And yeah, just hold on to that stress ball, folks. If you guys got something to kind of squeeze to alleviate a little bit of the tension, if you can't like keyboard smash in chat. Yeah.
Keyboard smash.
I wonder if like we asked chat, hey, can you just guys keyboard smash for the next 5 seconds and see if like we see a bunch of
Okay, but it will be cool to see that. Let's see. Wait, let's head back into our picks first, right, guys? So we have the coordinator and Seer picked up first. Still pretty standard. We can't really tell what they're potentially trying to gun for, but still single hit hunters.
You know what, Chocho? I think I see the idea now behind GR's drafting, because all the globally banned survivors are non-meta. Like you have novelist, you have you do have a little bit of meta, but yeah, they saved themselves the coordinator, now the seer, and now they're adding extra pressure with the prisoner. So maybe this was their strategy all along, for them to be able to get the best possible survivor picks come around number 3, because this is the chance for survivors to get the victory. Oh yeah, the keyboard smashing. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Dude,
Thank you guys.
Later on the chat AI summary is gonna be like, I don't even know what it's gonna talk about.
Oh dude, you're confusing the chat bot.
What?
Oh, that'll be wild. Principe Simeon, I would love to see a Bloody Queen as well. So what is this? Am I dyslexic? Ask Hanako. Sorry, we just asked chat to just keyboard smash. There you go. Thank you so much for listening to us and keyboard smashing as well. Appreciate you guys. But yeah, it seems like a well-rounded lineup here.
And it seems like that maybe the you know, I do see some of you guys wanting to see a BQ here, so actually a BQ might, well, I mean, other than the seer that is probably very hard to chase, maybe the mercenary as well. There is the coordinator.
Yeah.
Cypher Rush, exactly. So maybe he wants to gun down on that prisoner.
Yeah.
That prisoner would be pretty good. Because you can get the distance, you won't be able to get electric shot. That's the whole idea behind it.
So Alex is a gamekeeper. He has a BQ for sure. He has a gamekeeper. He could also use Spider. I mean, we did see Spider come out in in day number 2. What else could he bring out? He could even go Wax Art. But the thing is, he needs to win this one, right? If they keep tying things out, actually that could be a strategy too. He could just go for a safe tie hunter, and then make his team go for a sculptor. Kuro's not here.
Anywhere.
Oh man, can we get some Kuro, hearts for Kuro in the chat? He's not gonna see the sculptor matchup. But wow, okay, so this kind of negates the Seer Owl. It's just gonna eat that one hit. It also counters Coordinator's gun if she can't get the flare gun off in time.
Use the statues, yeah.
Yeah, use the statues to block. I guess you could say that Cypher Rush, it could be in the mix here, but this is a chip damage hunter, folks. So, yeah, it's bring back the old school here. Bring back the sculptor. Could be something to look out for team GR.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think of like a name for the sculptor times Alex.
Sculptor Alex.
Sculptor Alex. What? And yeah.
Galatex. That's actually pretty good. Who said that? Sorry, chat's going. Cybergirl. Galatex. Or yeah. Cybergirl, shoutouts to you.
Galatex. Okay.
We were thinking so hard. I didn't even see the spawn locations. I'm so sorry.
Oh, but I saw it. Hunter will be spawning at the front gate with Seer next door.
That's why you're a great commentator, partner here. Thank you for covering my grounds. And we also see no detention, insolence, confined space, and a blink on Alex's side. Would you say this is an aggressive build on his side?
Pretty aggressive, actually. He's just betting all in when it comes to the early game and pretty much no late game. So this is gonna be BO3 first half between GR versus Weibo Gaming. My name is Chocho, and joining me would be Spice, and we'll bring you the live commentary of this match.
Forget my name?
No.
Alright, let's head into this match. Do not adjust your screens, folks. We do have a sculptor here at Call of the Abyss 8. It is Alex making his potential last stand up against the survivors of GR. He needs to try to win this one just for him to be able to get the advantage for his team in the second half. And already we're seeing the effects of the connected Cypher on the side of GR, while Iron, one of the slipperiest survivors, might take this first kite. Excellent baiting out of the statues just so that he can vault safely into this church area, while we do see that AC is actually working on some ciphers here as well.
Yeah, and Iron on this year, this is one of his comfort picks, something that he has played for so many times. He's an S tier seer as well. So no doubt that he's going to be able to kite this well. It's just how well Alex is going to be playing against Iron. And the blink will be up in about 9 seconds. So Iron is able to hang in there and maybe use the bird for that blink hit.
True, and look at that, just making sure he's starved of presence here, dodging so well, even though in those tight corners. Does not have tier 2 statues just yet, forcing him to actually go for a hit here. So one more chip damage and he will fall. So great combination there by Alex. He does have access to his chisel just for him to camp out other areas. But Cypher progress is looking quite strong here. Iron might be forced to use the owl just for him to negate some damage from the chip. And he's also earning another owl in the process.
Yep, forcing out the owl as well. You might... hopefully this is not the end of him because he still has a flywheel and it's almost a 3 Cypher kite, guys.
Wow.
So GR definitely coming in very, very strong here and flywheel.
Whoa, flywheels to the pallet. My goodness. The blink though is, oh my god, he doesn't get the blink, Chocho. My goodness, Iron continues the kite.
My goodness, Iron with that reaction time and missing another swing. Alex is not mentally ready for this. He did not expect the kind of kite from Iron and wow. Now we will be seeing him on the ground, but Coordinator 20% on that Cypher and 5th Cypher just have been started by the Prisoner, and we know that connected Cypher from the Prisoner is gonna cause the Cypher to rush so quickly even before fast decoding even happens.
Yo, Iron adding more to the highlight reel of how well he's able to kite with this character. Nice avoidance of that Cypher there. The chisel is a little too off here. Like you said, Mercenary is here pressuring Alex for the rescue, so he can't really move anywhere else until he has that chisel ready. The cooldown's going to be done in just a bit, but this is going to allow some progress to happen on both Cyphers, so it's not looking too good for Alex just yet. He's going to be a little too deep here, but AK in the mix here is going to just avoid any of these statues. He doesn't have full tier 2 statues just ready, and they're actually going to go for a full blood rescue, so AK continues to push on that Cypher while Heart is here for the rescue.
Oh my goodness, please, please, please go for a good rescue and good rescue, good rescue, good rescue. Let's see if Seer is able to survive until... Was it a Terror Shock? No, right?
No Terror Shock.
Okay.
Heart unfortunately wasn't able to get the rescue right away because of the statues, and now AK, nice avoidance of those statues.
Please,
well, we see.
Please.
I think Iron is here. You're sounding like Sabrina Carpenter right now. But the reason AK is here because he's gonna threaten that gun. So we have to be very careful here. They can threaten for the Cypher pop to actually happen because this Seer is going to try to self-heal. AK has to be very careful. Flywheel through, but unfortunately unable to get it. He's going to try to go for a self-heal. I'm not sure. They just go for the Cypher pop here and just gets healed up. He's going to try to wait for the pickup to happen just for the Coordinator gun to go through. But this is quite risky. Oh my god. No, they are able to get up. Flywheels through. 3 Survivor up and Prisoner gets hit.
My goodness, so this is a team fight that we've long awaited for from GR Survivors, and Iron still lives for another day. No flywheel to work with, no bird as well, but no statues placed too. So Iron,
oh god, Heart is here. Oh my god, he gets the owl just for him to survive a little longer. The exit gate is there. AK is still down, 90% left. He's still got a gun to work with. Oh, the Seer falls. The pickup, is it gonna happen though? Oh my god, Mercenary's being forced out here. He's actually just waiting for more chip damage, and now Mercenary falls down. Seer is out. Mercenary can actually heal up or just crawl out the exit gate. So unfortunately, I think the Mercenary has to crawl out of here, and now it's up to the Coordinator Prisoner to escape as well. A 3 Survivor escape, Chocho.
Good attempt coming from GR Survivors, and this is the kind of fight that we've long awaited for, right? We've seen this like tournaments and tournaments ago, but finally GR is showing us what a real team fight is. But
okay, I'm gonna set the stage. You tell me your thoughts. That end game pop, they knew he did not have detention. AK was waiting for him to go for the pickup, and the gutsy strategy of staying like that. Tell me about like the strategy behind that, because that was so risky.
It's super risky. Glad that they were able to recognize the fact that there is no detention, and Prisoner also came in for the team fight, by the way. That was how Iron was able to escape. Mercenary had the role of opening the gate and rushing all the way over the graveyard and body block the Seer.
Wow.
So this is the teamwork they were talking about from GR, and we can definitely see the potential. It was so close. If it was not a sculptor.
Oh yeah, they wouldn't go that risky, I think.
Yeah.
But can we, because that was the highlight for the team fight, but can we also highlight the fact that Iron, the way he kited like a madman. Shrew in chat was like, Kuro, look away. Galatea's not having a good time. The sculptor's not having a good time. And this is no ordinary sculptor. This is Alex's sculptor. And I'm just going to bring it back to what you said. Oh, it's just a little unfortunate. He banked it all on the early game because he did not put anything on detention. And GR capitalizing on that. You gotta love their team fight mentality, really gunning for more survivors out. That's not us. This is us. Okay, hello, we're back. Oh, you were saying please a lot. My gosh, what was that?
Yeah, because I mean, like jumping back right to Iron, because this is his comfort pick. You know what? Just now when he got a hit and also a statue hit, right? We thought that, you know what, he might be down here already. I don't think he's gonna survive, but. Psych, because he definitely did kite it out. He used his bird effectively. He managed to blink predict, kite it out more, and Alex, we could see that he was definitely panicking. We saw so many miss swings coming from the sculptor.
Yeah.
So I think Iron, when it comes to a 1v1 matchup, Iron versus Alex, I think Iron definitely won that. Though he did fly back to the mana though.
I mean, he did the damage already. He was able to actually inflict that mental warfare on him. And I think everyone had that fight mentality because everyone was there. The prisoner was there. I mean, I was wondering when all the statues were coming in. It's so hard to be a commentator when and try to make sense of the situation. But yeah, just we have the best seats in the house for us to be able to call that incredible matchup. Now, the pressure is on Weibo Gaming side because they cannot afford to tie this. They need to get a 4-survivor escape. Because if they just get 3 and we go down to round wins, it's going to go to GR. So,
oh my goodness.
Right? And, right?
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
And
are we jumping ship now? What are we doing?
We are not. I'm not, because I just realized something, guys. I just realized something. When GR went up against RVL, right? It was such a dire situation that the survivors had to get a 4 escape from GR side, right? And they actually did it at Chinatown. We've been seeing all this 4 escapes potential coming from GR. Only this team is fighting for that 4 escape. So, oh man, I think I bet on the wrong team this time around. But you know what?
It was right in front of us all along. Oh, you witnessed it yourself, Chocho. You're right. GR known for that team fight. So they empower their hunter right away at the start, and then towards the end, they really are like a solid team for them to get that 4-man escape. I think that's what they wanted to do, just get that 4-person escape, really put the pressure on Weibo Gaming. But hey, okay, who's to say Weibo Gaming can't do just that, right? They can attempt to do that as well. It's just, the draft needs to go so well. I hate to say this, but Jin could actually just play super passively. Go for a tie build persona, go for an Anne, go for a super tie character, and just play it so safe.
And that's the answer. Senan.
Jan.
Sen.
Jin and Jan.
Jen.
Or disciple. Disciple. Jin-ciple.
Disciple. Jin-ciple.
It sounds like stands
oh
for
my
Jin.
goodness.
The Jin-ciples.
Okay, but just to put this back into context, right? WBG, like, I'm just looking at their matches, right? Their survivors have yet to get 3 escapes and above.
Okay, you're just like shooting yourself in the foot, Chocho.
I know, right? I literally just gulped down like a huge one. They have yet to get 3 escapes and above.
Chocho, if I remember, you were for GR from the beginning, just like me. So I get you.
I should have been loyal from the start, man.
No, you were.
Right? And now it's hitting me.
What, dude? You're for GR from the beginning. You told me these stats. You're like, yeah, we should predict GR in the broadcast. Okay, got it. So yeah, staying loyal to GR, Chocho.
Lesson learned.
Look at the stats before you make a prediction. Keep the vibes. You had the vibes. Like it could have. Who knows, right? Weibo Gaming. We gotta call it down the line here. If any other Survivor team could do it, I think now is the time for Weibo Gaming to just break that upper echelon for them to be able to get a 4 survivor escape. Teasing a little bit of the forward here, but now it seems like they want to go for the Embalmer and Painter.
Okay, we've seen them play this before at Arms Factory, the Embalmer, where Huanhe like kited all the way through. He used his coffin so that the Cypher Rush just continues, goes for one and skill and then continues from there. Will work out, I trust. Will.
Wow, Rennie adding insult. It's so way over. Oh my god, Rennie, you're too savage here.
It's so way over. Oh my goodness.
Wow, adding salt to the wound. How dare you. Guys in chat, I want to see the red hearts for Weibo. They need it now more than ever. They need 4 survivor escape just to survive this. But I see Trisha, I see RYHQ that have been loyal from the beginning with GR. Love to see those pink hearts. Let's spam some red hearts here because they need it now more than ever in this matchup. Even like the draft, look at the globally banned survivors too. They don't have access to Seer, Acrobat, Aeroplanist. So now they're forced to play round 2 GR. And they're forced to actually get not just 1 escape. They need to go 4 survivor escape. So I'd say GR drafted masterfully coming into this. And now Jin can just go for... it's still going to be a little tough, though. These are some team fight survivors here. So Jin Fuzz is work cut out for him, but he just needs that 1 survivor elimination.
Yeah, wow, Jin really went head on when it comes to harasses. Everything just canceling out all the way.
Yeah.
So 0 rescuers from WBG.
Hermit.
Really?
I'm kidding. No, don't go Hermit.
But they're literally banking on everything they have with this team comp, WBG.
Yeah.
Wow. Jin, let's go.
Okay, let's go, Jin. Oh, what's he gonna bring out? I see the red hearts. I see the pink hearts. I see Sasa with the blue hearts. So just any hearts in general. Spam any emoji you want because Weibo Gaming need it now more than ever. But if you support Jin and want him to succeed, all he needs to do is just that 1 survivor elimination. Ooh.
1 survivor elimination against WBG though, so might be quite difficult. Quite difficult. They will be playing a lot of team fights here, I think.
They will, and this is what's scary because Weibo Gaming is not really known for team fights. But if you force them into a corner, that's what's very scary. And chat predicted it correctly. We're seeing the Jin Disciple here, the Jan, the An Jin. No, the Jin An.
Dude, that's almost a curse word.
It is? Oh my gosh.
It's almost a curse word.
Forget I said that. And with the Jin. There we go.
And yes, great stuff. So what is the name now?
Jin Disciple.
Jin Disciple, safe. Jin Disciple.
That's safe. Okay.
Wow. So yeah, great stuff coming from both sides. I love to see the fight here. We've been seeing GRS fighting it all out, right? They've only played 2 matches and they've always been fighting for that 4 escape. So WBG, show us what you got. But before that, let's look into our spawn locations first.
Ooh, a lot of pressure on Weibo Gaming side. Not gonna lie, Chocho. I feel like I need that stress ball too because they need to get a 4 survivor escape. We're seeing a T-shaped spawn here with a clown at the red carpet. Embalmer's gonna have access towards the church. A middle broken on the painter side, while the right side is gonna go towards the novelist.
Oh, changing his mind seems like, so he's gonna finalize at the front gate area. Novelist nearby. Nope, still not indecisive about it. Back broken. He has finalized his choice. So Painter, we'll be seeing the Painter here. Let's see how is he gonna kite out.
Okay, so you think the juiciest target here is the Painter? Is that what you think he's gonna go for, or anyone else?
I think it's best if you don't pick his poison. Just go with it. We've seen hunters that PTSD.
Choosy.
Yeah, being choosy about it. It's not gonna work out here. Let's just get the chase on, and we'll have the coaches shake their hands as we proceed into the persona page very soon.
Ooh, I'm getting nervous, Chocho. I want to see the persona builds. He's gonna go for a warp, insolence, detention, just making sure he has that end game potential. While we do see 3 tide turners, they're gonna try to go for a full rescued comp here. Seems like they want Juan to be the one to go for the first chase because he has a full kiting build. Well, not really, he has Borrowed Time and the Broken Windows, but This is our last match of the day. I'm COAⅧ, joined by Chocho. We are commentators for the second half of round number 3.
Jinseipo, let's go, because 1 kill is all you need in this matchup. Let's see how is he gonna be playing. He will be exactly, this is what I said. Okay, he's being choosy. Alright.
Exactly. He's being choosy. But like you said, okay, he just wants to cut off Juan here. Juan actually looked like he was gonna kite on top of a Cypher here at red carpet, but it's not the best to kite out an and. So now we're gonna see a silence, possibly onto the painter here, while some insolence is kind of building up. We're gonna see the, oh wow, before the leap could happen. Now first painting is out of the way. He's got to go back into the drawing board and literally paint something out here. So Warp is gonna be ready in just a bit for him to be able to work with. Great stuff so far on Juan's side. Let's see if he can continue on here. Oh my god, able to get the silence and the immediate 90-degree turn there, just for him to be able to get the jump.
Exactly, and we did see that he has been embalmed. So even if he downs here, at least Cypher progress will still proceed. But we do see that the third Cypher is quite slow from the embalmer side because he did the coffin and all the setup. So because of all the time wasted, let's see if Juan is able to make a good trade-off by kiting it all.
Oh wow, the cat able to get the silence because the cross was actually placed there and no hit just yet. We're gonna see another placement. He's waiting on it, able to get the hit. Oh god, the pallet slam got punished.
For sure, and I'm not sure if you guys saw it. Jin looked back at the cat and was like, dude, you betrayed me. You're supposed to be coming here ASAP, but you came late.
I'm the disciple. You follow me. What's going on here? Deduct and pay for that late fees. My goodness. He didn't pay for the overnight shipping. Okay, it has to be fast. But now we do see that the painter has already used. Oh my god, and the warp is just gonna catch him up right away. And unfortunately, Guoka is here for the support. He's gonna use the cross just to create a jump scenario here. He still has a bit of that shield, and he cancels out the painting. So now it's gonna buy a little more time here. Guoka has to be able to protect him as long as he can, but this actually puts the last Cypher at 80%.
Yeah. So, oh my goodness, stun once again, a double stun. But now he's at the other side already.
Oh my god.
What does it matter?
Weibo Gaming survivors able to actually stay alive in this matchup. So, last Cypher is still here at 50%. No abnormal to work with. He's really just focusing on Juan at this point. Juan still has a painting to work with, but he wants to get that silence. The cross, unable to get it just yet. So he's going to be on a bit of a cooldown here before he's able to use it again.
So, still trying to cut it out here, guys. We need to know that WBG survivors must get a 4 escape to bring this to Abyss:OT overtime. And Juan will be seeing the hit once again. So this will be his second chair.
Second chair, but Chocho, look, they got tide turners. Anyone can go for this rescue. It's really going to come down to the endgame pop. We don't have warp just yet, so he can't pressure any of these Cyphers or the last Cypher down. So Huyi is already making his way towards this mix. He needs to stuff this rescue. He's going to drop down the cat and see if anyone's in the radar here and put the cross down right next to that pallet. If he's able to... Oh my gosh, he cuts out Huyi. And, just masterful also, because this is the first chair, but the painter has to start from the 0 when he's there. So this buys enough time for the Cypher to actually get primed here.
Yeah, great stuff coming from this, and love the passive that Painter has here as well. Cypher has officially been primed, guys. So one rescue, one very good rescue, and perhaps the Weeping Clown stun would work out here.
Okay.
Let's see how are they gonna play it out. Let's see.
Oh, gets the stun, but the cat able to get the jump onto Juan. He still has to put the cross down. Able to actually get it down, not quite. It's gonna be very tough. Able to get the jump. He's gonna go for the hit, force the last effort, and now they just go for that endgame pop. Juan has to survive here. They need a 4-survivor endgame, and Warp is ready for Jin to use.
And good news, he still has a painting, right? So this leaves so much room for a potential, but a Warp. Is he gonna place the painting preemptively? It seems like he will.
able to get the stun, and the painting is there for him to work with. He's not looking towards the painting just yet. Everyone needs to get out.
No!
Juan going the wrong direction. There is a painting for him to be actually just kited out in. We do see that Perseka is here too. Actually, anyone can get it. He's going to shift his attention to Perseka at this point, and now downs Perseka.
Oh my goodness, what a shift. But now Jin will try to cheer this person as far as possible, and the person that has the tight turner right now is the Embalmer. So Embalmer has to come for this rescue. They are trying to heal him up though.
Yeah, they are. They're trying to open up they already opened up the exit gate. They're gonna get that heal. He's gonna have to just stare at this painting just to get rid of it. So detention is still on a minute here. So it's still all good. They're gonna try to recuperate their resources here and try and gain as this team fight as possible. It's still very scary for Jin because he needs to make this detention work, and he needs to get more injuries on the board, because if everyone's running around and there's no more detention, everyone's healed up, it could be GG's for GR here.
Yeah, so WBG, let's get your fight going. We do have Guoke that's over there. Jin, you can see him. Jin is like,
wow,
able to get the hit.
Oh my god, able to find and he can't even go for the rescue. This is the beauty of An and how well he is in terms of getting a tie situation. Hui now forcing out some activity here. He just wants to make sure, goes for the rocket, able to get the hit, and now the rescue attempt happens. The cat is ready, able to actually get the stun. He needs to get the jump, able to actually get it. Oh, he flywheels through, but no, Novelist is down.
My goodness, now Hui is still in the vicinity, able to get that pellet slam. They are going for this team fight, and Bama has finally stand up. He does have a flywheel. Are they
no more
able to
detention, by the way.
this?
No more detention, so they're gonna try to force this one out. Everyone is gonna get silenced. They just pick up, no pallet slam. That's gonna be the win condition for our friend Jin here, for them to be able to secure the win over against WBG. He's gonna try to go for more. Oh man, if he's able to get Guoke here, it's actually gonna be really good. Flywheels through, but no, gets it down. So he's gonna try to stack up more injuries here. WBG's gotta counter. He needs to at least try to get as much survivors out as possible. That's what's happening with Guoke. They don't have any more team fight left in them, so they can try to attempt a rescue here, but it's gonna be quite risky.
Exactly, but they seem like they're just gonna be settling for the tie. They really can't do this, and also we can see how happy Jin is to able to secure a win for Team GR.
Incredible stuff. I mean, you got to give it up also to WBG for the way that they were able to put that team fight going. It looked like a tough scenario there, but the tension was racked up, and that's what's scary also. They tried protecting Juan a lot, but like, hey, this is a juicy target here. The Novelist does not have any stun potential unless you get the book going, and he was able to just circumvent that. And now he got himself a tie. Chocho, give me your thoughts on this matchup.
I love the attempt coming from WBG. When it comes to the team comm, it's also great. It's all decoding characters. It's super fast, right, when it comes to decoding. And Painter did an amazing job. It was a good choice to have the Embalmer as well, forcing up the warp. I just want to say it's a very good attempt coming from WBG. I don't want to discount them at all. It's just very unfortunate that the Embalmer was caught out there, you know? If the Tight Tunnel could have helped rescue Perseka, I think it would still have been quite difficult. And we did see, right, there was a certain I'm not sure if it's miscom, but great teamwork still, where the Painter placed the painting and the Novelist used his book and get the pellet stun. If the Painter had that painting still in hand, it might have been a different story.
Could have been, like, that scenario there would have been, if they kept the resources about them, that would be the difference maker. And Juan did an amazing job kiting from the beginning, right? And the fact that they chose Painter, went for the Embalmer play, and just made sure that the Painter's chair would be not off cooldown, so it'll stay longer for them to prime that Cypher. They really thought this one through, but yeah, when it came down to that one instance, it did swing in favor of GR. Look how close this game is, folks. Again, it was 5-5, 6-3. They get the win here. And then the Survivor is able to turn the page there and get a 3-person escape, ultimately for GR to win.
Yeah, and also, I think overall it has been a pretty good run, but ultimately we're just going to compare Survivor to Survivor, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to 4 escape potential, and the way that in terms of execution as well. Seems like GR do have a better stand in terms of that as compared to the Weibo Gaming, which will be important when we come to the later rounds in the group stages.
Yeah, so I like that you brought that up because now it is FT versus GR. Guys, you got to be there on April 17. Me and Chocho are covering this match. It's going to be the undefeated team versus the undefeated team. FT versus GR. Oh my God, get your tickets now. Who you think is going to win that match? Chocho. No, you have to wait and see, folks. We got to think about this. We got to calculate the intangibles, but that's going to be an intense one to watch. And I think, when is that going to happen? Is it the first match of the day? No, we're going to cover April 17. Just looking at it. Oh, it's the main event.
Last match.
It's the last match. Oh my God. I don't think I'll be ready for that. But you know what is ready? The highlights, folks. So let's check out the highlights and look who the MVP is going to be in this matchup. We'll see you after this.
加油加油！
三好了，三好了，
闪死了闪死了闪死了！
咱们就这里没啥连，这把电机挺上，野猪应该依旧啊。
好的，现在好的。
对对对，
一刀一刀是得了，够了。
送他一刀可以救。
我给你传，我给球多，我给你传，球多我的球，我给你传。
谁一炮了谁一炮了
？OK， 牛逼！我也能，要球多，球多。
电我。电了。
康的，慢的。我能走，没有，快点。
佣兵。我比较。
哎，我就的跑。
对，46个。可以。第一波砍吗？还是第二波？不，哎，没吃到。哎，没事。哎，还有哎，可以。活了。
哎，
换。
了，
走了。
What an exciting end to such an amazing match. Chocho and PodSpice about to wrap things up, and I'm just glad that, I stayed loyal to GR till the very end.
Sure,
like you did. You did too. You stayed loyal till the very end with GR, right? Yeah. Right? Like, who predicted GR? This guy. Some people in chat too. Like, just cut out the second part that I said about Alex being, But Alex was very scary. And like you pointed out too, I think when it comes to survivors, especially in round 3, leave it up to GR for them to be able to get the 3-person escape. And Weibo Gaming being very consistent with their tie strategy. Again, that is the meta of survivors now. It's just when the chips are laying down, GR was able to actually pick up the pieces there and really force that team fight to happen.
Exactly. And for Team GR, great job. I mean, congratulations. I haven't said my congratulations. Congratulations to GR.
Yeah, how dare you?
Yeah, congratulations to GR for winning this, right? Because now they have a win streak coming in the group stages. But as for Weibo Gaming, chat, you are right. It's Weibover.
No, it was Randy that
for
said
now.
that.
For now.
For
We'll see a comeback from Weibo Gaming. So do keep a watch out for them because I know Weibo Gaming is gonna come back as even fiercer than before.
Oh yeah, 100%. But it's gonna go to none other than Jin. He was the one that was able to get a 4-man elimination, and he was so happy when he was able to get a tie towards the end game. So do send your congratulations to Jin of GR, the Jinatics, the Jin loyalists here, the Jin disciples are super happy.
Yes, Sanjin.
Let's go, Sanjin.
But what I'm curious is about whether Sanjin will be joining us in the interview phase here as we see, seems like it's Jin and Iron.
Let's go.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人小小。首先要恭喜GR战队获得了本场比赛的胜利。我们今天请到了年景还有小铁来到采访，先来和我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是GR的小铁。
Hello， 大家好，我是GR的年景。
又是你们两位又见面了，今天也是帅气赢下比赛的一天呢。那想要先来问一下两位，先来问一下小铁好了，今天年景上面2把4抓帅不帅？
一般吧，还行。
一般在哪里？
一般在失误有点多。
行，你对他的要求有点太高了。那问一下年景，我们求生者最后那个3跑帅不帅？
小铁太厉害了，
小铁太厉害，你看差距一下子就体现出来了。塑料兄弟，我要举报你们。那先来问一下年景，你今天第一局喧嚣的4抓，当时是带到了一个移形嘛？其实你在跟古董商博弈的时候，其实守墓人已经有点跑远了，需要去调整状态。那一波你的移形会有一些什么样子的判断去交出来？
就是大概预判他会走到那边嘛，然后直接抬就好了。
直接抬就好了，非常的直接果断，直接移到了脸上。那后面你在独栋击倒了调香师以后，你当时是把他牵走了，没有选择去挂人吗？后面你的思路有一些什么样子的改变，跟我们分享一下？
就是让他们2个人打拉扯，拖就好了，然后电击不要被偷。
就打他们一个疲于奔命，然后直接非常果断的时长一脚踹下去，感觉就泯灭掉了求生者最后的那一丝丝希望。那第2局也是你的歌剧率先拿下了4抓，当时同样也是传送的比较果断嘛。那一波传送之后，你会想要怎么样去把整个场面控制住，掌控在你的手中？
就是尽快击倒就行，然后再慢慢打拉扯。
就打拉扯，就总结一下，就是打他们一个疲于奔命，就优势在你，对吧？操作空间很大。那想要问一下小铁，就是在年景率先4抓之后那一局，其实打到中后期，感觉局势还是更加倾向于监管者那一边。大家是通过一些什么样子的交流和操作，最后扳回来走了那一个？
在确定他有携带风窗之后，我们就可以确定走一个了，因为我们野猪是靠小门那边的嘛，那我就靠大门就好了。
是，就是2边拉扯，因为胡锦村这张图实在是太大了。然后在第2局我们拿下优势之后，第3局大家乘胜追击。求生者想要问一下小铁，有没有想过说那一局直接会碰到对面的雕刻家？
完全没有，
完全没有。当时大家可能想的更多会是一些什么角色？
当时以为他在乱搞。
以为这是我可以听的吗？然后呢，大家就是看到雕刻家之后有没有做一些什么样的反应？
没有，就是正常打了，因为也不是很怕。
不是很怕，确实，今天小铁这个先知还是非常非常熟悉的那种感觉，太能溜了。其实当时在看到你没有交鸟吃到一炸一刀的时候，还是有一点点替你心慌的。你当时有没有怎样改变自己牵制的一些思路跟想法呢？
不慌，一点都不慌，
一点都不慌，就合着我们就是白替你担心了。那你当时会想要怎么样说去拖出更多的时间？
因为他当时是有技能的嘛，但是我身上也还有鸟和飞轮，还是有很大的操作空间的，所以一点都不慌。
包括于其实看到你在上瘾之后，无心因为机子修开早就卡过来了，但是大家后面考虑是把你压满救了嘛？这样一波决策当时是怎么样商量出来的？
当时我上瘾是不太清楚他们的决策嘛，然后我上瘾之后电击已经快修完了，然后我的鸟也快笑了，他们说要把我卡死救，我当时就很诧异，我说你什么？你们要把我卖了？
合着就大家伙商量就是要把你压满，没有告诉你，没有通知你，你不知道这回事情。
对，是的。
就是当时可能我们那个连线就把你的单独那个切掉了，没有通知你。不过好在最后是救下来之后，当时我印象很深刻嘛，就是你倒在墓地里面，想要跟空军打一些配合，但你们2个都没有回光返照。当时那一波博弈拉扯的还是蛮久的，但是在我们的注意力都在空军和你身上的时候，阿策来了，那一个电下来，感觉把整个局面盘活了。当时是一个什么样子的情况？大家是怎么样交流的？
当时因为他没有携带挽留嘛，然后我们想的就是空军和囚徒都有 OB 的技能，然后他是张狂和风窗，我们就只要能把我 OB 下来，我有鸟有飞轮的情况下，是很大概率可以4跑的，就是大家过来打就完事了。
操作空间大大的有，好兄弟，我们一起冲门。那这一个3抓拿下来之后，其实给到年景这边的压力会稍微小一些，但是从刚才我们在对问题的时候，年景的表现来看，他打那一把的时候慌得要死。年景，你本人来说一下吧，当时看到他们拿出比较擅长的入殓画家体系的时候，你内心会是一个什么样子的状态？
压力庞大。
压力庞大。你大概打到什么时候，就是心里那块石头落地了？
把那个最后一个人牵起来。
牵起来之后，对吧？一个炸猫没有办法摸头了。当时真的还是蛮紧张的。小铁，你们在底下看的时候有没有替他捏一把汗？因为确实打团打得很凶。
感觉他要完了。
后面其实回来之后，年景也是拉着你们疯狂复盘嘛。你们现在再来复盘一下吧，年景当时是一个什么样的情况？
复盘自己如何被4跑。
复盘自己如何被4跑，不过还好你稳住了自己的心态，操作也是非常非常的流利，然后拿下了那样子的一个平局，获得我们今天的2个净胜。那对于后面的比赛，大家有没有什么想说的？
继续加油，尽力打就行。
继续加油，继续努力，小铁。
警方多杀几个，我们走一个就行。
警方压力给到警方，看警方下一把能杀几个。好的，那也是期待之亚的下一场比赛。最后也是再一次恭喜之亚获得本场比赛的胜利，再一次恭喜今天获胜的所有队伍。接下来让我们把画面交还给解说席。
Yes, and we are back once again after the GR interview. Seems like they are very happy about the results. And Posh.
Yeah, what's up?
What's up? Congratulations, man.
I never doubted it. GR, let's go. I'm kidding. Like, there was a moment of wavering there. But we stay loyal. That's why you can't be choosy, guys. You gotta stay loyal. And we're gonna show you today's results here. ACT taking it 2-0 over MRC, which shocked everyone with how well they placed that. Wolves getting one over Sky with a 2-0. Then when it comes to OTs, it's always us. We always go BO3s. DOU over ITZY. ITZY getting that win. And a hard-fought battle between Group B, Axis Wave and TE leading Group A. GRFT, that's going to collide soon enough. Chocha in Group D, and Zeta and RD for Group C.
Oh no, FT dropped in rank.
Oh no.
So currently, as of now, we do see 2 Japanese divisions and 2 Chinese divisions that's topping their own individual groupings. So yeah, I think when it comes to the global stages, it will be very hard to see, very hard to guess who is going to be ultimately crowning the champion. So let's just sit back and see what's going to be. Before we look into that, we'll be looking at day 6 of our matches for tomorrow. We're seeing AWG versus Axis, followed by RC versus Omni, RD versus Zeta, and last but not least, RVL versus FL. So tomorrow, it seems like we'll be seeing all of our NAEU teams.
Yeah, I'm excited. Guys, NAEU fighting in the chat. I hope you guys could join us. If not, we still have the VODs here. It might be a little... The time zones might be not in your favor in this. If you guys got something to do, it's the middle of the week. It's all good. We still got the VODs. But if you guys could join us tomorrow, please do tune in to the Omni match versus RC and RVL match versus FL. But yeah, Chocho, that puts this kind of wraps this whole thing up in a nice bow. That was day number 5. And, you know, our favorite teams are still fighting till the very end there.
Yeah, so good. Today, it seems like we are seeing a majority of the Chinese teams, right? And also a majority of the Chinese teams are actually taking a win back into their groupings. But tomorrow we'll see all of the Japanese teams in each of the matchups.
Oh, you're right.
So it's gonna be super intense. I'm excited to see how they're gonna perform coming into this. But what you guys definitely don't want to miss out, I personally feel, would be match number 1, AWG versus Axis, 2 Japanese division, and both teams have won against DOU and ITZY.
True. Actually, there's a lot of stakes for tomorrow's match too, because RVL, the last match also is RVL versus FL. Both of them looking to get victories on the board for their team as well. I feel like the day 1 to 4, it was kind of just like a testing grounds. This is where the matches really become super interesting and where stakes could not be higher, like around a day 6 to 10, because that's when placements are going to be held. And what's interesting also is like there could be those teams to kind of gatekeep, or if they do well, they gatekeep them from coming in, but they're not coming in. So a lot of that narrative is going to be building up for tomorrow, and we'll be covering the action. So I'm super excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. And day 6, as much as possible, we will be able to see great matches. Definitely great matches. We'll see if any of the NAEU, HNT teams...
The first match is Axis versus AWG.
Yeah.
That's a run back of, I believe, yeah, you mentioned that. I think in the interview also, I forgot who from AWG, like, we want to be able to get that win back because they did best us in IJL finals. So that's, aside from that, I mean, that's added context to tomorrow's first match. So super excited to see that. Hopefully Curl gets a Galatea match. I feel bad for him.
Yeah, I've been commentating both to the Galateas already.
Wait, does Curl get a Perseca match at least? Dude, he's got to also get at least a Perseca. I'm trying to look at the... Man's pretty busy with stuff, so hopefully...
Yeah.
Oh, no, he doesn't. He doesn't.
He will. Global finals, maybe.
We gotta pray that he's able to see a Galatea or Perseca match. Our guy needs to be able to see that. Ooh, but yeah, incredible match that we've witnessed here today. I appreciate all y'all for being here. Yeah, hopefully all your apples are okay. FT versus GR is going to be a very interesting one. But Chocho, any final thoughts before we end the live stream?
Thank you guys for tuning in. Of course, I'm still with my stress ball. I think I kind of poked a hole through it during the 4-man one. But yes, thank you guys for being here. Love the support for all these teams, and I hope to see you guys tomorrow. But as of now, it has been Joseph and...
Joe
Spice.
Joe Spice. That's me. Yeah, we're commentators for this match. We'll wrap things up. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you guys tomorrow for day 6 of Call of the Abyss 8. See you guys. Good night.
来不及了。二关了。
來，
過嚟。
OK，你用邊開個邊嚟，翻邊個？見到咯。你拖直接把，不要再翻。門口壓好了，可以救了。心里那种提要啊，这种提要，那种。他有别过。
3, 2, 1, then ready。
来，准。
鲁基尼球。不可以死哪里？
不要死马戏团，随便死。
说好马戏团随便死。
挡闪没闪出来是不是？
有点像掉血人了。
没事，闪现了。我点满。你
够了，
够了，平局。
够了，放下。
要
不要在哪？死了！
你去
盯着宝直接开，
不盯着宝追小房，把小房开了。
行，
我就射了。
2麦大方可以带好呢。我2麦一冲。
他带你，搞我。
OK，
吃一刀。
我掉压马救。
没救人。我死了。
我掉可以压马救的。
不明白吗？你肯定不动12楼里面。12楼了，娃娃在外面。
OK， 我大门再开台。
去吧，好吗？去吧，帮你扛去吧。可以。
加油！
我小门能够。
大门一攻。
吃啥？
我先救吧。你救，你能一救就好。你这样可以不要了，你要修不开直接去救了。
加油！
好的，记得好的。
OK。一刀是得了，够了。
送他一刀，可以干救。
我给你传，我要修多，我给你传，修多我修，我给你传。
这神兵了。
OK，右边。我有了，要出多，电我。
电了。
慢的扛。我能走，没有，快点，
佣兵。
我围住的跑。
46个，第一波反吗？还是第二波？不，没吃到，没事。还有可以，活了，换，走了。
I try to find my own cause, forgetting what it was. Then I hear all your voices calling my name. When you're all out by my side, I feel a sense of pride. Using dreams as our guide, they shine so bright. Every setback is a push to move forward. Not afraid just 'cause I know you're